Hello, and welcome back to the Hooncorp Australia NZ Endurance, the PS5 series at Season 3. And we've had a wonderful qualifying session, an incredible qualifying session, a wet qualifying session on Friday evening, the 22nd of August. It's now the 24th of August, and we're coming to you live on the Kidbyers Twitch, the TrackSpot TV YouTube, and the TrackSpot TV Twitch channel. Your commentators today for the 4 hours of Kyalami Round 5, it'll be myself, George Cooke, and joining me in the commentary box once again, the man, the myth, the legend himself. It is Mike Howe for Hooncorp.
Hey George, hey, thanks for having me, mate. Yeah, what a big night Friday night was, and boy, we saw some very interesting weather play out, and let's hope it stays nice and dry there for at least the start here at Kyalami. But boy, out of the winds and the sun came the rain, and I think all the drivers did well to actually get to the qualifying as they did, because virtually nobody had done any setup. So George, we're cracking in, we're ready, we're locked and loaded, and not too far away before we start the 4 hours at Kyalami in South Africa.
Exactly, and on display today will be Mike Howe's incredible South African accent. He taught me some tricks yesterday that I might try and get under my belt, and hopefully I'll be a little bit better than I was in my attempts off air last night. Yeah, it's going to be a fantastic race. We've got about 6 minutes 20 till free practice is over. Then there'll be a 5-minute gap. We'll be out there on track, getting ready for the countdown, the full formation lap today. 80-minute stint timer for the drivers. And that's a 2-hour, 45-minute max driving time. 2 mandatory pit stops, 4 tires today. There will not be a safety car or a virtual safety car for this one. No live stewarding either, so all incidents will be dealt with post-race. Expect to see people drive on and report things later today. Speaking of which, lap 1 incident. We've got a poll going up on the Kidbyers Twitch. Jump over there right now because that poll is up. What do you think? Do you think it's going to be a car park? Do you think maybe lap 1 incident? Or no way? No way these guys are going to provide any action early on. It's going to be clean and calm and cool and collected at the 4 hours of Kyalami. Out there at the moment looks to be relatively sunny. We'll get to the weather shortly. Here are the qualifying results from Friday night. Jeesh, with that incredible lap, Mike, was just something else.
Yeah, he just pulled that out of the box. I mean, watching the top 10 shootout wind its way through, and then to be the last car standing and go out and do such a phenomenal job. And of course, he's up against, arguably one of New Zealand's best sim racers, Simon Bishop, Dog, and to come through. I mean, he doesn't sound like a very emotionally excitable sort of guy, but I think he was very proud of himself for putting that together, because we did a post-race interview with Jeesh, and he was very philosophical. Oh, yeah, did okay and all that, but boy, he did better than okay. Those weather conditions, we were talking pre-race about, the possibility of 139s during the course of the fast qualifying, and I think in the end we're in the 146. That's how much the rain had ruined things here, George. So yeah, just a great sign. Lots of who knows what to come from this very, very daunting circuit, George. It's a lot of technical. There's a lot of technical in this one. It's a very fast circuit, but boy, there's some real technical sections in there, isn't there?
Surely is. And yeah, we've got some big things playing out. Of course, we've got the BSR1 team versus ONCL played. They are our top 2 in the overall standings and in the pro category. Then it's TTR Westside and Hooncorp 1 on equal points in the standings at the moment. So lots of battles to play out at a track like this. Well, we know that there will be incidents. I mean, that's a tricky first sector, just even coming through to Sunset. Then you're through Clubhouse, you're up the hill towards Learcop. Tricky section, early doors when you've got, 22 or so cars out there on grid. It is going to be basically a moving car park. And we're hoping that no one ends up with contact, and because otherwise it'll cause some pretty significant damage. Rest of the standings, your top 10 looks like this. Simon Bishop did qualify second to last in the top 10 last night. Got pole position. It was taken away from him by Jeesh. Then it's Matt Donetti, OP Twitchy for ANC outplayed. So critically, the 2 pro championship leaders at the moment, separated by 2 cars, Simon Bishop and Matt Donetti on the track. So the BCG, certainly the ham in the ham sandwich, with the BSR1 top bun and the ANC outplayed bottom bun. Speedy Tyres has qualified beautifully up there in 5th position, and he's an AM driver, so he's ahead of most of the pro field. He's ahead of all of the Pro-Am field. So what a performance that was in the wet for BCG3. Jimmy Matchin for TTR Westside qualifies ahead of Hooncorp 1, critical for their run in the championship for Pro-Am, followed by Noodles for BCG2, Barters in 8th place, and the 4th row of the grid completed for Cave Racing. And on the 5th row of the grid, it'll be Hooncorp 1 and Old Timers Racing with Markle, not able to set a time in qualifying 3, unfortunately, for him. Here are the standings as they are. And yeah, as I mentioned, Mike, BSR1 and ANC outplayed. Going to be a critical fight for them. What can Twitchy do? He needs to make up 2 positions, hopefully quickly in this race, and then find his way up to the back of Geesh as quick as possible.
Yeah, that's right. And look, the forecast at the moment is for good, clean weather, and I know for a fact, I won't say that I've got inside information, but a lot of wet weather testing all of a sudden happened yesterday from the drivers. So, but that's a literal cat amongst the pigeons. And you also said the thing too about, are we going to see a car park on lap number 1? I'd love to see the result of the poll, because literally nobody has an idea. However, we're round 5 of 7 at the moment in the AUSNZ Series, George. So, you know, we're not talking about first timers now. We're not talking about people that haven't actually endured some fantastic racing. Silverstone, Bathurst, you know, we've seen some really, really big iconic drives from these teams, and they're starting to get it sorted. I wouldn't be surprised, and I certainly hope that we get a good, clean start out of this one, because, you know, just in the back between the ears and just where the common sense is, these drivers are starting to use that grey matter. And look, it's no doubt they're going to be wanting to really think things through before, you know, is there a gap there? Should I take a dive? And like you said too, there are going to be post-race penalties applied, nothing on the interim. So what we see across the checkered flag in 4 hours' time, or over 4 hours' time, once the the race is actually finished, may or may not. So you can't go in there going, oh, there's no safety car. There are stewards watching, but they're just not watching right now. They will be watching post-race, and we don't want to have, you know, an honest and brilliant drive taken away by the fact that you did something stupid in lap 1 or lap 2 or whenever the case may be. But look, it's one of the questions too is some of the pro drivers, you know, should they be, some of the pro-am, should they be pro? Some of the AMs, should they be pro-am or pro? There are some really, really amazing drivers starting to poke their nose through here. But that's a conversation for another time. In the meantime, I'm getting ready. I'm getting excited, mate. I really have got the old blood flowing here. The Hooncorp Esports event, we've got Karma Auto Parts, and of course yourself, Trackspot TV, who've have put together this fantastic season, and it's only going to get better. And it's also very pleased to hear from Brett Hogan, who is Karma Auto Parts up in Whangarei, who actually did listen on Friday night. He sat down with his wife and they were listening to the qualifying and watching the top 10 shootout. And he said, you know, we actually sat up and started to take notice. It's actually pretty cool. And he's as much of a sim racer as I am, you know, good at knitting. So he was well impressed. And you know, to impress the sponsor, not just past the point of putting some money in, but actually to impress him and get him to listen along. And he will be listening later on this afternoon too, after he's, you know, attended to a few kids matters and kids sports. That's pretty exciting stuff. So all in all, what have we got coming up? We've got Mickey Mouse Surprise Day, George. Anything can happen, and it usually does.
Yep, it usually does, and I think that's the consensus from the lap 1 incident question mark poll. So it looks like people are predicting a car park. 6 votes so far. We've got a maybe vote and a no way vote as well. So someone's got confidence at least that there's no way there's going to be an incident in lap 1. That's good. That's good. I think that's not me, but I'm predicting a car park, unfortunately. Welcome into chat, everyone. We've got a new follower, a flying Kiwi 27, Chief Boulder, jumping in with 50 bits donated to the Kidbyers Twitch. Much appreciated. Thank you very much. Chief Boulder saying good luck, everyone. And we've got El Staffia is in as well, saying, woohoo, I'm hyped. 4 hours, let's go. As we head now down onto the track, the cars are getting lined up and getting ready to go. And of course, that means the excitement level is only set to increase from this point. Hainsey, welcome to the chat, mate. Hainsey, of course, qualified in P11. He'll be driving in the number 543 Ferrari today. Definitely car park first lap. Yep, I think I agree with you. Chief Boulder saying, should be a banger. Good luck, everyone. El Staffia saying, no way, vote here. Excellent. Okay, there we go. We've got the believer, is El Staffia. Optimistic, because screw it, let's do it. Okay, that's absolutely fair enough. And thank you for following Estalfia. Remember, guys, if you're on the YouTube for Trackspot TV or the Twitch for Kidbyers or Trackspot TV, please give us a follow and a subscribe. It means a huge amount. Shows us that you're enjoying the broadcast. Matty D in chat as well saying Viper Z the GOAT. Yes, well, we shall. He's in third place, of course, for BCG4, number 56 car. So he's starting at the top of the second row of the grid. We've got Fly Sky in chat in the YouTube saying, let's go. Good luck all. Looking forward to seeing the battles, as are we. And of course, we've got Isuzu Brian saying, let's go, the Cave Boys. So Cave Racing fan over on YouTube land. This is going to be great. We've got 3 minutes and 30 seconds to go. And I think, Mike, it is time for us to talk a little bit about our wonderful sponsor as that time does start to tick down. Guys, Camo Autosports, go and check them out. Auto Parts, I should say. Wow, Mike, you're going to have to help me correct this. I'm talking way too quickly.
No, it's okay. I'll help you in many ways. Camo is like camo is a word, but it's actually camo up in Wongrey, but it's okay because you pronounce things very Britishly. But yeah, look, it's great to have the support there from Brett and the team doing a cracking job. Now, there's a very, very special code there. It's 10% off everything. I mean, everything. If you want to buy the stool that they actually sit on behind the counter, they'll give you 10% off that as well. And even things that are actually on special at the moment, there is 10% off that if you mention the code esports. If you shop at camoparts.co.nz. Camo spelled K-A-M-O, camoparts.co.nz, and they cover all sorts of automotive parts there, whether it's lubricants, whether it's tools, electrical, or 4x4 equipment. Camo Auto Parts or camoparts.co.nz, 10% off, but use the code esports and save yourself some money. And that's on stuff that's already on special, no holds barred, and that's till the 20th of September. So it's not only for another day or a few hours, but it's the 20th of September.
Yeah.
So very big effort there, and thanks to Brett for getting behind us.
Yeah, Camo.
No, you say your way, mate. It's okay because you're allowed to be wrong.
But that's what. But it's like it's an A. It's I say an A.
Yeah.
How do you guys chat? And Brett, maybe if you want to jump in as well on this one. I'm sure you're right, Mike. But everyone jump in on this. Is it Camo? Is it Camo? Is it? Let us know. Let us know. But yeah, Brett, of course, doing a fantastic job up there. Speedy delivery, everything that Camo Parts offers its customers is fantastic. Exceptional customer service, and you'll be surprised how much is in the shop. Just like a TARDIS, anything that isn't in stock, you can have ordered and delivered in as little as 24 hours. Brett's phone number is available on his website. That's www.camoparts.co.nz. We're ticking down a minute and a half to go before a full formation lap, ladies and gentlemen. So we will be having some interviews as well throughout the day. And it looks like the vote has come in. Poll is in. It is Car Park. Car Park, the obvious and clear winner today, unfortunately. So we shall see. We do have Amafalia in chat saying good luck to the drivers. El Stefia looking happy as anything as well, ready to go. And I think we are ready to go as well. 60 seconds ticking down. It is 36 degrees Celsius on the track, 28 degrees Celsius in the air. So it's hot, it's steamy out there in South Africa. Optimum conditions, no rain on the forecast at the moment, and no wind, and 4 hours ahead of us, Mike.
Yeah, we've got a 30-minute forecast, and we'll hope that it's going to stay, with a little bit of clear conditions as we count down less than a minute before we get the cars rolling around the track. Let's talk quickly of this track, though. The kink, of course, at turn number 1 isn't really much of a kink anymore, but we go through 2, 3, and 4, which is a very, very tricky little time inside Crowthorne. Then we go through the Jukuski, and I'm going to pronounce that terribly wrong, the sweep, and then a turn 5 called Barbecue, though, George, which we call Braai because the South Africans don't have a barbecue, but that's going to be a very, very interesting corner. And then we roar down that long straight there into Sunset, which is a beautiful place to be. And it's really at Clubhouse where everyone says it's the corner to watch out for. So we'll see how that one plays out. We are in the last 5 seconds before we go and start this race. We haven't covered the whole track, but boy, we're going to have some big racing to cover as we get ourselves locked and loaded, ready to go. And, well, are you going to make a call on this one, George? Have you got a favourite or a non-favourite or someone who's going to do well? Put you what's on the block.
It's
okay.
really tricky, isn't it? No, well, it's tricky. I think everyone in chat will agree. Let us know who your favourite driver is today. I think, honestly, Geesh got a good shot at this one. The Aston Martin's strong, and especially if we do get some weather today, we know how strong that Aston Martin will be in wet conditions. The question is it going to stay dry all the way through? Because Simon Bishop will be quick in the drive. Viper Z will be quick. Twitchy will be quick. You've got John O'Stan in the 96 car, just behind them in 5th position. Fly Sky hoping that it rains today. Yeah, excellent. I'm hoping for a little bit of rain today as well. But let's see. The incidents at the start, whichever lap they end up happening on, will be key to who ends up where, and that will be a tricky one. But I think Jeesh has got a real shot at it today. He's proven that the Aston Martin's quick. Question is, has he set this thing up for rain expectations? Has he set it up to expect a mostly dry race? That is going to be the question. 2 mandatory stops today as well, Mike, so we've got to remember that. And in addition, here's just some stats for everyone. 22 cars on the grid. We've got 43 drivers here at the AUSNZ PS5 Endurance Series, Season 3, Round 5, 4 hours of Kyalami. 7 Mustangs, 4 BMWs, 4 Aston Martins, 2 Mercedes, 2 Ferraris, 1 lonely McLaren, 1 lonely Nissan, who Mike, I'm sure, will be keeping a very close eye on today, and 1 Porsche.
Yeah, and of course Jimbo didn't do the Friday night qualifying, so it starts from position 22, and I believe as a solo act, there was rumoured he was possibly going to have a second driver, but I'm pretty sure Jimbo's going to be starting and doing the whole 4 hours by himself, another Herculean effort. So watch the skyline from position number 22. The man is a master of strategy. Somehow he manages to get himself with some fantastic results. So there is the mighty yellow rocket on the line, the only R35 on the field, but you know, it's one of those things, and we saw some great driving through the series with that Nissan. But like you said, at the front of the field though, it's all about these very polished drivers as well. We've got the BMWs, we've got the Aston Martins, we've got the Ford Mustangs. I mean, who, what, where, why. That's the beautiful thing about this track, isn't it? It's that you just never ever know for sure who's going to be what and where. But just seeing the cars come up to this this final complex now, well, not the complex yet, they're coming up to the Crocodiles there, and then of course we've got the Cheetah, the little flick there as well. This is the right-hander here, and the Crocodile system. Now this is a very technical. We've already got cars going off and almost going through each other, but that is a very notorious little section. So watch out for this one. And now we come through towards Cheetah. This little it almost looks on the screen there. It doesn't look like it's too much of a right-hander coming. It was a left-hander, then that right-hander bit coming up there, and that really can throw you out. You've got to be on the edge of your concentration, otherwise that can get so jolly messy. Then we come down to the final corner here, left-hander of England, which it just comes upon you so quickly, and then we're on to the start-finish straight after that. So all about the eyes and the concentration, George. We have the lights on at the moment then, and we will see what's going to happen. Are we have concentration? Are we going to have a car park on lap number 1? Well, the question will be answered very soon.
Certainly will be. Here we go. And apologies for the slight weirdness with the UI. Some things going on. And we are green flag racing. 4 hours of Kyalami starts now. OP Twitchy in the Mercedes, looking to try and grab that inside line. Wants to dive early on down the inside line into turn 2 we go. And Simon Bishop around the outside at the moment. He's got a decent run there, but Jeech is on that inside line. He's got a nose ahead, but they're side by side as they head through the S's, the Juk Sky sweep. And now to Brai. We are in there, and Jeech is in there in the first place. Fantastic stuff so far from Jeech. He's held on beautifully. Tricky to do that early on in this race. Sidog slips into P2. OP Twitchy up ahead of Matt Danetti. And in behind there, I believe we've still got the team that had speedy tyres put themselves right up at the beginning of this race. And already, I tell you what, no accidents so far on track that I'm able to see. We're going to try and make sure this UI can be switched around. There we go. This is looking a lot better now. We get an idea of who is where on track. 96 is still in 5th position, and Morton Nick for the 369 car in 6th position, followed by Norm, Ikatosh, Markle in 9th place, up 1 position already. And then it is Naked Blade of the 407 McLaren, who's done a fantastic bit of work off the line. Then it's Al Dusty Hainsey and Nismo Nath down in the bottom part of the grid. I'll tell you what, Mike, very clean start. Everyone who voted is absolutely wrong. No car park so far on lap 1, but it's not over yet.
No, not at all. But right at the back of the field there was some dancing around. There were a few jostles for positions, but at the front of the field, that's really what we want to see. It's keep nice and clean, because we know the concertina will come from problems. And I look back at right at the back of the field, someone pointing the wrong way at the moment too. So we'll have to see what that's all about a little bit later on. In the meantime, front of the field, they look like they're keeping it all together. And everyone's trying to work themselves, have a little bit of a jostle, coming down the start finish there for with Geesh really kicking into action there beautifully. In fact, it's the 667 car right at the back there that's leading the rear of the field. He's the one that had the spin. But front of the field, though, Geesh, look at him go. Just driving beautifully. Go back to a few of the cars here with Dog half a second behind him. Then we've got Twitchy there in third place, another 3/4 of a second behind them. So I've got to say, unfortunately, the pole on the car park on lap number 1, there were bumps, there were scrapes. He's just recently been a spin, but I think you're going to say that no one's going to get the free Moro bar on that one. In the meantime, though, geez, no free Moro bars.
we do not give out Moro bars for free. It's no Mars bars here, no nothing. Absolutely not. And yeah, we have this battle going on in 5th place as well. Jono Stan trying to catch up, or keep ahead, I should say, of a Morton Nick who's been right on his back. Then we got Norm for BCG2 trying to make up early positions. Needs to get ahead as soon as possible because he's got 2 Fords ahead of him and wants to be in that slipstream. Doesn't want to let Jono Stan get outside of the slipstream range of Viper Z. Not big slipstream here, Mike, but down the main straight, you're going to need a whiff of it.
Yeah, that's for sure. But one thing too, on Friday night in the wet weather, there was the big call about how much of an advantage the Aston Martins actually had, and of course Geesh in the Aston being the race leader. But I think now with the dry conditions at the moment, not to say that's definitely the case, but certainly looked pretty good for the way the qualifying went. But Geesh really starting to hold his own at the moment, still maintaining around about half a second there on Sidog, just blows out to 0.7 of a second. Go back to the BMW, there was Sidog, Twitchy in the Mercedes. Then we go back to Vaporize here from the BCG4 team in 4th place in the BMW. And the first of the Mustangs there with Jono Stan, and right behind him is a Morton Nick there, half a second behind in 5th and 6th place respectively. Don't take your eye off Norm either in the BCG2 car there, car 76, because he's 0.4 of a second back in 7th place. And then Ikatosh there driving with Smitty in the 37 car, the second of the Aston Martins out there. And one of the teams to keep an eye on this one too, these Pro-Am boys, because they really have been working on strategy for quite some time. So, you know, dare I say it, I don't want to try and put the mockers on it, but a nice, clean, solid start so far there for the boys getting themselves under control, and let's hope it can continue on for quite some time. I just had a quick look at the screen to make sure we haven't had any change in the weather. I'm a little bit dubious of the wet, the way that it just came upon us on that qualifying from nothing to absolutely hosing down the track with a wash. But it's looking very, very good.
Well, it was good, yeah, and I mean, we'll get a 30-minute indicator of that weather, and we're hoping for at least, I think, a little bit of rain here. I mean, I love drying conditions. It creates so much opportunity in the strategy, and with the drivers, they have to just switch up and change how things are gonna look in terms of their strategies and who's in the car, and I absolutely love a little bit of weather, but hopefully we don't get a full wet session, which so far we have yet to get, and things is, with such a hot track like it is today, 36 degrees Celsius, things will dry up very, very quickly if we do get a splash of rain. Immortant Nick taking a nice line through there. Jono Stan can't stay the same for him. Through Cheetah, he was very much on the outside line and very much in that gravel. El Staffia in chat saying, called it, ye of little faith. Lap 1 incident. We've got one person, that was El Staffia, who called no way there'll be an incident. And I guess technically it was true. The 667 though, do we count that as an incident? I think we probably could. We've got Sparky God as well in chat saying, go PRT, Metal Steel. Yeah, he's in 16th place at the moment and roiled in a bit of a battle because he's got TTR East right behind him down there in P16 and 17. So a battle starting to evolve between the two. The 667 car, of course, that was Black Falcon. They've had a bit of a shocker to this one, but Mike, arguably a bit of clean air.
Yeah, they have got that strategy they can play out now. If you know, clean air helps them, obviously tyre and fuel, and you know, I think Nismo was saying it's an hour 10 maximum you can do in a stint anyway, and they're saying the Aston will actually go to the hour 10 without a problem on fuel from their side. I hope they haven't given anything away, and I'm sure most of the other drivers are the same. But I do apologise. I was going to shout out to everyone who's actually tuned in and listening, because we had a great response on Friday night. Where are you listening from? Where are you watching from? Whereabouts in New Zealand? And whereabouts in Australia, whereabouts around the world? Have we got any people listening in other than New Zealand and Australia? Just do this quickly because we are trying to get into a settlement mode here, but we also value every single person that's tuned in through the different medias here. Where are you? Are you in New Zealand? Are you in Australia? Let us know. Your comments are very important. We want to give everyone a bit of a chance to say something and say g'day, and we want to say g'day to you. So, of course, George, you being a POM, you don't say g'day, but us Kiwis do. G'day, mate. Where are you from? New Zealand, Aussie, or around the world?
I wave in a fancy wave from a distant carriage being surrounded by security guards. That's how it works in England. Don't you know?
Well, we've just seen... normally go, hello.
Well, yes. Oh, hello there. Hello there. I think is the modern version of that. The old, what's his name? Ewan McGregor. Hello there. Anyway, before I park there, sir, we've had a wonderful overtake by John from Cave Racing, the number 88, centered up the top of the hill at Learcop. Absolutely fantastic stuff. Now he's attacking the 407 McLaren of Naked Blade just ahead of him, so looking to get himself and that Mercedes team up into the top 10, and the McLaren trying to defend as much as possible. Chat is exploding with that. Adelaide for Am I Failure? CP Greeny tuning in. Mount Druitt. Sutherland Shire by Elstafia, Sydney. So he's saying, g'day fellas, appreciate the commentary. Oh, fantastic. Variety Gamer Guy back in, saying late breakfast in Perth, supporting my fellow Porsche racing driver, Randall. Excellent. Where is Randall at the moment? Currently in 19th position for the 444. Jason Wilco saying the great state of Melbourne won't be on for long as I have to get some sleep as I start night shift tonight. Good luck, Wilco, and thank you for tuning in, mate. Always appreciate it, and we hope that you can watch as much as possible before you go to sleep and watch it back. And I'm sure we'll shout you out at least a couple more times. CP Greeny saying straight to Northies, Elstafia, and then Jason Wilco saying state of Melbourne, geez, I do need sleep. State of Vic. It is the state of Vic. Yeah, that's exactly right. Fantastic. Fly Sky saying New South Wales, and also saying thanks guys for bringing this to us. Absolutely our pleasure. Oh, we've got a car off in the background. Who was that? It was Nathan. Nathan Howe has gone off in the background at Cheetah. I think he came off okay from it, managed to rejoin beautifully, has avoided contact with Metal Steel as well, but that's an early unfortunate mistake from him and drops him a couple of positions as well.
Yeah, not ideal. Won't be too chipper about that. The under's what, 16th place, but that's all right. The young fella, he'll come back from that one and won't take it too personally. I'm actually not sure if it's him or Tim Dubtrue driving the car. Doesn't matter. They're sharing the same rig. We'll say it's Nismo no matter what. But hey, great to have those people letting us know where you are from. It's interesting from our side of it too, and we can cater to you. But I'm hearing a lot of Australia. I'm not hearing a lot of New Zealand. I'm sure there's some Kiwis that are tuned in as well. And what about outside of New Zealand? I've got two, okay, a couple of Kiwis. G'day, mate. But what about outside of New Zealand as well? But if you are in New Zealand, let us know. If you're an Aussie, absolutely let us know. The great state of Melbourne or Victoria. Sounds like Wilco's pretty tired.
Indeed.
Hey, look, it's getting really good, guys.
It's getting spicy as well, Mike. Oh dear, look at P8 and 9. It's currently on the main screen. Keep an eye on it. 77 has had a massive accident, and looks like the 88 was involved in that as well. No, I think they've crept on through. So a whole bunch of changes to the field, through into the S's. They were 3 wide into the braking zone and into the left-hander. You don't want to be there. It does look like, I don't want to report there, it does look like the 407 McLaren was also involved. So keep an eye on the main screen at the moment, chaps, because a lot is going on in this race. And boy, oh boy, that 407 has dropped miles out of the way. They were holding in the top 10. They've just accidentally, I believe, forced a BMW wide. That's a 667, getting an opportunity to overtake, but not executing on it, unfortunately for them. So that moves Al Dusty up to P2. And guess what? Jimbo is up from P22 to 14th position, Mike.
Unbelievable. Go the mighty R35, but of course we can't be biased, but I'm in the same man, and there's only one on the track, so guess who I'm supporting. But good on you, Jimbo, there from 22nd. You're dead right there, George. But, look, we start to get a little bit of, I was about to say, we're starting to settle. We're 6 laps into this one, and we've started remarkably well, but there's a little bit of hip and shoulder through the field, and this isn't where you want to be. You need to be using the grey matter between your ears, and we've got, 3 hours and over 3, or just under 3 hours and 50 minutes to go in this one, guys, and they won't hear us, which is just as well. But you, the viewing people out there, thanks very much for subscribing. Thanks very much for tuning in. Let us know what it is that, if you want to shout out there or anything that's happened to you that we can talk about as well, because these drivers are doing a cracking job. But, we're happy to engage with every single person that's engaging you with us today, which is fantastic on this beautiful Sunday afternoon here in New Zealand. I'm not sure what the weather's like in Oz and around the rest of the country, around the rest of the world. Who, what, where, why are you? But front of the field, though, one thing we haven't really mentioned is that Geesh in the BSR1 car, the Aston, is nearly 2 seconds in front of Simon Bishop, Sidog. Now, that is no mean feat, because I've got a feeling for playing the long game here as Sidog, because he will be keeping that car within a fuel range. He'll be looking after those tyres, and there's only a small amount of tyres these guys have got to choose from, George. They've got a lot of work to do. So looking forward to seeing how this one plays out. I don't think by any stretch of the imagination that the cars behind are out of this. I think Sidog is very, very much the master of strategy, so we'll look and see how it plays out. But second place is the Sidog. Then we go back to Twitchy and the Mercedes and the 726 car back in third place. Norman, the BMW in the 76, up to fourth place here, doing a great job there. And of course, John O'Stan in the Mustang rounds out the top 5 for the BCG3 team. So, and only half a second behind Norm, but Norm's actually 8.5 seconds behind third place Twitchy. So there's certainly some action there to come. And that looks like it's going to be a decent little battle pack, that one, with Norm, John O'Stan, Vaporized and Morton Nick, because within the 4 of them, there's about 2 seconds. So that's a pretty decent little place.
Here we go, main screen once again. We've got Jimbo making a small mistake. It's going to allow Metal Steel to come on through and find his way into, I believe, 11th place as they head through Sunset. Now he's taking the inside line. The inside line was where Jimbo lost the position at Bray. And now Nismo Nath is trying to make his way back up into this battle pack. A little bit of contact with the rear bumper of the Ferrari, and he's got the Ford of VTEC Adam right in behind him, the number 57. So all these drivers now trying to fight tooth and nail to eke these positions out. It's a battle pack of 6 cars at the moment. Up the hill we go. Inside line defense for the number 100. Nathan wants to try around the outside for the Hooncorp team, and Aston Martin gets the power down very nicely. So he is going to get a good run down the hill through Mineshaft and into the Crocodiles, where the braking zone will be to his favor because he'll have the inside line. He'll have to be brave from Metal Steel to hold that position around the outside. Does decide better of it and wants to switcheroo, but Nathan's right on the apex, and that is a clean overtake for the Hooncorp 137. Now Metal Steel the only, sorry, that is not Metal Steel, that is Jimbo, the only car now ahead, and he's got to overtake a Precious Nissan. So we are keeping a very close eye on this battle. In the meantime, at the front, still gaps that are evolving, as you're saying before, Mike Geesh from Sidog, from Twitchy, from Norm, all starting to make these gaps start to happen, and the 9-second gap back from Twitchy to Norm, evidence at the top 3 starting to run away with things at the moment. John O'Stan is only 0.7 of a second ahead of Viper Z right now, who's right there with Norm. So this is the second battle pack that has started to evolve. 5 cars, part of it, the 96, the 56, the 369, the 88, all right here within a very short distance. Ikatosh in 9th place, and he's just ahead of that other battle pack we were just focusing on a minute ago with Jimbo, Nathan, Metal Steel, VTEC Adam, and Hainsey is in that too, alongside Merkel for number 77 car. And yes, we've got some comments in chat as well. CP Greeny saying he's supporting Al, Dusty, and Water Arrow, his boys from AGT, and also Matty Denetti, who's got another apple, I believe, on offer for for anyone who can win today's race. We've got El Staffia saying, noise, wish him luck. And then we've got Nathan in chat as well saying, don't forget to share the stream around, guys. Absolutely. Please share the links to the stream. Get your friends and family involved. We've got a fun day of racing. Show them what sim racing really means and what it is, because that is on full display today. I think the closest battle we're looking at now, Mike, is John, which is the number 88 car, on the 369 in a royal battle. And that Mercedes has done well, avoided early incidents, and finds himself up in the top 10 in P7.
Yeah, absolutely right. There is. It's surprising how big some of these gaps are, and this is one of the closest races. And it'd be interesting to hear the comments there from the Apple man, Matt Donetti, to see what he thinks on this one. Because what is it with that guy in Apples? I'm starting to wonder. I'll make up my own rumours. It's the way to be accurate. But yeah, the Cave Racing car there, and of course, a Morton Nick are having a good old-fashioned scrap there. As we say that, it's just blown out to half a second from 0.3. So it's one of those things where you know, you can really just miss one corner here at Kyalami in South Africa, and all of a sudden there's a big gap. It's a very fast and furious track with its technical sections, and some brilliant racing coming there from those two. But Morton Nick, as we can see on the screen, he's not letting this one rest without a decent old scrap there. He's about 0.5, 0.6 of a second behind. But there's some good racing in front of them as well, and about another second and a half away there is Vaporized too. So Vaporized Cave Racing there with John behind the wheel, and of course the Morton Nick and the Mustang. That's a nice little battle pack themselves. But Ikatosh, don't count him out as well on this one, in the 37 car further back in the Aston, because we're starting to see some pace come through. But I've just had a little message come through myself, so I didn't realise this person was watching, but just ask the question, what's the point of qualifying if you don't even qualify? And at the moment, you're in 11th place, aka the Skyline. He's a fellow Nissan fan like myself there, and he's asked the question. And you know what? It really does make you wonder about, well, just turn up and go racing, because Bloomin' Jimbo has proven that A, the R35 is quite competitive, George, and B, what's the point of quality, because he's moved up half the field.
Well, I'll tell you what, there's a thing in sim racing, the last to first challenge, okay? And a lot of drivers like this in a lot of ways. There's a couple of benefits to starting last, right? You generally get to avoid a lot of the early incidents, generally speaking. You also get to make a lot more overtakes at the beginning of the race, which can be, let's say, more fun. So Jimbo obviously not available for the qualifying. He may well be doing this last to first challenge. Hey, look, you're already driving solo. You're already driving in a Nissan. Why not make it even harder? Oh, we've got a weird slowdown there for Immortant Nick, just dropping right back on the entry into Bry. And Nathan will probably be making the overtake relatively soon on him there. But that's the reason, Mike. I think it's just the extra level of challenge. And Jimbo is not one to shy away from a challenge.
Yeah, and problem there, unfortunately, the same livery there. That's actually Akatosh there in the first of the 37 car, Nismo in the 137. And I can tell you that Dub True Tim is actually driving the 137 car. So, just so we can not sort of blame, well, I can't blame or whatever, the young Nismo. But Ika's right there on the end. I don't know what slowdown there was the Mustang. Did he miss? Is it possible to miss a gear or something, or just have a little bit of a concentration lapse? So
you don't generally miss a gear in the game, but. No. You know, you can accidentally, have a cat jumps on your lap, or someone hands you a drink, or other things like that can happen. More regular home level stuff. I
know just recently they had to actually repair the accelerator pedal on the sim rig a few days ago. So I know that, things can go wrong. And that's the funny thing too. Even though we're not, we are sim racing, we're not driving real cars, but real problems can happen with the sim rigs. And it's something to take into account too. So, it could be something as silly as that, or like you say, the cat jumped up, or who knows what. So, these guys are Nismo and Dub True, and Dub True's under the Nismo brand at the moment. He's not actually climbing out of the car and changing his name in the same rig. But they are able to share it. But if they have, an issue when they do a driver change or something, and literally get out of the same rig and jump back in. And a lot of the drivers here, which is quite cool about sim racing, there might be one driver in the North Island of New Zealand, and the one in the bottom line, the South Island of New Zealand. So all sorts of fun and games can happen, which is pretty cool. So anyway, he seems like he's underway again without any problem in the Muzzy. In the meantime, we jump a little bit further up through the field here and have a look at this little scrap that's going on. Jono stand vaporised, and of course the Cave Racing car there with John. Look, this is a great little scrap, and look how far Norm is in front. Not too much in that BMW either. So there's no free passes on this little battle. And this is what do we got? 4th, 5th, 6th, and even 7th place up for decision in the space of only a couple of seconds there, George. And we are now, what are we in? 11 laps in already. We've got 3 hours and 40 minutes just under left to run. And what I really enjoy sim racing a lot more than I did a few years ago when we started getting into this and doing the AUSNZ series, and that it just happens so quickly. There's so much to look at. There's so much to talk about. And if you're looking at your screens and you see the names and the number of the car, and then it's got 2 in the golden thing, that means how many pit stops they still have yet to do as a mandatory part of the system there. So they do need to do. When they do it, it'll go down to 1. They do another one about it, it'll disappear. So there's a lot of things to take into account, George, of these cars. But Geesh, in the meantime, couldn't give a flying rat's backside about that, because where is he? 3.2 seconds in the lead in the mighty Aston Martin at the moment. And this battle behind them, which is a few spots back, the boys are absolutely going at it, aren't they? I mean, you can see that they're all bang on the line, and you can see John there in the Cave Racing car back in the Mercedes, right up on the back of Vaporise in the BCG4 car. So, this is a close little scrap. It's one of the closest ones we've got on the track at the moment. 3.3 of a second between them. And Vaporised and needs to watch out, otherwise the old Mercedes might ingest them and spit them out, literally vaporising them on the track as they get themselves down into this very, very complex right-hander. My word, it's 11, 12 laps completed already, and it's just a sight to behold. The boys are starting to settle down. We've got a bit of a rhythm going there, and let's hope that the stupid doesn't come to the fore, because it has started pretty well.
It has indeed, and yeah, that V8 engine in the Mercedes probably big enough to eat a BMW. I think it's probably big enough for that. Certainly got a big enough front grille. One of the distinguishing features of the Mercedes AMG GT3 car, and look how close John is. There's a little bit of tap onto the 56 car. So the 81 making a little bit of contact, the 88/the 81. He has decided to move away just to give himself a bit of clean air and maybe a little bit of a maneuver to apologize and say, oh, my bad. I will redress the advantages that I got as a result of doing that. Either way, Jono has been absolutely fantastic. He's been flying through the field, did start further down the field. I'll pull up the qualifying results on my screen and just try and find out exactly where the 88 did start. I believe, yeah, 81. So started 8th and now up to 5th position for John Stan. Sorry, up to 7th position. So he's only actually gained 1 spot. So I thought there was a little bit more gain there. That's my bad. There might be another very similar livery out there on track. And he's going to try the move into turn 2. Dives down the inside line. Is there going to be a switchback? There's contact between the two as Vipers tries to get the switchback on the Mercedes, but it's a nice standard overtake for the Mercedes down into turn 2.
There's a few telltale rubs on the front end of that car there as well, so it hasn't ended in tears, but it hasn't gone particularly well there. These two are still scrapping it out, and this is where, again, we've got to be very, the drivers need to be very careful, because the stewards can be, and potentially will be called into all sorts of shenanigans post-race, and all the drivers need to do is look up, see how much time they had in the sprint and when it actually happened, and then obviously the reports will come in thick and fast post-race. That's not to take away from the exciting action that's on the track right about now. And Vaporise, as well as many others there. You can just see him in the background. There is the white Mercedes here in front of him. That's Jono Stan, and like you say, Jono Stan up to 5th place. It's a cracking drive there in the mighty old Merc, and Vaporise just going a little bit wide through that left hand, just trying to get himself out of the tricky complex. And this is where the horsepower, especially on this downhill little slope there, George, it really can help you, but by the same token, it can just keep you sailing too hot into the corners. And we saw it in the practice there, in the qualifying on Friday night in the wet. Some of those guys had the rear brakes just dialed in too much, and we were starting to chirp the rear ends, and they found the best thing was to put a lot of front bias on. So, it can all happen. But some great driving there between these two. And looks like, just trying to look through the field, it looks like there's a couple of good little scraps going back into 12th and 13th position and 14th as well. Sort of in the, 0.3, 0.4 and 0.2 between them. So we've got Nismo Nath in the Aston. Behind him we've got Metal Steel there in the Hainsey, I think it is, and Hainsey in the Ferrari. Jimbo, who's up there in 11th place, and look at that Hainsey car there, that mighty Ferrari there. In actual fact, that is wearing the Karma Auto Parts insignia all over. It's got the livery there of Karma Auto Parts there, the yellow and the purple, so that's a big tribute there to our sponsor. He's certainly got some damage on the front end of the Ferrari, and hopefully Hainsey isn't too damaged there, but he's keeping that thing going quite nicely. There's not a huge gap there between them. He's got... well,
look at these two, Vitek, Adam and Markle. I mean, they're going for it right now.
Yeah. They are. They're diving absolutely like almost like a formation race between the two of them, the two Mustangs. Different, not team members, but yeah, Vitek, Adam, and Vitek, of course, in the Mustang. You've got to ask that question, like Nismo and a Aston Martin, but it's an attitude, not a hair colour. Meantime, Hainsey though, but again, that is the purple and yellow. That is the tribute to the sponsor there, Karma Auto Parts, and the one of the Hooncorp cars there, HC4 Hainsey. So good work there from him, doing a cracking job with obviously a little bit of damage there. And Hainsey's trying to chase down the Nissan Skyline there of Jimbo back in 11th spot. But yeah, there was some close quarters racing going on, but it sort of dried up pretty quickly. And we've got some gaps.
Just when we switch to it, we're looking at the gap, going, oh yeah, that's getting spicy. Well, it is pretty spicy, but we're not quite at Indian hot level just yet. We're going to wait. We've got another poll up in the Twitch for Kidbyers. That's twitch.tv/Kidbyers. Rain in the next 2 hours? Question mark, question mark. We've got about 8 minutes left on the poll. Let us know. Do you want to bring a brolly? We'll get the sunscreen. Those are the two options. Let us know. Do you think there's going to be some rain here today? But a cloud starting to set in, I notice, on the weather markers, so it's getting a little bit cloudier out there. Who knows, we might just see a little bit of rain today. Get your votes in, let us know on the YouTube channel and of course on the Trackspot TV Twitch whether or not you think there's going to be rain here today. A big thanks for some more follows around the channel. We've got Mick Towards following on the Trackspot TV Twitch and a couple of subscribers as well. Thank you guys so so much. Really, really do appreciate it. So far, people thinking, get the sunscreen. We think it's going to be dry for the next 2 hours, but what do you reckon? I mean, when you get a little bit of cloud coming in, as we see, that is VTech Adam trying to defend against Markles, and that was nearly an opportunity at Clubhouse. Mike, what do we think? I mean, a bit of rain.
Yeah.
I'd like to see some rain, but I'm skeptical whether we will.
Well, let's just say the facts first and foremost. You and I have absolutely no bearing on what the weather does. The people, the admins, it's down to random, so nobody actually sets the weather. We have no idea what's coming up anytime next. Secondly,
Are you telling me that my rain dance is not going to do anything?
well, it won't until you actually put that skirt back on. But look, it's seen the crowds come though. It could be a sign of ominous things in the distance. I'm not sure. I mean, well, is this accurate to what's happening in Kyalami at the moment? I mean, you be the judge. Should we go and jump on the screen and see what the weather's like in Kyalami? But no, look, it's amazing. But I was just watching that battle with Markle. He is trying ever so hard. I'll tell you what, if there's a strategy with the OTR team, not just throwing that out the window, he's just going full ballistic jihad to try and get past that VTech Adam Mustang, and look, it's not working for him because he's just not keeping the thing on the island. A couple of times he's going way past ripple strips into the dirt, but look, you can't take away from him for trying hard, and that's exactly what he's doing at the moment. Meantime, Hainsey just up in front of the Ferrari, looks like he's starting to make some ground on the Nissan there of Jimbo. So Jimbo's still in 11th place, 6.9 seconds back to Dusty and the Mustang. But it's looking good there for the attack at the moment behind him there from Hainsey and the mighty Ferrari. So
I think the Ferrari's pretty decent, isn't it, around this track? I mean, let us know in chat if you know better, but I've driven the Ferrari around here once or twice, and I do find that it is quite decent. Doesn't like a lot of the bumps, doesn't like a lot of the curbs, but at the end of the day, got a decent pair of legs on it, and especially through the apexes, it really does hold a lot of speed, especially compared to the likes of the Nissan. So sections like this, as we head up the hill now, it usually does get a little bit of an advantage. And then, of course, the big Nissan does manage to put the power down, go down the hill. Mine shaft is basically the area that it wants to operate in most ideally. We've got Isaac Fogarty in chat saying, let's go, fellas. Great race ahead today. And we do owe Isaac Fogarty a massive shout out, ladies and gentlemen. If you didn't know, Isaac has stepped in for the AUSNZ admin team and has been the one setting up and configuring the servers. He has done a lot of hard work to get everything correct. Very, very late hours between him and the admin team on Friday night, on Thursday night, on Saturday night and Sunday night to make sure that the servers are up and running and able to be there. So if you want to blame anyone for rain, Wilco did kind of curse it a little bit, but I think we can really blame Isaac Fogarty for that. Yeah. Also got Illegal Monkey in chat saying hi. Welcome in.
G'day, Monkey. Hey, I think that all the reasons that all the cars have got scrapes on them at the moment is because of Isaac Fogg and the amount of effort that he's been putting in there. So, but no, very, very much appreciated. Without these heroes that are doing such a huge amount of time, seriously, we wouldn't be doing what we're doing here today. So, Monkey from around New Zealand or around Aussie, good to have you along, and all the others around watching them too. Let us know where you're from if you're not from Aussie, or if you are from Aussie or New Zealand. Whereabouts in Australia? Have we got anyone from Tasmania? I know they speak a different, slower language down there, like they do in Stewart Island and here in New Zealand, but all around the world. Anyone outside of Aussie and New Zealand, let us know in the chat there as well. But good to have you along. Thanks for watching, and hopefully you're going to enjoy yourself for just under 3.5 hours. George, we're already half an hour in, plus GST. Can you believe it? And look at the quality of racing on screen at the moment. Look at this, the 5-car formation. Jono Stan, behind him is Vaporize, and Morton Nick. Ekatosh is starting to come up here in the Aston, starting to poke his nose up. And Dusty in the Mustang there in 10th place. So this is 6 through to 10. And I'll tell you what, there's a lot on the line already, these drivers. We sit back and we think, oh, they're just going to putt around for a couple of hours before they start showing their hand. But no one of these drivers is putting around at the moment, George. They are absolutely eyes to the wall, they're foot to the floor, they're trying everything they possibly can. And the leader of this particular pack, John O'Stan, who's 3.8 seconds himself away from the Cave Racing John car there in the Mercedes. So this Mustang has literally got his eyes to the prize with a lot of cars behind him.
Crikey. Braking zone seems to be a bit of a trouble for the BMW, so Viper Z not necessarily getting the speed slicked off or taken off the car as much as he wanted to. And Morton Nick behind him looking very strong through the first sector, and now in towards Sunset we go, and he's just getting ever so slightly closer every single time we go around the lap. The BMW does look like it's pretty strong through Sunset and now into Clubhouse, and the S's welcome in to Jet Vic saying hi everybody. Why, welcome in. Good to have you in here. Velarith asking, how do you enter in this? Well, I've let everyone know there is a Discord link down in the chat on the Twitch /Kidbyers. Thank you for the follow as well, Velarith. Much appreciated. And yeah, you can join up via Discord and get involved in the next one. Here we go. There's an opportunity around the outside for Morton Nick, but they've had contact through Learcop, and the 56 car will continue to stay ahead, but this is less of foot to the floor. This is tooth and nail, Mike.
Yeah, there's a look at the gap that's starting to emerge here between Vaporized and Jono standing in the Mustang. So it's the 96 car starting to clear away a little bit with the 56 you see on screen here. And look at this battle. Vaporized, a Morton Nick looking a little bit behind a Ikatosh there, who's looking for a line here, and right behind Ikatosh there, of course, we've got our Dusty and the Mustang. So there's so many strategies, so many races within races, and how wide do they go through that left-hander coming down onto the start-finish straight? So it's really, you've got to drive with your eyes on the prize. You've got to look in the rear vision mirror. You've got to be very conscious and spatially aware, and you've got to work in this car and try and preserve the tyres. Hey, look after some gas, and Nora Morton Nick again just about gives Vaporizer Liberace brilliant driving to pull it up short. But I'll tell you what, these guys are really starting to lay it down. The sketches indeed on the BMW, but the Mustang with that beautiful livery is roaring down the start from the straight like a proverbial Mustang. And the fast four, as we see the little gap there from Jono stand starting to pull away from Vaporize. You can see the Mustang, he's really starting to get himself underway, although I thought the gap he might have been closing down to John in front of him and covering Cave Racing, but no, still falling a bit behind, so he needs the help here.
Oh, dude, he needs some help massively, and Al Dusty nearly having a move on Ikatosh as well. I get the feeling that Viper Z's tyres are maybe not in the best form, but a couple of bad corners from Milton Nick through Clubhouse and Sunset has caused him to drop back ever so slightly, so the attacking opportunity, Mike, is not there anymore, and now he's got to defend, and this is how quickly things can change in a race like this. You're attacking 1 second, you make one small mistake, then all of a sudden you're finding yourself getting under attack from another driver. That's the problem with being third in a sandwich of 5 cars all racing together in this way. Luckily for Jono Stan, he's got enough of a gap that he doesn't have to worry about Viper Z, who seems to have found his feet in this last lap, though those feet have just been dipped into the gravel, so we'll see if that makes an effect on him. But I get the feeling the BMW's tyres may not have been in the best kind of position during that initial bit of battling. So let's keep an eye on Al Dusty as we head down through the last part of this pit straight. One little kink, which is turn 1. He's going to look for the inside line. Is he going to do a late braking maneuver on the Hooncorp car? He's going to try it, but no, Ikatosh does manage to defend it once again. Great work from the Hooncorp driver. Over in chat, Isaac Fogarty saying, "Too kind, fellas. Appreciate all your hard work too." And he's saying he's getting a little bit of FOMO from not being in the booth or out on track. No doubt, we would have loved to have you in here, of course. In terms of the lap times, Jet Vic is asking what are the lap times, and maybe Mike, you can check on the second screen that we do have running and see what kind of lap times we're going. I think if you bring up the timetable, you might just be able to see approximate lap times for these cars as we continue to watch this 5-way battle unfold. And yes, as you said before as well, 30 minutes, now 35 minutes gone. Time flies when you're having fun. We're certainly not watching water boil, that's for sure.
No, not at all. No, just jumping on there to have a bit of a giddly gander, but yeah, no time's coming up there for me at the moment. I'll have a bit of a look in a minute. But what I was watching was that you know, that 5-car battle, it's starting to re-establish itself now, because Al Dusty from the back catching up, or just dropped a little bit off Ikatosh this time around, but Ika has got his work done there for Morton Nick. But also right at the front though, where we saw the gap starting to come away there, and it's like you're watching a piano accordion sort of pull itself away, then all of a sudden it brings itself back. At the moment, got a little bit of a pulling away where the gaps are a bit more there from the drivers. But you know what, this is certainly plenty more to come from the battle there. George, and yeah, just going to jump on board and actually see some of the times and some of the drivers. But you know, I think they're all aiming in the 141, 142 brackets at the moment. Be trying to. The thing we're going to get though is what, even if we get exact times, and I can actually shoot next door and have a look and see what they're doing over there dash. I won't do it because a lot of the drivers don't fall into it. They will be driving to a number. They'll be driving to fuel and tyres. And I think it's right that, you know, if you want to, you know, take your favourite car and put a stopwatch on it yourself, maybe that's up to you. But at the moment, yeah, the 141, 142 is a number that everyone's trying to do with the loaded fuel and fresh tyres. But, you know, they've got to make these things last the hour 10 duration before the mandatories. And it's easier said than done, isn't it? I mean, it's so easy to, but as you've alluded to before, George, you know, sometimes cars are going wide. We've already seen spins, we've seen light contact. You know, there are lock-ups here as well. And believe it or not, even in sim racing with a bit of ABS, you can still lock up the wheels and you can damage the tyres and that. So that's how accurate this game represents a real-time race. But yeah, no, it's some great scrapping going on though, isn't it?
Yeah, certainly is. I mean, one of the tricky things with the tyres at the moment, of course, 36 degrees Celsius on track. So we are very, very hot on the surface of the tarmac. That has a massive impact. It's one of those things, once you get a little bit of overheating on one of the tyres, it's a runaway effect. And you're down the rabbit hole suddenly, and suddenly you're finding you've got no grip. So you've got to really just look at, you know, driving smoothly, but that's hard to do when you're following in a slipstream. It's hard to do when you've got the pressure on board and one small little blip of accelerator too much, and you find yourself in trouble. TC can help with a little bit, so some drivers will be increasing the TC mode. And yeah, look, in qualifying we were seeing, what was it, I'll look up the results now, but I think it was a 147.5 in the wet. So it is one of those things where we are going to be running not actually too far away from that. That's hot laps in the wet, hot laps in the dry, 41s, 40s, maybe even a 39, cheeky 39, as we do see a little bit of grass running there from the Morton Nick. But if we're seeing 44s here, I'd be very surprised if we weren't seeing some 44s out on track. People want to be a little bit conservative with this. And then to make it to the stint timer as well, we're 40 minutes through the current stint. Max stint timer is 80 minutes, but most of these cars will only have the fuel to really get to 60 or 70 minutes. And then you've got to start worrying about the tyres. You get to a point when you overheated the tyres or they're running out of grip and you start to slide and it starts to go left and right, as we did see Jono Stan just do exactly that. The runaway effect kicks in, your tyres drop off a cliff, and then suddenly you're in a zone where you can't drive and you're doing 45s and 46s. Snorksall, I should say, in chat saying, based on the couple of guys who are streaming their POVs, most of them are in the mid to high 142s at this stage. Jetfix saying they will probably struggle with the PSI in long term with this temperature. Very true. Snorksall also saying, loving the call, lads. Wish I could stick around and watch the whole thing, but duty calls. Indeed. Thank you for dropping by, Snorksall. Really appreciate that little tidbit of information, critical for the current conversation. So thank you very, very much. And yeah, that's another point there, Mike, is the PSIs, especially when you're running over curbs, which this track, unfortunately, has quite a few of them.
Yeah, it does. It's one of those things, again, technical track. Run the ripple strips. It's something you've got to be very, very careful about. That's I think it's time we actually jumped on the old screen from start to finish, and let's just run through some of the cars. Let's give them all a bit of a shout out there. George, who's what and where? Well, who is what is the one position, and that is the 5 car there. That is Twitchy in the BSR 1 car. He's just completed 23 laps and is doing, well, nothing more than a cracking job. In second place is the man, the myth, the legend. I think this is the true man, myth and legend. This is Simon Bishop, Psydog, as he's known in the mighty old BMW car number 1, and that one's there for jolly good reason. Second spot, 5+ seconds behind, which is astounding. So it just shows how good a job that Geesh is doing. Third place is Twitchy there in the 726 Mercedes-Benz, and just over 2 seconds behind the BMW. So good solid third at the moment. Will the podium stay there for the duration? We'll have to wait and see. In fourth place is the BCG 2 car with Norm behind the wheel, car number 76, 17 seconds back to Twitchy. So there's a big gap there to catch up, but don't think that strategy isn't part of the mindset there from the BCG boys. Then we go to top 5, and this is the Cave Racing car there with John behind the wheel. This is the 88 car, got 81 on the side of the door just to make it more exciting and less confusing. But John doing a cracking job there, 2 seconds back behind Norm. Then we go to 6th place here with Jono standing in the mighty old Mustang, just having a little bit of an off-track moment there at that particular time. 7 seconds behind John in the Mercedes, but now got a closer friend there behind him, which is Vaporized. We jump on board with, not on board, but we'll jump and have a look at Vaporized there in the mighty old BMW. This is the 56 car. I say Vaporized, but it's actually Viper Z, isn't it? So
well, I don't know.
Like
it might. I think both of us might be half right. Maybe it's Viperized.
Yeah. Well, I'm a half-wit, so I'll take either way. But Viper Z, I think I heard you say it before, probably is more accurate. Anyway, he's in 7th place in the 56 car there, doing a brilliant job there at the moment. Then we'll jump down to the 369. This is the mighty Muzzy with a Morton Nick behind the wheel. And look how close quarters racing we're seeing here for 8th place. One further down, the second of the Mustangs in this battle. This is Al Dusty in the beautifully turned out black, red and blue machine. Look at that livery. It's a very, very distinctive looking car. And then we'll jump down to the Hooncorp Aston Martin with Ikatosh. There he is in the red, white and blue. We'll catch up there in a minute. Hang on. There we go. There's the Aston. And doing a good job there in the top 10. That'll do me there. George, you want to carry it on?
Excellent, yes, we will indeed. And we've actually had a confirmation. Turns out neither of us were half wrong. One of us was 100% right, and that was me. Viper Z, apparently, is how it's pronounced. Not often that happens. Look, in the commentary box, it doesn't happen that often. We're usually half wrong or 80% wrong, on both sides of the commentary box, but not today, apparently. Anyway, hey, look, at least one of us can pronounce Tamo parts correctly. Oh, look, I've learned. He's learned something.
Ruined it.
Ruined it indeed. I'm sure I'll mispronounce it again at some point soon. In 11th place, it is Jimbo, the solo driver, driving 4 hours by himself in the lonely Nissan. But behind him, he's got VTEC Adam, just a couple of seconds, well, a second actually only, on track. So a little bit of pressure there for the Kings 1 driver. TTR South going for it in 12th place. Then it's Nismo Nath. It's actually, you have to correct me on the name here, but it is the other driver from the 137. They're sharing a rig today. Who is it?
Dub True, which is Tim.
Dub True. There we go. So it's Tim, Dub True currently in the car. I'm sure they'll be switching over at some point soon. So Nathan will be doing the engineering duties for the moment. OTR, Markle is in the car for the number 77 Ford in behind in 14th place. Hainsey there has dropped her back a little bit. I'm not quite sure what's happened to the Ferrari driver. Obviously has a bit of damage on the car. Striking colours, which are the Camo, there we go, I couldn't help it. The Camo Auto Parts colours on the Ferrari today. Then it is Cactus Racing 1, the McLaren, having a bit of a bad start, got caught up in an incident at the S's. We had 3 cars going 3 wide into the S's section, not what you want to be doing. It ended in tears. Then Metal Steel, the Ferrari, the number 100 car, followed by Hammer, the AM-class driver for the 787. He's not flying a 787 here. But that Ford is certainly nearly the biggest on the track. Randall for Cactus Racing 5 and the 444. Got a big fan base in chat today. Cactus Racing 2 Black Falcon is in 20th place, followed by Dask from TCR East and Flying Kiwi from HC3. So 1 car for the Hooncorp outfit out down in the weeds in the bottom place at the moment. I haven't completed a pit stop, so no pit stops yet from anyone on the grid. I'm just doing a double check here, Mike. TTR East, they are the AM class leaders and they are currently in second to last place at the moment, and that is not where they want to be in this race at the moment.
No, that's right. And of course, we're Flying Kiwi in the 237 car. He's not actually last. We just call that leading the rear of the field. So we're giving everyone else a bit of a chance. But yeah, Kiwi with problems in the Aston Martin, but he will come back. He will recover. He will live to fight another day. He won't give up, which is what it's all about. And again, just big shout out to these drivers, the amount of time, effort, and also money. They do pay a few shekels in to get this happening. So it's not like they're VIPs treated particularly well. They all put their hard earned in to make this race happen. So if it wasn't for all the people you've mentioned there before, but also if it wasn't for the drivers and teams, this race would not be happening. So it's a fantastic accomplishment, and like any form of motor racing where you actually have to pay an entry fee, the drivers do the same here in the sim racing world as well. So a big shout out to the 21 teams there that have put their hard earned on the line there, and their time and their heartbeats, and of course their support into the AUSNZ series here. So big shout out to them. Big shout out to Trackspot TV as well, who who have put in a huge amount of effort and behind the scenes, and also to Hooncorp Esports and Kamo Auto Parts. Kamo Parts up in Whangarei, the North Island of New Zealand. So definitely get in behind them, guys. 10% discount there for the duration till the 30th of September. And Brett Hogan, who was a big part of, you know, motorsport in the Lemons and the pro racing, the Mega Series, as well as here in the sim world, getting behind Hooncorp Esports. Thanks very much, Brett, mate. It was so fantastic to have you in the virtual world. Of course, the effort he puts into real-time racing is just much appreciated. So we want to support them. Please, have any parts for your car, your four-wheel drive, need electrical, mechanical, or lubrication, get in touch with Kamo Auto Parts and use the eSport code there when you purchase, and you get a 10% discount. Even bits that are on special. So that's pretty fantastic and outstanding, especially in this day and age at the moment, George, where money is very hard to come by.
Oh, that's right. Yeah, look, it is tricky, and you know, got an interesting economy. We won't dive too deeply into the geopolitical situation in the world currently, because that's part of playing these games, and also simulators, and also doing things in real life, hobbies to distract us from some of the ongoings in real world. But nonetheless, it is all great, the amount of money that has been put into this event. That's what keeps the wheels turning, what keeps the broadcast lights on. It is what keeps the admins doing the work that they do to keep things running here. I do notice we've had a slight drop in temperature today. We'll put up some so we're keeping a very close eye on the weather. We had the vote that went up, Mike, and people were saying get your brolly out, because in the next 2 hours they're predicting rain. So we shall see, but the slight drop in track temperature is maybe indicative of only a little bit of cloud cover, which is what we're seeing at the moment at this circuit. The five-way battle between John at Cave Racing, number 88. He is far away from this. John O'Stan leading the things at the moment. TTR West involved, BCG4 and AGT1. All locked in this monumental five-way battle, and the Ford wants another go at the Ford. Ironically, I actually had a little bit of a blank there for a second, and oh dear, the 369. He absolutely wants a piece of the red Ford ahead of him. Let's see if he can make a move into turn 2. We've got Isuzu Brian in chat saying Cave Racing is doing a great job with a decent amount of damage. Indeed they are. Here goes the lunge down into turn 1. Has he got the inside line? He does. Is there a catchback? No, there's not. That is a fantastic overtake by a Morton Nick. Take a bow, sir.
Fantastic drive. I'll tell you what, a little bit of trust there. He was hoping John O'Stan wasn't going to turn in on him at that crucial moment. So brilliant driving there from the pair of them. And the thing is, 2 undamaged cars carry on. Now we've got 3 Mustangs lined astern with the Morton Nick and John O'Stan. Now Al Dusty starting to play into this one, just having a little bit of a moment off there. And that's not where you want to be placing your Mustang. So just out of the blue, not quite sure how that's happened, but now we've got the 3 Muzzies lined astern. There were a few cars in between and out between, but they are battling 6th, 7th and 8th at the moment. And of course, this is our three-ring circus of the Mustangs, going back to Vaporize, who's not far behind in the BMW. And of course, Ekatosh there in the HC1, and Aston Martin for Hooncorp in 10th place there, about 3/10 of a second behind Vaporize. So again, the 5-car field, look at this. The Mustangs have really started to come through. Is there a horsepower advantage and not so much a handling advantage in the wet weather, but certainly looking very sharp, these cars, seeing whether or not they can actually get themselves up to the pointy end of the field. 6th place at the moment. Will we see a Mustang on the podium? Because at the moment we've got Aston Martin leading, we've got BMW second, we've got Mercedes-Benz third, then we go BMW, Mercedes, and then this trio of Mustangs. And the one thing you don't want to do as a Ford driver is take out another Ford driver. It's not really the right thing to do when you bash up your own marquee, but we're not worried about them at the moment. We'll jump a little bit around and see some other racing going on here. This is some very close racing going on, George, and that is a very determined Mustang with the Cave Racing John car. You just heard a shout out there from the team saying that Cave Racing are doing a cracking job.
Here we go.
That's exactly what we've got.
Oh, sunset overtake, and the sun sets on Norm's hold on 4th position. That is now with Cave Racing, and John has been doing a fantastic job so far. I mean, the number 81, which is actually the number 88, which is actually the number 81, is confusing the living daylights out of us at the moment. But I tell you what, that was a monumental overtake, clean as anything. Got the run through barbecue, so through Bry, I should say.
Right.
And once he got out on that straight, boy oh boy, the foot went down. The Mustang, the Mercedes just absolutely let loose, and then, yeah, he's absolutely thrown it onto the inside of Sunset. Nothing the BMW can do in that situation. So poor Norm at BCG2, his run in 4th place is over, and maybe it's time for Cave Racing to start closing this gap to 3rd place.
Yeah, I think I'm starting to wonder about the tyres on the Norm car, because Norm's very, very, very consistent. But for some reason, he's now 0.6 of a second behind the John car there in the Mercedes-Benz, and it took a long time for him to catch up. All of a sudden, he was on his rear end, and then all of a sudden, he's made a pass. So I've got to wonder whether or not the tyres are not holding up particularly well. And like one of our very astute listeners, viewers, was actually saying before about the track temperature and the way it can actually really affect these tyres, and that's spot on. Remembering if there is weather to come, I mean, that throws the cat amongst the pigeons, but at 35 degrees track temperature, 27 degrees ambient, it can be really doing some damage there to the big black round rubber rings that hold up that car of Morton Nick, Norm. So meantime, John doing a great job there for Cave Racing. So shout out to Cave Racing in 4th place, 20.6 seconds behind the 3rd place car there of Twitchy. So can John move up some area and get, hey, what's the pit strategy going to be? Is he driving the car conservatively, or is he not? Meantime, we jump back to the 137 car there with Dub 3 behind the wheel, and the Nismo Nath Aston Martin. That's actually looking pretty sharp at the moment. Of course, we saw a earlier incident there with this car having a little bit of an off and a bit of a not happy moment, but moved himself back up to 12th place. So they'll be reasonably happy with that. And of course, a long way to go, George. I'll tell you what, though, it's happened so quickly. We have got 7 minutes to go before we celebrate our first hour of Kyalami here in South Africa. Can you believe how quickly that's gone?
Yeah, I can actually, because we're having so much fun. So I definitely believe in that fact, 100%. Yeah, no, we're getting to the point in this race where the first pit stops will happen. I've just noticed that Jimbo has come in for his first pit stop already, so a little bit early on that one, but might be looking to get a bit of clean air or just put a bit of distance on the competition that he's in at the moment. So he finds himself now down further in the field. You can see Matt Dinetti now jumping into the 56 car. So a couple of pit stops starting to happen around the field. And that BCG4 pit stop change to put Matt Dinetti in the car is a big one, because he will be lightning quick. He's got a 14-second gap ahead of him as we all nearly go 3 wide through the exit there. And I think that is Markle now having a bit of a bad time, bit of a bad run. I don't think he's blue flagged here at all. No, this is for position, and he's got to defend the inside line as Dub True tries to send it around the outside of turn 2, and he's done a very, very good job as he kept it side by side with the Ford Mustang. Yes, he has. He's ridden the curb, and there's nearly a collision there, but great respectful driving between both the 77 and the 137, but the run will be through Braai. The exit of Braai is going to be the place to do it for Dub True. Can he find a way on the exit of Sunset? He has to go round the outside as we see Hainsey in behind wanting a piece of that meat as well, because the Braai has been strong today. Bit of contact as he sweeps to the right hand side, and through Clubhouse we go. He secures the position. I'm not sure how clean you might consider that, but I'd call that racing incident and a nice overtake.
Yeah, that's. I don't know if the marshals will be involved on that one. Sometimes when you go too wide in the corner and you're trying to frantically get yourself back online, it's just it's a wheel rub. But more than that, it was actually quite a decent old hit. I just hope neither of those cars have sustained damage, George. I've got a fearful thought that maybe they have got a little bit of a toe geometry issue. But I'm going to stay out of there. I'm not going to go in and have a look as much as I'd love to. But that is a cracking battle, isn't it? And then we see Hainsey there, he's really been a benefactor in that one too, because he's moved up a spot as well past Markle to actually Markle's dropped back 2 spots.
Yeah, you often find being third in a battle of 3 is actually the better place to be, because the 2 ahead are going to go for it, and then you can just sort of find a little moment to go through. Actually, the 77 is deciding that's it. 56 minutes is as much as they want to do in this stint, and he's dived into the pits to repair whatever damage may have been in there. Welcome into chat, Danima. Welcome into chat saying, yo, welcome. Remember, we are going live to 3 channels simultaneously today. We're on the Kidbyers Twitch channel. It's twitch.tv/Kidbyers with special permission from the usual voice here at AUSNZ, Trevor Byers, of course, legendary commentator, part of the TrackSpot TV family, and has been the voice of AUSNZ for a number of years. So please go and give Kidbyers a follow on Twitch. Also going live to the TrackSpot TV YouTube and the TrackSpot TV Twitch. You can find all those channels on the website, www.trackspot.tv/live, or you can head over to Twitch or YouTube and search up AUSNZ for continued coverage. 3 minutes and 30 seconds before we hit the hour mark. Great battles going in around the track, and not much change at the top, Mike. This is something that's been interesting to me. Jeesh has now extended that lead to 6.9 seconds out on track. The track is continuing to cool, but the Aston Martin has looked clean and calm and collected as anything.
Yeah, that's right. It's been quite interesting to see how that's all played out. Also noticed too that the McLaren went into the pits and done a driver change there. Bijan has jumped into the Kyalami Racing 407 car and has got himself back out onto the track. So welcome to the black stuff there for the mighty McLaren. Jimbo's leading the rear of the field, and Jimbo's been in there for a while too. He's lost his down. It's been 2 laps down, George. So I've got a feeling whether or not there was actually some unsighted damage to the Nissan, and Jimbo's had to go in there for a pit stop. But in fact, it's just come and purified itself to be 12 seconds back behind Dask and the Mustang. So it's very interesting strategy. We all thought it was going to be an hour plus before we started to see pit stops, but certainly they have been flying there. We've got about 4 or 5 cars that have actually pitted so far. So strategy. Compounds, you know, fuel, how much you put in, how much you're going to make the car last, and what sort of lap times we're going to see there from these cars. But at the moment, at the front of the field though, and right around the track, it's the question mark on whether or not we are going to see pits in the next few minutes. We've got about 17 minutes to go, or 17 and a half minutes to go before the mandatory time. So we know that within that time span, everyone's going to be in and will have cycled the track, or the pits, I should say. So it's really going to come down to who comes out the shiny side up. Is the BSR1 car going to stay in the lead after this one? We've got 7-second gap back to Sidog and his BMW in second spot. The Aston, the leader, of course, as we watch this interesting battle going on around the track as well. It's not just about the race leaders, and this is another great little scrap that we're seeing play out there, George, too, isn't it?
It certainly is, and you know, we've got Cactus Racing 2 absolutely going for it and trying to put the hammer down on Hammer. Hammer's trying to keep the hammer off, although he'll be hammered down on his accelerator pedal, so take whatever hammer you would like, and that's the one you're going to be using. Track conditions are slightly changing as we see our race leader approach this battle. We've got heavy clouds now, so proper overcast at Kyalami. That's why we're seeing the track temperature start to drop. The wind has slightly picked up. Looks like it's heading in a easterly direction at the moment, and so there's a little bit of change to the weather conditions, and that might well be bringing in something slightly different. We've had the prediction come in from the poll that we ran. Most of people are thinking that you're going to need a brolly in sometime in the next hour and a half or so, so keep an eye on that. Viper Z is in chat saying, and Hainsey is in the pit. There we go. Viper Z in chat saying thanks for the grammatical support at Snorksel. With 2 X's as well, but unfortunately he's misspelt grammatical, so hasn't quite worked out that well as we see Black Falcon come into the pits for his end of his first stint. Yes, the grammatical errors, unfortunately, plaguing a few out on track as we refocus now on Al Dusty.
Don't use flash words with a POM commentator, mate, because I tell you, even, you're right, and you're welcome, and you well and truly do it. Yeah, it's great. Yeah, it's great to have a bit of a chuckle, isn't it? But also watching the Apple man, Matt Donetti, I'm going to call him that from now on, to be fair. He's actually moved up 2 seconds in 15th place. He's actually moved up. He was 8 seconds back behind Hammer in the Mustang. Now he's 6 seconds. So really starting to pick up the pace there, that mighty little machine. So keep an eye on that BMW. In fact, 4.6 seconds now. So it's just continued on as we see more cars coming into the pits, and this is where the rubber's literally going to meet the road. This is Al Dusty and Jono Stan and the Mustangs both coming in at the same time. Not on the unusual thing to see, of course, because similar types of cars, fuel strategies, I guess, playing into that. And Kiwi's in there as well, Flying Kiwi in the third of the Hooncorp cars. So he's in the pits. So it really does start to come down. And one thing I've said before about Simon Bishop, Sidog in second place, strategy will come into this. So how and when they will pit, it will be down. Look, it won't be an accident when they come in. It'll be an absolute reason why. It'll be very methodical, and we'll find out who is going to be the first car who's come out and actually done a pit stop. That'll be the interesting one as we see the leaders still circulating around, because is Danetti done the right thing? Has he got a chance in this one there? Because certainly he's picked up the pace. In the 15th spot was about 8 seconds. Now he's 2.9 seconds behind Hammer in the Mustang, who has yet, in fact, has just come into the pits now, I see. So that'll be a battle. It's this battle on screen here. Look at this one go. This is the mighty old Aston Martin having a good scrap there at the moment. Remember, these cars have not pitted yet, and that's Dub True in the 137 car. Is sharing some space there with VTEC Adam and the Mustang, and those two still yet to pit. One thing they don't want to do now, though, George, is slow each other down, because, yeah, that's a big dive there from Dub True and the Nismo named 137 car. But you don't want to slow each other down now, because as we see Norm coming in. I see the pit light has lit up there for Norm and the 76 BMW. So now we're starting to see the heavy hitters change strategy. Well, not change strategy. Now they're playing out their strategy, George. So what's the right thing to do here? And then we'll watch on screen there as VTEC Adams made the inside pass from a little bit of a mistake there from Dub True going wide in the AEST. But, George, we are starting to see the heavy hitters doing the pit stops at the moment, and this will be very, very telling on how it's going to come out after the first changeover.
Yep, that's right. It's exciting times as we head to our first set of pit stops for the likes of Norm, for Ikatosh. Jeesh and Sidog will be close to doing that as well. Will it be another send for Dub True down the inside line at turn 2? It's not. As to your point of slowing each other down, well, if he had held onto the position and not made that mistake at the Crocodiles, well, it would have not been slowing each other down. But unfortunately, that small mistake has meant that the Ford regains the position, and Dub True will have to go for it yet again. Well, we are at that hour mark through. We've got 2 hours, 57 minutes still remaining in this race. It's time to talk a little bit about the primary sponsor of our event today. It is Camo Parts, and of course we have a little bit of an advert up here. Do get on the phone to these guys. They're absolutely brilliant up in Whangarei in Camo, or Camo I should say. 579 Camo Road, Camo 0112. Not going to be corrected this time. PO Box 4079. Go and check out all of their stuff. The electrical, the lubrication, the 4x4 parts, the tools, supply of all sorts of automotive and performance parts. Check these guys out. They are our primary sponsor today. And of course, you get a 10% off on the discount for store-wide. Even on sale items, use the code esports at camoparts.co.nz. No minimum spend, and the offer is valid until 20th of September. Fantastic stuff. At some point, we will also be bringing some people in for interviews as well. So we'll be keeping a close eye on the Discord. And if any drivers or teams want to jump in, we are happy to interview anyone at any point throughout the race. You just have to jump into the waiting room in the Discord, and we'll give you a chance to be broadcast live and tell us how you're better than your opponents and how your opponents are driving terribly.
Especially after the driving changes too, because we've seen some of these drivers really feature, and it'll be interesting to get your perspective, A, on track conditions, B, on driving, and what your strategy is, because we've all seen, you know, when and where you pitted. A little bit hard to get Jimbo in because he's a solo act in the Skyline, but I see he's actually moved up a couple of spots. A little bit not so good at the moment, as it looks like the Dask car there, the 11 Mustang, right down in 18th place, has not pitted yet. But it's interesting. There is actually, you know, I would have thought having not pitted would have been further up the ranks. It's actually behind quite a few cars who has pitted. So I'm guessing the Mustangs had some not so good stories to tell at the moment there, unfortunately, there for them. But we do start the countdown, don't we, George? And I mean, it's only a matter of time now before the pit stops have to happen. And I'm glad to see that some of the action has sort of semi-cleared itself in some respects. But now we can see this still congestion on the track here from cars that are still yet to pit, I believe. So really, you don't want to be too caught up in this for you know, for silly reasons.
No, that's right, and of course that means that they don't have a blue flag either. You know, they're a slower car on track. They're technically behind from a provisional standings point of view, but you know, they get to race. They're allowed to be there. Interesting thing here from Viper Z. He's jumped into the chat and he's told us some fun information. Speedy Tyres, who we're watching at the moment, he's got the 444 ahead of him, the only Porsche on the grid. In the Ford in the 96, under a lot of pressure from Matt Danetti. He has just got home from a hike and is racing with a leech on his ankle. Oh dear, not good. And there goes Danetti down the inside. Huge lunge. Will there be a switchback? No, Danetti gets that BMW slowed down beautifully, and it's a clean overtake through Leocob.
That's one of the best lunges I've seen since watching Dances with the Stars. He did a cracking job. The Appleman Matt Donetti.
It was a better lunge than the...
lunge.
No, it was a better lunge than the leech on his ankle, wasn't it?
Oh, to be fair, I mean, you start to wonder about that. Well, how in fact, after a hike, you know, how a leech got in through your sock. But anyway, that's what they can do. Oh, we see a big wide moment going on there further back. Is that Water Arrow having a bit of a moment, I think, in the Mustang.
Oh, that was Speedy Tyres in the 96, clipped the curb of Cheetah and sent himself into the gravel on the other side of the track. Not ideal at all. And if Water Arrows had an issue as well, that's also not ideal. As VTEC, Adam and Metal Steel come into the pits.
It's starting to become a little bit of endurance here, because we know that the best of them are still out there at the moment. The top 5 cars yet to have pitted, and well, that's not necessarily absolutely pure, is it? Because some of the cars have pitted, but certainly the first 3 have not pitted at the moment. Then we've got a Morton Nick in the Mustang either, but the Nismo car there, Nismo Nathan, the 137, benefiting up to 3rd place by virtue of not pitting yet. So, but what the strategy is here, how long do you go when we have got 18, 17 minutes to go before it's potentially changing? Just looking at the temperature, track's cooled down a bit more there, George, too. 34 degrees now, 27 still ambient. So the cloud cover there, the wind, and now we're starting to see the blue flags come into effect as well for some of these drivers. So that's one of those things where you've got a big disparity between those that have pitted, those that haven't. All big dive there from the Aston under brakes into the left-hander, and the Ikatosh in the HC1 car doing a sensational job at the moment, and certainly working himself around. That is the 37 Hooncorp car who has actually pitted, and that's a great scrap for at the moment 9th place there out on the track. But of course this is a little bit of polluted results because of some that have pitted, some that have not, so we'll see how much that changes later on. But who are the beneficiaries in this one? Well, there's everyone that gets through a successful pit stop without too much damage to the car, because that's not the thing you want to do in these instances of pit stops, George. They get so competitive. The last thing you want to be doing is sit there repairing, 2, 3, 4, 5 minutes worth of damage from the last, hour and 10 minutes, and that's not very helpful. And one thing about this format of game too is that you don't, like with some of the PlayStation games, you get damage and 30 seconds later your damage is all gone. You carry that damage right through to your pit stop, and it's your choice whether you actually want to repair it or drive a substandard vehicle for your next stint, isn't it?
That's right, and sometimes you get drivers that just go, you know what, that's not too bad, and they just carry on, get their heads down and continue. I'm certainly one of those drivers. When the car's not that bad, well, just carry on. Why not? Why spend 30 seconds extra in the pit lane trying to repair things? We see Randall losing another position there to cars who are initially ahead of him. He's still yet to pit here, this Porsche, so he is getting eaten up at the moment by the field. I think the big beneficiary of all this has actually been Matt Donetti with the early pit stop there. The 56 car is slicing through the field like a hot knife through Butter at the moment. He's got Barters, the 88 car, who's formerly up in 5th place, right there. So he's done an incredible job to catch up. And overall, with now a Morton Nick in the pit lane, this will be very interesting to see where Donetti and Barters both pop out when Morton Nick comes out of the pit lane. This is going to be absolutely critical for their race. And let's just see, still sitting in the pits at the moment. These guys are just coming through. Cheetah, and there will be a send down the inside by Matt Donetti. He is not holding back at all. Every single opportunity he is taking, and he is making overtake after overtake after overtake. Where is a Morton Nick? It was the 369. He's just coming out of the pit lane now, and he's going to have Donetti not too far behind him and on an absolute charge. But just bear in mind that he is on all the tyres and everyone else on the field. So this is going to not swing his way towards the end of the stint. They'll likely have to come in a little bit sooner than the rest of them. Side Dog also in the pit. So now we have one of the big top 3 starting to make their pit stops. Twitchy, who've been asked for an update on Twitchy by El Staffia. Well, he's having a pretty quiet race at the moment. It's been quick. He is sitting, I believe, at something like 6 or 7 seconds behind Geesh. No, 11 seconds, I should say, behind Geesh. It was Simon Bishop who was sitting 6 seconds behind Geesh. So still out there, still running. They've got about 9 minutes left until the first stint timer elapses. You don't want to get on the wrong side of that because it's a big penalty. Got a little bit of traffic ahead of him that will be blue flagged. So Twitchy doing well at the moment in the 726. BSR1 though, Geesh out in front. He's happy days at the moment in the Aston Martin, got a very decent lead over the rest of his competitors. BCG1 have switched, and Mint Matt is now behind the wheel for this BMW and starts his run through this 4 hours of Kyalami. That sky is looking awfully grey at the moment, and I don't want to curse it, but you know, maybe my rain dance is doing something after all.
Well, you do wonder about you and your rain dances. You seem to like that black skirt a little bit too much, to be fair, mate. I've seen those Instagram photos, and we see the race leader coming into the pits at the moment now. So Jesh, who's done a phenomenal job with 2 hours and 48 minutes left to go in this 4 hour here at Kyalami in South Africa, will come down now and hand over the car, and it will be interesting to see how Mint Matt can come through this one. It's absolutely flying. Also too, the Apple man Matt Donetti, who in the 56 car is trying to get himself every road to be a winning road, and we see now the one car there with Mint Matt behind the wheel. We've got to keep an eye on this one. This will be a cracking little battle. Has the Jesh car got any damage at all? I would say, but not. Didn't see any form of contact. That could be one of the few things that actually cost the car. Meantime, Mint Matt is starting to really wind himself through the flip-flops here, coming up towards well, he's still got a ways to go. Just watching in the pits here, I was watching the pits and just seeing how how Captain Muffin now, of course, he takes over from Jesh. You got to wonder how they get these names. I just had a scone before I sat down for commentary. Captain Muffin not too far behind. Of course, that was a very, very decent little gap there. And looks like Matt McEwen in the 726 car has done a cracking job here. Go back to Mint Matt in the one car. So McEwen in the 726 up to second place, and Muffin getting himself into position there as well. Yes, he is. So keeps the lead and keeps it very, very well. But the beneficiary here over the pit stops, George, don't quite know how that happened, but Matt McEwen has moved up to second place through the course of the pit stops. And that is an outstanding drive, because there was a fairly decent distance here. But look at Mint Matt in second place. Does he want to lay down and say, I'll sit back in third? Not a chance. He's 0.3 of a second behind McEwen. And we know what these guys are like. And of course, Jimbo's in there as well. Not full position. It was actually a lap down on the skyline. So certainly problems have happened in the R35. He's got to be very careful here, because he will literally come under the blue flag should he pass or try to pass either of these two cars in front. But that is a spirited effort there from the Jimbo Skyline. He's keeping right up with these very, very fast running cars. But look at this battle. Second place, third place, it's as close as you like. The yellow car, of course, a lap down, so don't read too much into it. Although the talent of Jimbo, he'll be part of this, and there's no reason why he can't have a good crack at trying to unlap himself, because that's motor racing 101. Can he have a pass? Of course he can. Is he allowed to? Absolutely. But if these two catch up to him, it's a different story. The yellow flag. Oh, in fact, he's had a bit of a moment.
There we go. Jimbo is off track. Yeah, I think he clipped the inner curb at the bottom of the hill.
Yep.
It sent him wide, and he's not been able to control it, and oversteer, and then has found himself into that area. So yeah, I was going to say, like, the slipstream that he was getting was going to be really, really helpful, save a bit of fuel behind these two chaps. And yeah, he could have overtaken them, but I suspect, two cars going at the pace that these guys are at, you'd have to be going, even faster than them to really make that stick. Otherwise, you're going to still be within the 1 second area of the blue flag. Matt McEwen, though, he's saved himself about 5 seconds in the pit stop, but I think actually it's more that BCG1 may have lost 3 or 4 seconds in that pit stop. I think, just given the gaps that I'm looking at the moment, Matt McEwen's about the same distance behind BSR1, the number 5, as he was when they came into the pits, whereas Mint Matt and the Side Dog team having a look at the clubhouse. Oh boy, that is close. They are the ones who have really lost time in this. Otherwise, we would have seen Matt McEwen up there within the sort of 7 to 8 second or even 6 second mark from Captain Muffin, who's now got a big job on his hands to keep the gap that he has got at the moment. Matt McEwen going defensive into Learcop and around the outside. Mint Matt will try. He won't succeed because the inside line turns into a double inside line, and down the hill we go again. Matt McEwen showing that he is a master of defensive driving. And welcome into chat, Hayden Marsh. Yes, we're hoping for some rain. We've had the prediction has been rain. Mint Matt trying yet again, but plenty of apex speed there for the Mercedes, but they're going to be side by side heading towards Cheetah. This is dangerous territory. Who's going to blink first? Oh, it's Matt. Matt McEwen blinks first, and Mint Matt does get the position away from him and back up into second place for the number 1 car.
That's the best thing for them, though, because they were slowing each other down with that shenanigans going on. What needs to happen now is settle down. McEwen, sit behind Matt. Just do the laps. Do the laps. As the Nismo Nath 137 car comes and dubbed through, we'll hand over to Nathan Howe, but that's a little bit for later. In the meantime, this front row battle, I mean, this is second and third at the moment. They were slowing each other down. An 8-second gap to Muffin has now become 10.3 seconds because of the shenanigans. And I don't mean that disrespectfully, because that's what drivers do. I don't want to yield, but this is probably the best at the moment there for those two. Matt McEwen need to almost team up here and pick up the pace, get it done, and catch up to that 5 car if that's able to be done. But what a Herculean effort though from Geesh. I mean, just hand it over to Captain Muffin, who's now able to pull out another, go back to 10 seconds. I think it was 11 seconds at the changeover and back to 10 seconds so quickly, though. We're a little bit less efficient through the pit stops, it has to be said. Now, I don't know if Simon Bishop is listening to this broadcast. He's probably engineering in the era of Muffin at the moment, though. Matt at the moment, they're trying to give him the right sort of directions. But Sidog, if you are listening in, mate, I'd love you to jump into chat and just give us an update on what actually happened during the pit stop, because you guys are normally very efficient and there's no two ways of saying it. You've dropped off the pace a little bit there when McEwen managed to get himself through in the 726 car. So just if something, was there an issue during the pit stop? Were you repairing damage that we didn't know about there or something like that? Or does somebody else know? You can let us know, because never let the truth get in the way of a good story. Make up a good rumour. It might be a spot prize. But we go back down through the rank from the podium, though, and Noodles in the 76 car there, the BCG car there, George, he's actually doing quite well at the moment. He's got he's 20 odd seconds back to McEwen, but I think the trio at the front of the field can be, fair to say that's a very, very fast group. But look at the game from the Apple man, Matt Donetti, who has got himself up to 5th place in the third of the BMWs in the top 5. If the Aston Martin was a dominating car in the wet, I'm starting to wonder about these BMWs being the secret weapon, though, George, for the dry conditions, because look at the way the cream is literally rising to the BMW top.
Yeah, the BMWs are very strong, very, they're generally good everywhere, which is probably why you're seeing a lot of the top teams decide to use it. It has its places, and some places it's not quite as good, but it's certainly a very all-round car. And, in the hands of the good drivers, it will go very, very quickly. I am not one of those, so I will, if I went to the BMW, I'd probably crash it into a barrier. That's just how that works. We've had Hayden in chat saying the battle of the Matts. Yes, it is Mint Matt versus Matt McEwen, and behind them Matt Donetti. So Hayden coming with a very clever comment. I do like this one. A mattle, if you wish. It is indeed a mattle. A battle of the Matts. The mattle. We've got Hayden saying, hey guys in the booth, I'm watching this with his partner after watching DTM, and she didn't realize that this wasn't IRL, that's in real life racing. Oh, gold standard. Thank you so much, Hayden. We really appreciate that comment. That's absolutely excellent. And yeah, we've got our comparison to IRL DTM. Fantastic stuff. Yes, we continue. And 34 degrees Celsius on track. Wind is unchanged. Optimum track conditions out there. Matt Donetti, though, I think is the big winner out of all of this. Look, he's ahead of the 88. He's ahead of Machin. He's ahead of Ikatosh. He's ahead of Speedy Tyres, who's got the leech on his ankle, and Water Arrow as well. So Matt Donetti has pushed BCG4 right the way up the field into 5th position.
Yeah, look, and I'm just watching Noodles too, just for a second there. He's actually flashing the lights at the car in front of him, trying to get him out of the way. The old flash, get out of the way. That's the right thing to do, I suppose, in some way, shape or form. But going back to Matt Donetti, and here he is on screen. In fact, you just jump back there. That was some great little racing there between those two, between the Cave Racing with Barters behind the wheel and Jimmy Machin in the 369 car. But I was wondering the question, I don't know the real name of Noodles in the BCG2 car, and car number 76. I don't know if you know, George, but I reckon we should just call him Matt Noodles, because we've got Matt, like you said, Matt McEwen, and we can have Matt Noodles and Matt Donetti. But
it's a Paul. It's a Paul, but you know what? I think it's Paul Candelonian, but you know what? I think we're just going to give him a new name here today. I think it's going to be Matt Candelonian today.
Yeah.
just so that we can continue this run of Matt. And let me just check Captain Muffin's name as well. Let's just have a little look here. Well, it's Aidan Holton, but I think we'll just call him Matt Holton. Yeah, it's the battle of the five Matts.
Yeah, top 5. Yep, absolutely right. Hey, look, it really has been a cracking start. So we're nearly an hour and a half in. I can't believe it. 2 hours, 39 minutes yet to go. We've successfully seen off our first pit stop. Cars are looking, pretty good. I think there certainly was some damage repaired during the pits there from a few of the cars that have had moments. And again, just trying to find out what actually happened to the one car during that pit stop to drop down. Also noticing with Matt Danetti too, I was trying to pick up that he was 18 seconds back behind Noodles there in fourth place. Now he's 17.5, so he's making some inroads there slowly but surely. So for the best part of his stint, as long as he looks after those tyres, Danetti, it'll be very, very interesting to see how he can play this one out. But look at the scrap on screen at the moment, though. Look at this, how close these two cars are. And I'll tell you, you don't want to be that guy that has a major, major problem here. But it looks like Lewis there in the HC Racing Ferrari. Then we've got right behind him is John in the, B-John in the McLaren. So those two having a great old scrap. And this is what you really live for. If you're out there in an endurance race, it's wonderful. If you're out there by yourself, it can almost be boring. But when you've got a similar sort of car around you and you've got a good old scrap forming, this can be the whole thing. You want to sit back and have a ginger beer with the person afterwards if it goes well and say, oh, mate, that was great. Da-da-da-da. What about that at turn 3? And those are the best parts of endurance racing, when you've got a like-minded driver and a capable, capable set of hands having a bit of fun. So some great scraps really starting to stretch themselves around the track here, George. And we're just looking at some of the gaps. There really are some decent numbers there in gaps, and there's some close quarters racing like we're watching on screen at the moment. Half a second. An hour and a half for position, and that is between 12th and 13th place there, half a second scrap. So, you've thoroughly enjoyed these, but let's not take away from the quality of the drivers on the field. I think, like you mentioned before in your sim racing real-time driving, you and I can probably do reasonably well. I can put together some decent laps from time to time, being an old fogey, but, to actually do it lap after lap, lap after lap, over and over and over, I really have sat up and admired sim racing a lot more in the last few years than I ever did, apart from being a grouchy old man. But when you see a little bit of good sportsmanship come, you see a bump and a scrape and no one crying into their cornflakes about it, then that's not a bad thing as well. I just saw in the background there a bit of a flash of the headlights there from Nismo, who is now behind the wheel of the 137. Boys, I'm coming, and I'm coming fast as quick as I possibly can. Do you mind? Look in the rear vision where I'm here, but
it's a psychological ploy. That's what it is. It's just trying to, from a distance, just apply a little bit of psychological pressure to see if you can knock one of these guys off their pedestal and just see what he can do. The 543, of course, Loose Rear Racing, Camo Parts sponsored team, so they're actually sponsored by Camo Parts. HC Hainsey, Pat Haynes, and then of course HC Lewis, both Hooncorp drivers. Lewis Atkinson, a well-known name across many platforms, as is HC Hainsey. So a really great team. To see these guys battling with another great team, the 407 Cactus Racing, Naked Blade and B. John in the McLaren 720S Evo. I don't know who I'm supporting here. I'm a big McLaren fan. I'll support anyone who jumps into a McLaren. It's the only McLaren on the field today. 2 Ferraris on the grid and 1 McLaren. So go the little McLaren that could. But I do also really like HC Hainsey and HC Lewis. So I'm split on this one. I don't know who to support. Maybe I'll have to stay neutral. Isn't that our job? Well, I think that might be our job.
Nah, that's for the pros, mate, not people that are having fun. Hey, what's the name of their team? Loose what?
Loose Rear Racing. So,
Loose Rear Racing. I think that's what you said. Okay.
Loose Rear Racing, yes. I might have combined a couple of syllables there. Yeah,
okay. I'll go with that one. Maybe they like driving rear-wheel drive cars, or I'm not quite sure what that's all about. Anyway, there we go.
It's an MR car, so it's not... it's good. I love the livery. Absolutely love the livery. It's an MR car, and not looking too loose at this stage, but let's just wait till the end of the stint, see how loose that car does get. But this McLaren is just on fire through the S. This is where the McLaren is very, very strong in comparison to the Ferrari. Ferrari will have the apex speed, generally speaking, in the low speed corners. It'll have the exit speed, but the McLaren is also very, very good on the power. It's also extremely good through the medium to high speed areas. So down here through Mineshaft, it'll have a good run, opportunity to launch it on the inside into the braking zone, but that Ferrari can outbrake a McLaren by at least a couple of meters in most corners. It's got the most ridiculous downshifts. Little touch of the gravel there is going to put HC Lewis a little bit wide, and he's starting to get that pressure come onto him. That is a car stopped on the side of the road. Who is that? That is the 237. Frelix was pulling over to get really out of the way of absolutely everyone. Got caught just next to the pit entry.
Very unusual there to see, yeah, like you say, looking at the cars going roaring around the track and seeing someone literally at stationary, but hopefully nothing too dramatic in that one. But yeah, that scrap, it looks like it's just spread out a little bit there. Lewis has got a little bit of a gap now on the Bijon car there, the McLaren, so 0.6 of a second last time through the straps. But and then we look around the track for a few more little fights here as well there, George, and it's nice to see another one like this one between these two.
Certainly is, yeah. This battle has been going on for a little bit, and I think Matchin hasn't really made a lot of progress on Barters, but Cave Racing, we've got a few fans in chat for Cave Racing today. A few fans, of course, will be out there driving. Cave Racing, great team. Fantastic to see them back on the grid for this one. The number 88 car, registered as 81, John 27 TCT, and Barters in the Mercedes AMG Evo. So if you look at that light green livery, that's what we're looking for on track, followed by a dark purple Ford. That, of course, is TTR West. They are the leaders in one of our categories. They are leading currently. No, so that is East side that is leading. TTR West side are currently leading Pro-Am. There we go. So they are doing very well. They are in direct competition with the number 37 car, Mike. So they are currently running 2 seconds ahead of the 37, but this is a Pro-Am battle that is well and truly alive. The 81 car, let me just find the entry here for that. They are considered a pro category car. So this is the Pro-Am leader trying to get past the pro driver, who's currently in 31st position in our overall standings of the season so far, being chased down by their competitors in Pro-Am, the number 37. These two teams, Mike, are both on 792 points. So that means Matchin has got to make this overtake, and that gap, 2.3 seconds, can disappear rather quickly. There we go. There are the two cars.
And you can see Iketos there doing the business in the 37 car. Now, Ike was actually driving before, and not Smitty. So Smitty has decided not to jump in behind the wheel this time. So it's a double stinter there from Iketos. So that's going to be a very interesting little strategy and a bit of a scrap there to come. So we'll see how you go. And like you said, this is the battle of the Pro-Ams here with Matchin and Iketos coming down there in the Aston Martin to chase down the Mustang. So watch this one with absolute interest. I also noticed too that Matt Donetti in 5th place, who was really starting to go gangbusters, has dropped back to pretty much where he was before, 19 seconds a lap behind, 19 seconds behind Noodles there in 4th place, so Donetti in 5th. So that was interesting too. I'm not quite sure if there's a problem with the car. Maybe he's pushed it a little bit too hard and I thought, oh, better go conservative mode and keep this thing going. So strategies, George, it's what it's all about as we see these two scrapping out on the track, but the strategy's got to come into this. Yes, Jimmy Machin wants to make the pass here to be, on the same, well, get himself well ahead of the battle there, which is the Iketos car coming through. But how hard do you push the car? How hard do you push the car in front of you, the Cave Racing machine here with Barters behind the wheel? Or do you have to look after that machine? Well, obviously you can look after the car, but it's so easier said than done. And unfortunately, a lot of drivers there, they just don't have that patience, the experience, and the wisdom to keep it on the island without doing anything stupid. And the one thing you don't want to do is damage right about now, because guess where you pay for that damage? In the pits.
Yeah, and of course we're in the middle of a stint right now as well, so it's just an awkward time. Get damage in the last lap of your stint. That's it's not as big a deal, but in fact, don't get damage at all is really the advice that we can give to people. But you're right, and I think what a good way to learn that patience though is by racing in these endurance events. Getting involved is so key, because you don't really learn how to endurance race unless you go endurance racing. It's quite as simple as that. So you've got to do so you can actually do the job at the end of the day. We've been asked in chat by Hayden Marsh, what is your best Kyalami track fact? Well, I like this one. In the Zulu language, Kyalami means my home, and in this case, the home of South African racing.
Okay, well, there you go. That's a good one there. My favourite fact is that turn number 5 is actually wrongly pronounced and wrongly spelt. It's turn 5 is called barbecue, but of course we know in South Africa there's no such thing. They call it the braai. So turn 5 should be called braai, not barbecue, and so therefore obviously the track is wrongly named. And I commend you now, Kyalami, to change the name of turn number 5, or there will be big trouble coming to you from the South African Racing Network, which is a group I just made up now. Yeah, hey, good to know these little tidbits of information, and thank you very much. If anyone's got some more tidbits of information about Kyalami, and they don't have to be true because we make up our own rumours, more than welcome to share them with us here for the broadcast. But let's get back to where the rubber is meeting the road. Captain Muffin in the BSR1 car is 8 seconds ahead of Mint Nat at the moment there, George. So Mint Nat in the BMW chasing down the Aston Martin. There's plenty to come in this battle, because it looked like Geese was slowly starting to just have the best and pull away from the one car, and the one car is ever so slowly reeling in that little battle there as we watch this little scrap, which is another closely fought contest, and a great little picture there with the 369 car there of Jimmy Matchin. And Matchin's trying to get past the Cave Racing Barter's car there, the mighty Mercedes-Benz. And at the moment, well, we can see it's 0.6 of a second last time through the sensors, but it's all about who's got what and where. You've got to really think here beyond, what's happening in the here and now, and think long term. But great driving there from those two.
Certainly, and unfortunately for Water Arrow and the AGT1 team, that's a drive-through penalty for them. So the number 2 car getting into the weeds, and that may well be from speeding in the pit lane. It could be from track limits. That's the most likely area that will have come from. We also have another poll up on the Kidbyers Twitch. Head to twitch.tv/Kidbyers, or you can vote on the TrackSpot TV channels as well, just by typing into chat, should Mike, which is Mike Howe, the co-commentator today, should he do a full lap in a South African accent? You can either answer yebo, which means yes, or cha, which means no. Let us know in chat, get your votes in, because that's a pretty impressive accent, and I think we should definitely do it. And I'm holding back from voting myself here at the moment, so we'll let chat decide.
No.
Definitely vote. Definitely get in there and vote. And let's see if South African accent can be pulled off by Mike Howe for an entire lap of commentary. So I don't think it's too much to ask, but definitely get in there. Let's have some fun with this, and let's see what he can do. Stretch his vocal cords as much as humanly possible. The race continues. We're at 34 degrees Celsius on track, 27 degrees Celsius ambient. The cloud cover has been pretty thick for the last little while. And I tell you what, no rain on the horizon at the moment. We're 54 laps deep. That's for our leader, and we'll get an update on the timings as the gap between P1 and P2 has started to come down. No change in the wind conditions, no change in the track condition at all. We are 2 hours and 26 minutes to go for round 5. It's the 4 hours of Kyalami, brought to you by Hooncorp Esports, AUSNZ, TrackSpot TV, Kidbyers, and of course our main sponsor, who are Camo Parts, who are doing a fantastic job out there for the real automotive performance parts industry. Go and check them out, www.kamoparts.co.nz. Use the code esports for a 10% discount. That's no minimum spend, and of course 10% off all items, including those that are already on sale, valid until the 20th of September. So get in there as soon as humanly possible. And we'll be looking forward to getting people in for interviews. But yes, go ahead.
Sorry, mate. Just that picture you had there with the Karma Auto Parts insignia there. I don't know if you could bring that up again. I just wanted to tell you a little bit about it, if that's possible. That picture there, that red and blue car, that's an HQ Holden, and that's actually, her name is Roxanne, and that's actually a car that Karma is hugely supportive of, the Checkered Flag Automotive team. And Roxanne is actually a Lexus quad-cam V8 powered HQ Holden, and that car will be racing this Saturday in the last round of the Pro Series at Hampton Downs Raceway. So if you actually want to come up to the Waikato, go down to the Waikato, wherever you are in New Zealand, and actually see that 43 car in that livery on the track in real time at Hampton Downs for the last 6-hour pro race at Hampton of the Pro Series. I can't remember what they're doing in the overall scheme, but Karma Auto Parts actually a huge supporter of that car, and Checkered Flag Automotive and Zane Shelley, the team, and Brett Hogan, good mates, and Brett actually helps out behind the scenes. It's crew chief and a big part of getting that car developed in that. So big shout out to Roxanne, and make sure you come and see her in the flesh if you are around on next Saturday. And the race starts at 11 o'clock, finishes at 5 o'clock in the afternoon. So just a shout out there for them and for Roxanne, and of course Karma Auto Parts. Hey, thanks for that, mate. Also just watching that Water Arrow did to complete the drive-through there, and in the Ford Mustang, so I'm not quite sure what caused that. Like you were saying, possibly off the track driving infringement or something.
Yeah. Confirmed it was track limits, so you get 3 warnings, and then the next one that you violate, you end up getting a drive-through penalty. And yeah, they've actually come out in a very decent position. This is being confirmed here by Chief_Boulder in chat. just saying that the drive through the track limits and still came out in a decent position. And he's saying, God bless short pit lanes, indeed. And it is actually quite a short pit lane here today at Kyalami. But he's under pressure.
Yeah.
Oh, looks like Nathan had a little look.
Yeah, and Nismo's trying to poke his nose in there, and it's one of those things you'll be very, very mindful of looking after the car. Nismo, Nathan Howe, my son, is actually, very, very keen to pass like anybody out there, but he also drives with a lot of reservation in the back of his mind, almost to the point of a handicap, because he doesn't want to wreck it for Dub True, who's also sharing the drive in there today. And of course, he sees the overall scheme with we're only round 5 of 7, George. There's no point going out there writing off the machinery and getting a terrible result. He's in for the long haul, and with just under 2.5 hours left to go, he will be trying to keep it as clean as possible. Look at the scrap though. Look, we've got two really good battles happening within a short space of time. We're not taking away from the leaders, but this is where the rubber is literally meeting the road, and within about 2 seconds, we've got 4 cars in there for positions from, what have we got, from 11th right through to 13th, 14th, so sorry, 10th to 14th. So this is what it's all about. And Nismo there, he's cracking in the Mustang, but we moved just a couple forward there with Beat John and the McLaren, and HC Lewis and the Loose Rear Racing. I love the name of that team. If you've eaten some plums or a lot of baked beans, nonetheless, they're doing a great job there, and they're having a good battle in 11th place there. So,
I think they're talking about the rear tyres, Mike. But it's a fair point, well taken.
Well, nappies come for kids and adults. But and look, it's really good to see those guys driving it well. I'll ask the question. I asked it on Friday night qualifying now, and I'll ask again, George, because I know it's one we don't want to sweep under the carpet. Where are the women? Why aren't we seeing more women sim races? Because pushing pedal and turning wheels is not a male-dominated thing that only men can do this. Women can do it as well. I want to challenge, if there's any woman there watching and listening, or partners of someone who is watching and listening today, get on the sim rig, give it a go, get a go. You can actually start talking the talk, you can start walking the walk. And how many times have we seen sim racing being a pathway to real-time racing? So ladies, women, young, old, whatever, get out there and get yourself onto a sim rig and have a crack at doing something like this, because you really can do it. I mean, I just don't understand why we don't see more. And I'm not saying this hoping that women don't. Quite the opposite. I'm a big supporter of women in motorsport, because it gives you some very, very good driving skills, and you understand your car on the road by driving it in situations like this on the track in general. Even with lesser cars, you do learn a lot about it. So come on, ladies, I challenge you. Let's see some ladies in 2026 for the AUSNZ Series. I want to see at least one. Then we have a team of ladies, and not under the banner of I'm a woman and Formula Woman, but where are the lady drivers? There's no reason why you can't be doing this on your own merits, not because of your gender. And watching this battle at the moment, this is the male or female thing that can happen. Look at this, HC Lewis and B. John there, and the McLaren right up there behind him. And now we're starting to see Water Arrow here, who's starting to get himself, even with Nismo snapping at his heels. Oh, Water Arrow! I put the rockers on him. He goes a little bit wide. It's going to be a track limit thing again.
Oh, that is a commentator's curse if I've ever seen one before. He's doing a fantastic job. Oh, he's driven off the track. Oh dear, here we go. Yeah. Well, these things do happen, man. These things, none of us here in the commentary box are devoid of that. I used to curse lobbies with rain and weather. People used to hate me. I got relegated to the weatherman, which was not good fun in the commentary box. But hey, look, it happens. And unfortunately for Water Arrow, we know that he's probably wanting to be a little bit further up the grid at the moment, but didn't have the pace in this stint. And Nathan has made that overtake nice and cleanly. Yeah, absolutely agreed. And I want to echo the sentiments as well. Sim racing is for all people, whatever your situation. In fact, even if you are have handicaps or anything like that, you are always welcome to come racing in any of the leagues around the world. People are very, very cool in this sport, in this hobby. I've got a friend of mine, Artemis, who I used to stream with and race with, and she spent about 3 hours practicing for Formula One and ended up becoming a Formula One esports representative. So she is an absolutely brilliant girl, and she's a fantastically fast racer as well. And we have a little joke between us, the 11:59 strat. Everything seems to be 11:59. Do it at the last minute and then somehow succeed and win championships. It is what it is. Isaac Fogarty is in chat on behalf of the AGT1 saying, please stop cursing my car. Mike. We've also got Chief Boulder in chat saying there's a possibility that he overpressured his tyres. Oh dear, oh dear. So yes, this will certainly be interesting
Yep.
to see if Isaac and Chief will have a chat about that maybe at some point.
George, I'll just point out now that Water Arrow has just gone off and come back onto the track, and I hadn't mentioned anything about Water. In fact, it was Isaac Fogarty who just mentioned about not cursing my car when Water Arrow just went off just a second ago. So Isaac, nothing to do with us, mate. Hands up in the air. It wasn't me that time around. Okay, maybe possibly beforehand, but that time, no. So, hey, look, that's yeah, let's hope that Mustang can just reset and get going, and let's see some good pace coming there from that machine. And unfortunately, track limits, that's one of those things that can happen. And they're still okay. They're not dead last. So 14th place at the moment, and let's see them come back bigger and stronger.
Let's see what they can do exactly. Mike, we've had the vote complete. Here we go. I'll give you the results in a second. Hayden saying 11:59 strats represent. Yes, me and Hayden go sim racing together on a regular basis. Not as regular as it used to be, but that's because of the league. We race in and I do a lot of commentary and all sorts of excuses, blah, blah, blah. And he's also saying, what's practice? Question mark. Yeah, I don't know, man. Yeah, we never seem to do any, and we seem to do okay for the most part. I mean, we haven't had a successful race in a while, but, yes, it is what it is. Formerly Jim's mowing, Hayden Marsh and myself, George Cooke. Cutting more grass than overtakes or anything else, really, to be honest, except for penalties, which we get many of. The battle continues between P11, 12, and 13, and now Nathan does enter the fray, and it's a true three-way battle. The McLaren taking the nice, sharp inside line through the S's. Let's see what he is able to do. And I was about to make another point there. Oh dear, there's the McLaren. Has hit that outside curve at the exit of the S's. He's bounced up and down. B. John having a bit of a bad time. He might have a bit of a bad back after that one. Boy, oh boy, that was rough.
I can hear noises from the room at the moment from where those guys are in there, and it's not good noises for the McLaren, unfortunately. And I'll ask the question: has that car got damaged as a result of that bouncy act? Because that was a very violent act. So I'm hoping that's okay.
It may have a little bit. The problem with the McLaren, Mike, is that once you get rear diffuser damage, the car just underperforms, and that right there is rear diffuser damage. How much he's got? Probably a small percentage. I don't think the game punishes you too much with bouncing of the rear car. It's more about contact directly into it, but there may be a little bit of damage there for them.
Yeah, and also Water Arrow is not too far behind, half a second behind now, so that will really start to widen the eyes from the Mustang driver, who'll be sitting there going, well, I know that car's got Water Arrow is just getting a little bit spirally coming out of that left-hander, and unfortunately, it can sort of help you, but also hinder you too, because you think you've got an unfair advantage, and it might be a little bit more, less professional than you should be. So I'm saying nothing, Isaac, I'm saying nothing, Mr. Fogarty, about the car. I'm just saying that he's got to be very careful about thinking that B. John's got issues in the McLaren, because it's all about just playing that long game. And hats off to Nismo there for just not being able to get past the Mustang. The Mustang goes wide, he makes the pass. Same thing with the McLaren, just being there and there to pounce and let the car in front of you make a mistake. And again, it's that whole patience thing, though, George, that you do have to play the long game. And that's something the young fella's actually quite good at there. So we'll see how he goes as he gets himself up to the back end of the fellow Hooncorp driver there, Lewis, and the Ferrari. But of course, teammates here won't want to do anything too nasty there to the teammates. It's not about where we are at the moment. I think we need to probably, we've got just over 2 hours, 15 minutes left to go. How about we jump back on board for the front of the field? We'll go through the grids and just talk about where everybody is on the screen, eh?
We will indeed. But because of the results of the chat, yes, here we go. No. I think what we'll do, instead of doing a full lap on board, I think what we'll do is we'll get you to do the top 10, but in a South African accent. Although I have to admit, we might just want to give this a minute. I'll tell you what, here's a lap. Yeah. Let's go. South African accent with Mike Howe. Ladies and gentlemen, Mike Howe on behalf of Hooncorp Esports, a legendary in real life commentator and now esports commentator as well. He's going to give us a lap with his son's team, son driving at the moment, Nathan Howe, in the South African accent. Here we go.
I'm going to do it with Nathan. Okay, I'll just jump down to the car so I can be slightly accurate. All right, here we go. Looking at the 137 car, doing a tracking job here. The Nismo Ninth machine as he goes through that left-hander. What a cracking drive as he comes out of Broy. Down the long straight now, he starts to think about Sunset, knowing what can possibly go wrong here through this right-hander. Looking to the side. Beautiful little bit of pressing onto the inside of the line there. He hits the apex. Just a little bit of bump on the ripple strip. Won't hold him down too much through the left-hander now of Clubhouse. Through turn number 7. Down the little straight here. Another very fast left-hander coming into the S's. This is 8. Now we go into the right-hander. Look at this one for turn number 9. And again, starting to think about this. Oh, now we start to see the speed pick up down the downhill section as he comes in and starting to think about let up to the left-hand side. This is turn number 10 on this equation. Very, very short little moment. Look at only the time to scratch yourself and then get going again to the left-hander. Now he comes up towards the fast left-hander of the line shaft, not shaft, as he goes into the left-hander here again. A lot of left-handers here at Kyalami in South Africa. Into the right-hander now, the Crocodiles. Now he starts to see that moment. Oh, a little bit of an inside bump across the ripple strip there. Won't slow him down too much into a second part of the right-hander past Cheetah. And now look into the little dipper coming down into Ingwawi, which is the final corner to the left-hander. A beautiful start onto the start-finish straight. Oh, here's a bit of a moment outside that one there. And coming down now, all positions change with Muffin all around them as well. The blue flag has come out, in fact, by the leader. So now he has to be yielding as Captain Muffin comes through. And the Muffin man, without any icing, has managed to take himself to the front of this one in the second, the leading Aston Martin. What a great ride that was there from Nismo Nate. Plenty more to go, though. 2 hours and 13 minutes.
That's fantastic. Absolutely fantastic. I think anyone who knows Twitch, I think you need to clip that. Fantastic work there, Mike. I don't know how you do it. I don't know how you keep it up for a whole couple of minutes like that, mate. That is very, very impressive. Chat agreeing with that. Hayden Marsh saying, honestly, this is amazing. I think you might need to jump into the local accent for every round we do from now on, mate. Sounds like you're capable, and I think the viewers would certainly enjoy it. Yes, let's jump through the grid because we have had the leader come on through. So it is now your top 10. Captain Muffin in the front. He is leading by only 5.8 seconds, so the gap has come down because Mint Matt for BCG1 is making a charge to the field. He's approaching this blue flag cluster. Let's put it that way. It's a cluster of blue flag cars that will need to get out of his way shortly. So P2 at the moment for BCG, gap down to 5 seconds. Matt McEwen not finding his feet just yet in the 726, but still holding on to feet. Third position very, very nicely. In fourth place, it is Noodles. A fair way down from these guys, but he's got plenty of gap back to Matt Denetti. The gap there to BCG4 has not grown, it's not shrunk either, so 19 seconds is the gap between P4 and 5, followed by TTR West, Jimmy Matchin in the 369 car, still being followed by Cave Racing. These three have been locked in a battle because it's also in 8th place. Ikatosh for Hooncorp 1, Hooncorp and Matchin both in a battle for the Pro-Am Championship at the moment, 792 points apiece, so this is key for Ikatosh to catch right back up. Then it's Speedy Tyres in P9, still with the leech attached to his ankle after coming home from a hike and having to jump straight into the sim rig for his stint. And then in 10th place, it is TTR South. Mickey T, the one we haven't talked about too much today. He's holding on to 10th place beautifully.
Yeah, he's sort of slipped under the radar, isn't he, in the 57 car since that driver change, and certainly deserves to be on the track driving the lines that we're seeing there at the moment. We'll move down to 11th place there, which is Lewis in the Hooncorp 4 car, and the only Ferrari on the track. In 11th place, we go back to in fact, you can see that Lewis has just been passed by Captain Muffin. Then we go back to Kyalami Racing in the McLaren. In 12th place here at the moment, there is that beautifully turned out little car. And then right behind him there, trying to pounce, is Nathan Howe, Nismo Nath in the Aston Martin there as well, another of the Hooncorp cars. Jumped on to Water Arrow, who's not had the easiest times in this one. Already had to drive through a little bit of a couple of concentration laps in the Mustang, but 14th place for him, so you don't get too upset about that. And the second of the Ferraris, if we jump on board the 100 car there, which is PRT1, which is Sparky behind the wheel, and that's our top 15, which is no mean feat there from this field. If we go back further in the field to the 77 car there, another of the mighty Mustangs. Not the horse, just the car, and he comes into the left-hander here, doing a nice little job of it, that one. And then we go to the only Skyline on the track. Where is Jimbo? Cats prefer Chef, but here comes Jimbo in the yellow R35, and a lap or so down after seemed to have lost a lot of time after that pit stop. That's 17th place on the track. 18th place is the TTRS car. This is Chipperton there in the Ford Mustang. Another very, very colourful looking car, beautifully turned out, and looks like it's relatively undamaged too, which is what it's all about. Let's jump on board 19th place car, which is the 667 car there, the BMW with Kyalami Racing. There comes Gaz, good old Gazza, having a bit of a gasser down the straight there at the moment. Go to 20th place. And the mighty old Mustang, the 787, another car that looks like the Carmo Auto Parts livery there. Nice to see the purple and yellow doing the business. That's top 20 there for Leone Tech in the ignition car. And 21st place there is the Cactus 5 sponsored car, or team car I should say, Team Little Bear. In fact, I haven't mentioned Team Little Bear at all so far in the 444 Racing Porsche, the only Porsche on the track, and great to have them out there doing the circles around here at Kyalami as well. Then of course the HC3 car, which is the Hooncorp car, and that is Frelix in car 237, and the Aston Martin a little bit off the track there with a few laps behind, unfortunately there for them, but great to see them out there still doing circles in the sand, and that's what it's all about. George, it's a strong looking field as we count down to just over 2 hours to go, 2 hours and 8 minutes, and I'll tell you, this is we're not even half race distance, but in one breath it's gone very, very quickly, but in another breath there really has been a battle of the strategies here, and we're not seeing huge gains there for Captain Muffin, although working the way through the field now. That will be slowing him down with a bit of the old blue flag coming out to assist, but I've noticed too that Matt has now pulled the gap to second place back to 4.9 seconds, under 5 seconds, so Captain Muffin has got some work to do.
Certainly does, and yeah, this is a battle that has been brewing all race long. The question is going to be, will Geesh be able to jump back in the car for the third stint, which will be coming up probably in the next 17 to 25 minutes, where everyone will start to pit again, and then it'll be Side Dog for BCG1 and Geesh yet again, where we did see Geesh just absolutely launch out into the lead with a massive, massive gap before they jumped into the pits. That has been eaten into by Mint Matt, but Captain Muffin doing a great job to maintain as much of a gap as humanly possible. Ladies and gentlemen, we are coming up to the 2 hour mark, so the commentators here are going to take a very, very short break. We'll probably be back just after 2 hours has cracked on over. Before we go, another big shout out, of course, to our sponsor. It is Carmo Parts. It is Carmo Parts. 10% off everything store-wide. Use the code eSports when you shop at carmoparts.co.nz. No minimum spend. Offer valid till 20th of September 2025 for all your in real life needs. They do shipping. They do quick shipping. They can get stuff that's out of stock. Go and give them a try. Brett's an absolute legend. He's loving the stream at the moment, and we say a massive, massive thank you to Carmo Parts yet again. Mike, I think we're going to go for our quick break, and we'll leave the viewers on this battle that's brewing here between the Pro-Am drivers, Machin and Ikatosh. So we'll see you everyone back. Yep, sounds good. We'll see you all back in about 6 or 7 minutes. All right, here we go. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the AUSNZ PS5 Endurance Series Season 3, Round 5. And we are 2 hours and 4 minutes through our 4 hours of Kyalami race today. And we've been on board with Ikatosh racing against the Cave Racing Barters entry. Of course, was the Mercedes AMG. And my name is George Cooke, and I'm joined, of course, in the box by Mike Howe. Just been taking a very, very short break here in the commentary box to give ourselves a glass of water, get ourselves ready for the exciting conclusion to the 4 hours of Kyalami. And one thing that I was watching and having a little look at during the last few minutes or so is that Matt has started to make some serious progress on our leader.
He sure has, hasn't he? Really been picking up the pace here. We saw the gap started at 11 seconds, I think, before the pit stops, and it came back about sort of 8 or 9 seconds. Obviously a problem there for the race leader. They dropped off the pace quite a bit more, but now back to 2.7 seconds there from Matt Pooh, the race leader, Captain Muffin. So I don't know that Muffin's slowing down. I think Matt might be just speeding up, and that's a pretty daggum good thing to have happen at the moment. But don't forget too that as we're less than 2 hours to go, so we're after more than half race distance, and we're seeing traffic becoming a factor, and has been for quite a little while now there, George. So these drivers having to not just negotiate their own battle, but having to negotiate the battle of other people, and especially when they come up on a battle pack of cars that are still similarly paced to themselves, but having to try and negotiate those cars, and that's quite a formidable thing to do in a good way, where you don't end up causing yourself an off or some damage, or being part of someone else, or causing someone else to have an incident. So it's a very, very big thing. But well done to them. And so far, from what I'm seeing, it looks like pretty clean passing. And I know we had a bit of a talk earlier on, what sort of lap times these cars are doing. I know we had some very, very learned answers, and I've just poked my nose in there, and the boys are in the 142, 143 second bracket as well. So it is pretty much where we thought they were going to be, and that's outstanding. To be doing that lap after lap, lap after lap. For we're past 2 hours, like I say, an hour 54 minutes to go, hour 55 to go. And watching these drivers, from an outside point of view, I've just jumped on board with a couple of the drivers here to see what they're going through, and to see if there's anything flashing up horrible and scary about what their cars are. But they look good. The cars look okay. I'm on board with Matt just before we came back, and I saw him doing 42s as well. So it's pretty much where everybody is. It's just those slight little differences, those incremental changes, and of course those very, very fast pit stops and strategies that you take into it. So a lot of the drivers that aren't quite on the pace at the front, though, George, getting blue flags there from some of the cars coming through, and that can upset your mind a little bit there too. And you can just see the pass being affected there now by Matt there. He's been letting the Mustang is letting them go through there, which is great effort there from that guy, and letting the driver go through. And that's, again, you don't want to do that as a race car driver, but the smart thing to do is exactly that. In fact, this indicator's still going there as you watch him go through. So look, yeah, it's great for the break, and look, we're lucky enough we can have a bit of a break, and of course with the driver changes, everybody gets a break except Jimbo, who's in 13th place at the moment, a couple of laps down there, and we're still seeing some of the pit stops being affected at the moment. You can see that Kidbyers Racing there, Big John has just transferred over to Naked Blade, so Blade's going to jump in behind the wheel of the McLaren. And some of these drivers, they just, in the Nissan especially with Jimbo, he's not going to have a break like we are. He's going to be the man out there on the mission, and just there a solo act, and I don't know how the heck he does it, because after 2 hours of you and me waffling on like jabbering chickens, we've managed to go and have a bit of a break. But how he's going to do it for the next 2 hours, I have no idea. But
yeah, I mean, he could just sit in the pits for a while. He could certainly sit in the pits for a while. I'm just going to go for a casual 10-minute pit stop, and it's okay. My race will be okay as a result. Yeah, that's probably the strategy. We'll see, but it is honestly been a Herculean effort from Jimbo so far, and the rest of the drivers obviously with 2 people in the team able to spread that load just a little bit. We are at the phase of the race where the tyres are often starting to go off, just that little bit extra. A lot of people come in for that pits. We've got Viper Z back in the car for the number 56. HC1 have come into the pits, and now Smitty back in the car for the number 37. We've got Speedy Tyres, BCG3 have pitted. Cactus 1 have pitted. They put Naked Blade back into the car. Hainsey has pitted. Water Arrow, AGT1 have pitted. We've got Markled, Metal Steel, Hammer have pitted as well. So a number of drivers already pitting. Top 7 have yet to. So the one that is out of position at the moment is Mickey T for TTR South. And I suspect that he's probably going to have Viper Z coming up to his rear bumper in a not too far distant future. Bart is, of course, 3.7 seconds ahead. He's just coming around the final corner, being chased down by the 407 McLaren at the moment. So he won't have to worry too much about that. You can see Jimbo's Nissan just coming up into the forefront of your picture. The gap between the top 2 has been hovering around 3 seconds at the moment. Hasn't gotten really any lower than that. I suspect Captain Muffin has been encouraged gently by his teammate Geesh just to put the foot down and get a little bit more pace on the car.
They all are, aren't they? I mean, they've all got the ideas on what they're going to do and everything until it comes down to the reality. And it's like, what best made plans between mice and men, when it comes down to this is how we're going to do things and this is what we're going to do. And then it's like, are you going to come and pit now? No, I'm going to stay a bit longer. Or should you pit? No, I want to come in early because I've got damage or whatever the case may be. So it's phenomenal that, we're seeing the strategies we are seeing at the moment play out. And hopefully for everybody it works out very well. And hopefully there's no major problems. But Captain Muffin, in the BSR1 car, those 75 laps completed in just a shade on 2 hours. So that sort of gives us a very, very good rate on how much mileage we're going to end up doing on these cars, after the 4 hours here at Kyalami in South Africa. But then we start looking at some of the other cars here around the track, and it's a phenomenal sight to see that we've got the Aston Martin still in the lead and still in the lead very well. And then of course we've got the BMW there of Mint Matt not too far behind, 3 seconds behind as well in second spot. Then of course we go Mercedes, BMW, Mustang, Mercedes, Mustang and BMW, and that's sort of how it sort of played out. A couple of Astons in there as well to throw good mix to good measure. At the end of the day, I think everyone was all saying the Aston was the car in the wet weather, but it's looking like BMWs are very strong and they're not so wet. And of course, now we're seeing Mint Matt, who's sitting on about 3 seconds back in second place at the moment. In the one car, there it is on screen, and yeah, I don't know. I think the BMW might be that car for the long game, and of course Mint Matt and Psydog teaming up in the one car. This is going to be a very, very interesting little battle. But let's not take away from Geesh and Captain Muffin in the lead car, the Aston, the 5 car, because they have played so far. And I use this, I'm not to go and put any mockers on them, but they have played a perfect game so far. And I'm sure, with now 49 to go, George, it's certainly something they don't want to go and ruin anytime soon.
Yeah, and the consistency they've shown is key. This is exactly the kind of skill set you need for an endurance scenario. When you're in this kind of race, patience and the consistency of lap time is generally more important than the overall pace of the car. You're looking at overall race length distance over time versus the fastest laps or blah blah blah. You need to be focusing on that strategy, running to the number. That's what Captain Muffin has been doing. Yes, he's got Mint Matt chasing him down, but the next person to jump back in the car is going to be Geesh. Now Geesh has one of those special drivers that has the pace, has the strategy, has the patience, it seems. I mean, we heard him on the interview on Friday. Such a cool, collected chap. He was able to sort of just, not to say, he's definitely got a personality, that is for sure. But I tell you what, if he applies that same droll nature that he seems to have to sim racing, it's no wonder that he's absolutely lightning quick. And that's absolutely fantastic to watch him and Captain Muffin go racing today. Behind those two, it is still the battle of the bats, the mattle going on between Mint Matt and Matt McEwen, the mattle. Metal and mattle, I don't know, I'll probably find something clever to say at some point. Matt McEwen is in there in the 726. Hasn't been quite as comfortable. I think we've seen this in rounds past, Mike. If we go back to Silverstone, where we thought Matt McEwen, I think he came out of the pits, he was in a battle, but then was able to hold off. He's an incredible driver, is Matt McEwen. He's an NZ ERS champion. He's a GT World Series driver. Has he found his feet here yet in this Mercedes? I'm not 100% sure he has, because look, he's in 3rd place, and that, I believe, is the 37 car creeping up right behind him and looking for an unlap.
Yeah, look, Smitty's back behind the wheel. So Smitty has been not on the track so far. Everything's been done by the teammate. He's been doing the hard work. Now Smitty back behind the wheel. Good to see him in the 37 car. And one thing about this chap, he's a very, very astute person. I alluded to this on the qualifying night on the Friday night about how incrementally accurate this guy is. He takes any slight mistake he makes as an absolute personal insult. And he even said that I put the kibosh on him by pumping him up and talking too positively about him. But you can't take away from Smitty, though. He really is a perfectionist. And we're not going to just live on and eat and breathe about this Aston Martin, of course. I'm not just saying it from a Hooncorp bias. But when you got someone like this who, no matter who you are in sim racing, he will give you the time of day. He will tell you not so much the full secrets, but he'll give you some really, really good setups, and loves seeing people get involved in sim racing, and is very, very much a team guy. Now, bearing in mind Hooncorp is it's a trans-Tasman team. It's not just a New Zealand team in the sim racing world in Hooncorp esports, and of course Smitty being an Australian, the Aussie-New Zealand banter is well and truly gone. They're all united that this team just want to put in good results and be there at the end of the day. So watch for the Pro-Am Championship here between Smitty. Of course, he's in there with a chance, and he will drive this one to the end now. The next hour, 46 minutes, will be the best laps he can possibly put together. So big shout out there to Smitty. And also, just very quickly, I saw during the break, I was actually made realise that a friend of mine, Ian, is actually watching as well. Welcome there to you, Ian, asking some questions about sim racing, something that's a bit new to him, and love to have a chat to you through the course of the week there. Of course, my old mate, I think you're overseas at the moment. I think he's in Rarotonga. I saw some mention of him being over there with a little bit of a television project at the moment. So yeah, I'll tell you, the old internet, I just got told there by Nathan's mum that the internet actually covers more than just New Zealand and Australia. I'm quite surprised. So if there's anyone outside of New Zealand there watching and listening and enjoying the 4 hours here of Kyalami in South Africa, then shout out to us, and we'll want to mention you and give you a bit of a plug as well. And if there's anyone with anniversaries or birthdays, happy birthdays, anniversaries, happy to call those out as well. And thanks for everyone to tuning in to Trackspot TV, and of course Kyalami and the Hooncorp Esports sponsored races here at Kyalami in South Africa. And it's just so cool to be in such a worldwide universe, and great racing here at the moment. Boy, look at this battle, and Matt McEwen there in the mighty old Mercedes-Benz is having a good old fashion thrashing there, and that machine in there, of course, is the Aston Martin there with that Smitty, I think, behind the wheel of a 37 car. Yes, it is, and he's got some work to do. It's not actually a battle for position at the moment, with McEwen being a lap ahead, but the battle of the mats, or the mattle. You can see there's some distance there now, and we're seeing the Captain Muffin not having it all his own way. In fact, if we just jump to the front of this one there, George, I think it's worth the mention, because Mint Matt in second spot at the moment. This is the gap now to the race leader. This is a race for the lead. Captain Muffin in the Aston Martin, who this car has been the race leader pretty much from the outset. In fact, it has been the leader from the outset, and now Mint Matt, who's done a sterling job closing down the gap there over the last massive duration there. So we'll watch with big interest how this battle unfolds, and also if Jeesh is going to jump in behind the wheel during this pit stop, which we know is going to be coming soon, or if indeed Captain Muffin's going to stay behind the wheel of the BSR1 car, and of course right behind him is the BCG1 of Mint Matt. We are watching this battle unfold, and this could be a change of position. This is certainly a battle for the lead, and what a cracking battle is at the moment. 0.6 of a second down to 0.3, and Mint Matt is really starting to show a clean set of heels here as we go into this very, very tight complex through the double left-hander. There's the first one taken care of. Now watch for the S's here. This is where you don't want to make a mistake, and Captain Muffin will have to really be on his wits' end, because who's behind you? Well, who's not on first, but who's in second? And that's Mint Matt, and he is doing a brilliant job on this one. They both are. They really, really are. Bearing in mind too that they've had to contend with lap traffic for the duration of their stints, and that is a very, very hard thing to contend with, especially when you're trying to at least match or catch the car in front of you. And watching Mint Matt at the moment, boy, he is driving Mint, and the battle at the moment, I think it's Captain Matt Muffin, and of course Mint Matt back in second place, Matt McEwen in third. Then we've got Jimmy Matchin in fourth place. We'll throw the Matt in there just for those who want to play at home. And look at the scrap now for the lead, though. By crikey, it's 0.6, 0.3, 0.4. It's all over the rainbow at the moment as far as who's moving what. It's like a piano accordion going out and back and out and back. What's it going to be across the line? Still 0.402. Some very, very fast times. And boy, you don't want to be 141.9 was the last lap there for Mint Matt. And now we watch Captain Muffin's response. It's holding on tight through that very, very tight section here. Oh, George, this isn't over by any stretch of the imagination, but it's one thing to catch a car. It's another thing to pass, isn't it? And that's what he has to do here, Matt. Well, no, I take that back. He doesn't have to pass him, because he could be playing a strategy here, you know, sit behind the car. Yes, the front of your car is going to get a bit hot, but you're also going to get a free tow. And George, what happens when you get a free tow from the car in front? What happens?
Well, you get fuel saving.
Well, you're saving fuel. Absolutely right. And what happens when you save fuel? That means less time in the pits putting fuel in. So this could be an ultimate strategy there in the BMW team. I've almost got a thought there that Sidog will be saying, don't pass him, son, sit behind him, save the fuel, because this is the sort of thinking that the many-time champion there, Simon Bishop, Sidog, he'll be in his ear of Mint Matt saying, mate, you're in a bet, you're doing great, you know, just sit there, get the aero, get the gain. Back off the gas a little bit. I can't see his throttle. I'm actually jumped inside this car just to see how he's going. I can't see his throttle application on the readout that we get, but I'll tell you what, he will be saving fuel, and that means less time in the pits. That means sooner on the track. Oh, this is a cracking battle. We couldn't have scripted this any better, and I'll tell you, the only thing that would be better than this would be another couple of laps to go, but we've got an hour 41 to go, George. It's not over by any stretch of the imagination. It's all to play for. And look at the driving from Matt here. I know we're just staying with the leaders, but we should do, because this is an amazing scrap. And the thing that we're not seeing is desperation moves here. We're not seeing silly driving from Matt. He's driving this thing absolutely on point, and he's got, what, 16, 17 seconds back to Matt McEwen back in third place, and it's just a sight to watch, and that's exactly what we want to do here. And that last lap through, just have a look on board, his last lap was a 1:42.6 there on board, so we'll just see what Muffin did last time through. Obviously it'll be a similar lap time there between them, but no, the screen's slightly in the way, can't quite tell. In fact, it was a 1:42.3 by the looks of it there, so just on board's a little bit different there. We've got the luxury of having multiple screens here, and we can jump on the different cars, but boy, George, a blanket would go over these two cars at the moment, and can you believe it, we're 2 hours and 20 minutes into a 4-hour race, and a blanket separates the leaders at the moment.
Yep, that's exactly right. We've got some comments coming in through chat as well. Midpack Hack jumping in, saying we're using LFM console bop, as was related to a question from earlier on, and saying, right, who needs caffeine when you have a date with Cheetah Corner every single lap? Exactly right. The critical moments here will be coming up in this race. 33 degrees Celsius on the track, and I tell you what, and the battle is heating up as the track starts to cool down. I'm still hoping for some rain. I really do want some rain at the end of this race just to shake things up. The leaders are 4 of them need to pit at some point soon, and it may be that Matt will want to pull this trigger a little bit early and try the undercut, which may just give Simon Bishop the edge over Captain Muffin and Geesh. Likely to be Geesh jumping back into the car in a few minutes' time. Hayden Marsh coming into chat as well, saying low 42s is a cracking pace. Yes, these guys are well and truly in the alien category here. AUSNZ hosting some of the best drivers in Australia and New Zealand on ACC PS5 and the console version of the game. Of course, I don't think we've got any PlayStation 4 players. Yeah, I don't think there's any cross-compatibility between the two platforms, and the main reason for that is because the PS4 one does run at a very low rate in terms of its graphics engine. I've had a try at it. It's not been good fun to jump into. So, Mint Matt, he'll be coming in soon, saving fuel. This is going to be key for the pit stop. They had a little bit of a disaster with Matt McEwen and the OP team beforehand. Their first pit stop saw them lose about 3 or 4, even 5 seconds, I believe it was, to BSR1. That meant that they just dropped all the way back, and now they've gained that all back in this particular stint with 1 hour and 38 minutes left on the clock. 82 laps to these guys' names, and I note that Matt McEwen has dropped nearly 17 seconds off the pace from these guys. They are pushing forward at a rate of knots like a gazelle, leaping bounds all the way through this incredible circuit. It's been a good race so far. Big shout out to everyone in chat who's keeping us company from all around the world. By the sounds of it, we've got people from real life motorsport, we've got people from the esports community. So do let us know your thoughts. We're coming up to the point where we're going to see some pit stops, and there we go. Mint Matt has decided, yep, it is time. I'm going to pull this trigger. No longer do we want to be running in the slipstream. It's time to try an undercut.
Yeah, good strategy there from them. And just while you were in that little bio there, I jumped through a whole lot of cars as they were crossing the strip to see who were the fastest car on the track. You won't believe it. The fastest car was a 142.0 with Smitty in the HC137 Aston Martin. He was the fastest car by 0.2 of a second of all the readouts that I was looking at. So that's a standing driver. Looking at the race lead at the moment there from Matt McEwen. Sorry, not Mint Matt, I should say, in the BMW. He's going to sit there. That's going to feel like an absolute age before he jumps back out on the track. Now, is it going to be Mint Matt that's going to do the driving, or is there going to be a driver change and see Sidog Simon Bishop jump in behind the wheel again? Currently still in third place, obviously, because having dropped that spot. But Simon Bishop has jumped in behind the wheel there, George. So we are going to see Sidog coming back out. And, of course, now we start to wonder when, if at all, the Captain Muffin car is going to come in. Now, I'll just jump on board internally just to try and get some sort of... I'm trying to look for the fuel, and I can't actually see how much fuel I've got left in the car, and I don't think we're allowed to.
There is no fuel marker that you'll be able to see in the spectator UI, unfortunately. It's one of the things that only the teams can see, and if this was on the PC, there are external tools that we can use to grab some of that data, but unfortunately not on PlayStation.
Well, they do it on supercars. They know how much gas they got in the tank. I was trying to be Mark Larkin there just for a moment. But look, it's exciting stuff, and we'll see. No, he goes past. I'm just watching the leader there with Captain Muffin, just seeing if he was going to come in that time around and work to, like you say, the potential undercut. But no, he's decided to go and do another circle. A 142.2 across the strip, so he is literally flying. That is an outstanding pace there, as was mentioned earlier on. So we'll see how that's going to play out. And are they on a better strategy with this? Have they got the tyre wear and everything in hand? Have they got everything like that with it? And I'm just going to jump on and have a look at Smitty too as he goes across the line. In fact, that's a slower lap. He's been held up by traffic by the looks of it there. A 144 across the line that time there for Mr. Smith. So happy days there from him, but now we start to wonder how far back Simon Bishop is. Sidog in the BCG1 car.
Well, before we jump over there, let's have a little focus on this battle for P6 and 7, because that's TTR West and HC1. These guys are locked in a Pro-Am Championship battle, both on 792 points in the overall standings, and they are now separated by absolutely nothing on track. So Machin hasn't unfortunately been matching his previous performance, and certainly Smitty has tuned things up a number of notches, and now he's bringing the fight here. So if HC1, if Smitty's able to put the car ahead and they're able to stay there for the final 90 minutes of this race, then they will be leapfrogging the TTR Westside team and putting themselves up into the lead of the Pro-Am Championship. So big moments and big stories on track. It's been a battle brewing for the last 4 rounds of this Season 3 here at the AUSNZ PS5 Endurance Series. And now in round 5, the 2 big Pro-Am battle teams are in this massive, monumental battle. Great to see, and Smitty at the moment seems to have the pace.
Yeah, he has, because the last lap through for the Mustang was a 148, so 4 seconds slower than the slower pace there from Smitty. So whether something had happened in front of both cars and it put them right off, or maybe Machin had a problem and slowed down Smitty, I don't know. But either way, these two are still going at it. As you can see, Hammer and Tong coming into the final corner there to finish off what will be for them lap number 84, I guess, for them. I'm not sure how far back behind the race leaders they are. And Smitty goes through with a 142.5, and the Mustang goes through a 142.6. So there's only a net between them.
Here we go. So it looks like there's quite a big gap that has opened up. So Captain Muffin is still in the car, but interestingly, it hasn't been a valid pit stop. So I'm not quite sure what's gone on here. They've still got the fastest lap to their name, but that was not counted as a valid pit stop. So he may have just come in for a splash and dash of some kind or another. Someone in chat can maybe let us know exactly what's happened in this case. Is it the game maybe just waiting to update us? But at the moment, 23-second gap over Simon Bishop. Captain Muffin still in the car, and all of them now behind Matt McEwen, who is now the provisional leader of this race.
Yeah, so Muffin in front of Sidog, that's where it comes down. I mean, that's where it comes down, and that's where you want it to have it be. But Matt McEwen with 16 seconds, that's not going to keep him in the lead by any stretch of the imagination. So now, that's very unusual. I mean, you're right, they didn't do a driver change, so they haven't changed, have they not changed tyres, which makes it not valid?
They have not changed tyres, yeah, that's right. So it is, here's the rule set for today. 2 mandatory pit stops, 4 tyres. So you can do anything else you want to the car, but if you don't change tyres, then you are in serious trouble. Now, after what was a pretty long stint out there, that's nearly an 80-minute stint for these guys, or certainly around 70, you do not want to be on those same set of tyres. They have made a mistake, Mike. I'm almost 100% sure that that is a mistake, and they will need to pit again because those tyres are going to be absolutely useless.
Yeah, we're just watching the car now, just side past the pit entry, not interested in that whatsoever. So, well, if it's a strategy call there, George, it's an amazing strategy that no one else seems to have alluded to, that's for sure. But Captain Muffin now obviously the race leader and being accredited with the lead because Matt McEwen has gone into the pits. So that's good news there for them and the Aston Martin. But like you say, if they have made a mistake, and well, I mean, how many teams like this would forget to change the jolly tyres? They put gas in the thing, but we'll have to, I suppose the only thing we can do is actually work out what their last lap is going to be and how much gain potentially Matt McEwen is going to be making in the Mercedes-Benz, the Skydog and the BMW in second place at the moment.
The only thing I can think of, Mike, is that this is going to be a short stint. The tyres, technically speaking, your tyres can last over 90 minutes. In fact, they can technically be valid up to 100 minutes in this game before they become, completely useless, or you start to risk a issue with the tyres popping. So I think what may be happening here, because if you think about this, if Captain Muffin can make it 20 more minutes, or even another 10 minutes in this stint, they can pit one more time and send Geesh out there for a full 70 or 80 minute stint on fresh tyres, and then they've actually saved time overall in this race because they haven't had to change the tyres twice. They've essentially gained now on Simon Bishop. Let's wait for the delta to come up, but I think it's about 20 seconds or so. Let's have a look and let's just wait for that, because that's going to be a critical bit of information in a few minutes' time. But I think, 16 seconds. So they've gained 16 seconds on these guys, and yes, they'll be going slower through this stint. But if the stint is only 20 minutes, and then they jump in, throw Geesh in the car, fresh tyres, it means that they've saved essentially an entire tyre change in the overall race, whereas Simon Bishop and the BCG team have done a full tyre change.
Well, the last step through for Muffin was a 142.7. Now we'll just have a look and see what the BMW does, a 141.9. So that's 0.8 of a second difference. We saw a 17.8 second gap. Now it's 16.7 for the front of the field in this one there, George. So there's no doubt there's a gain coming by way of the BMW, the one car there in second spot. But I'll tell you, I think you make very, very good sense. I don't like saying this to you often, but I think you're spot on. And if that is the strategy there for the Muffin team in the Aston Martin, it is a brave plan. But as you were saying, if this thing, if those space savers and jelly tyres can hold together for a little bit longer, it might be the smartest strategy, that's been seen, apart from the one where Mr. and Mrs. Trump decide to have a baby. So we'll see if it can play into their hands. But 16.6 seconds to Skydog now, and the gap is definitely coming down. But great driving there from Captain Muffin, because it's got, not only has he got worn tyres and significantly worn tyres, but he's also now got an extra whole lot of kilos, 70, 80 kilos of fuel on board as well, and that is going to make the car even less controllable than it was before. So remember, 17.8 seconds was the marker when the car came out in the lead, I should say, in front of Skydog. It's down to 15.8 seconds now, George. So boy, oh boy, they've got some work to do, and they haven't got a lot of time to do it. But I'm on board at the moment, just in car, this machine, this Aston, and we'll see what the lap time is. It's a 142.8, and
he's not going to have the pace. He's not going to have the pace, and they're going to come out behind Simon Bishop if they do execute the strategy that I believe that they will. But that's fine. They'll have a super fast Geesh running all the way through the final stint. Doesn't have to stop again, and yet Simon Bishop will, because he's got to get at least 40 or 50 minutes in there on the stint before he hands back to Mint Matt for that final sector. So they've gained 15 or 17 seconds, but even if they finish, even if they pit and they're behind them at that point, I think it still would work out their way.
Well, 141.6 there from Skydog and a 142.8 for Muffin. So that is that's the sinker going through the water. But how long can Muffin hold this off, because, you know, it's inevitable, but then is it still strategically brilliant, you know, even to lose that time, even potentially to lose the lead before they come in and do that pit stop? Like you're saying, that would then fuel them to the end, and if they've got a faster, stronger car with Geese jumping back behind the wheel, I mean, it takes it's a Herculean effort here from Muffin to have done such a big stint in the first place, second driver, big stint, and now ongoing to see out his time, because there's obviously a maximum amount of time that you can actually drive these cars, and so Muffin is doing that hard work, and then it must be formidable amount of work, because you're right at the pointy end doing the lap times that you need to do, and then, well, I know we can't focus just solely on this as the time's coming in. How about with an hour 26 to go? What about if we jump through the field, run off where the cars are, who's what and where? It might be for the final time if the race is going to go the way I think it's going to go. And by crikey, it's everyone's deserved a little bit of airtime. So how about we run through who's what and where, and then we can talk about the race as it goes. Because I think the next hour and a half or hour 26 is going to happen very, very quickly.
It will indeed, yeah. So I'll tell you what, I'll start off and we'll go reverse order this time. Let's go from last place. In last place at the moment, or holding onto the rear of the field in a strategic and tactically important way. It is Flying Kiwi now in the car for HC3. It is the 237 Aston Martin, part of the Hooncorp ecosystem here. Is a lap down, it does appear, on P21, Team Little Bear. What's happening there? No, I don't want to report Team Little Bear. There's a 444 car, the Porsche, still got a pit stop in hand to do, as do both our commentators today. In fact, we've got two to do, Mike. We'll have to get our tyres changed at some point. Black Falcon for Cactus number 2 team in the 667 car. Now in a little bit of a battle with Al Dusty, or the car that they are running at the moment, although I think that's related to the blue flag at the moment. Ignition for Hammer is in the 787 Ford, and they are in 19th place at the moment. It looks like they're chasing down TTR East at the moment. Dask returning to the number 11 car. Chipperton wasn't able to get a good qualifying position for this car off the line. Unfortunately, they are leading AM class, but not today, unfortunately, on the grid for their medal steal for PRT1. And the number 100 Ferrari, one of 2 Ferraris on the grid today. Then it's OTR, the Ford Mustang, number 77, who is about 7 seconds down on King's 1 Jimbo, who is still going strong at this stage, and I'm sure we'll come back to the Herculean effort that is being put in by Jimbo today. Still wondering how he manages to do all the functional stuff that you need to during a 4-hour period of time in the human body. Anyway, rapidly moving on, it is AGT1 Water Arrow in 14th place, the number 2 car, and going pretty strong at the moment. I think they're just making a little bit of progress on the HT2 team, ahead in 13th place, followed by Hainsey in 12th, and I'll give you, Mike, the rest of the top 11.
Yeah, look, it's an absolute battle, and I'm really impressed with the way it's all going there, George, at the moment. And in 11th place is, of course, Cactus 1 and the Naked Blade McLaren. Look at this car go. He's really in contention at the moment. He's only 1 second behind this car here, which is the 57 car of TTR South with the VTEC Adam and the Mustang. He's also doing quite a meteoric drive at the moment there, so it's certainly a sight to behold. We go to 9th place. This is BCG3 with Speedy Tyres behind the wheel in the 96 car there, the mighty old Ford. Where are you? You're not on the 9th place car. Where have you jumped to? 9th place. Here we go. No? BMW? 9th place?
9th place is currently, we were on the right person.
Oh, there we go. Yep. Right, sorry, yep. Got the right screen. Good boy. And just making sure you're still awake. That's cool. Yeah, and that's the mighty Mustang doing the job there. Sorry, mate. We'll go to the Cave Racing. Remember, we're getting tired too now. I'm old and fat and lazy. I'm allowed to. We'll go with the mighty old Mercedes-Benz, the Cave Racing team. This is Jono driving the wheel of car number 88 on our screen, but it's actually 81 on the car, so that's okay. Go to HC1 Smitty in the 37 car, the Aston Martin, who's doing a cracking job in 7th place here at the moment. He's 1.3 seconds behind the next car in front of him, and here it is. This is the 6th place mighty old Mustang. This is Jimmy Machin driving the TTR West Ford, and that's sixth place here at the moment. Fifth place is the BCG4 with the Viper Z in the BMW, and that thing just looks like a very angry car. And in fifth place, he's driving very, very well, I have to say. BCG2 is Norm there, and another of the BMWs is the 76 car there, about a lap down from the leaders according to the screen. And that's fourth place there for Norm, and very, very capable driver. Then we go to fastest car on the track so far is Twitchy in the Mercedes-Benz with the purple sector, or the purple against their name, I should say. This is the 726 car there, third place there from Team OP, and Twitchy doing a cracking job. But talking about a cracking job, let's move up to second place. This is car number 1, Simon Bishop, Dog there, the old Sly Dog himself, doing a cracking job here. 11 seconds back behind the race leader. Will he want to stay in second? Not a chance, not a snowball's chance in South. So we'll see how this one plays out, because right at the front of the field, Captain Muffin is doing the business on the Aston Martin there with not that many seconds lead at the moment. 91 laps to his name, and 11-second lead there is the Muffin Man in the Aston Martin. So this is the field we've got there at the moment. Congratulations to everybody. You're still going with an hour 21 still to go. There's so much more to play out in this, and I'll tell you what, George, we signed up to this knowing it was going to be a good race, but to think that we have an 11-second lead with an hour 20 to go, there's not much in that. It's almost a yawn. That what we know is that coming with a lot of gusto is that BMW chasing down this lead car, this Aston Martin, and with Simon Bishop, I mean, I know all the credentials behind his name. 11 seconds has become 10.9 seconds, and Bishop is on a fly. And I'll tell you what, this Bishop is not going to be forgiving you of your sins. He's going to be trying to pass you and put you down to the second spot and keep you there, redeeming himself. And I'll tell you, that's a brilliant, brilliant drive coming. And again, take nothing away from Muffin and, of course, Jeesh, who started the race in this one car, the first place car number 5. You know, it was a sensational drive. And I don't think it's been in vain either there, George, because Muffin is, you know, they've played a strategy, and I'll tell you what, I think you're right. I think they're going to be coming in for those tyres and gas very, very soon. And what sort of time frame do you reckon they'll be doing?
Well, they're in the window now. So 30 seconds ago, 80 minutes on the clock. That's technically a single stint. We've got to be a little bit careful about that. For the reason that Jeesh, you know, everyone's got a maximum driver time of 2 hours 45 minutes, so you should be able to squeeze in 2 stints at an hour and 20 each. I get the feeling that Captain Muffin will be quite happy to run as long as he's got, you know, some sort of lead over Simon Bishop. It should be mostly okay as long as the tires feel still generally in the okay zone. They're not going to feel great. He's not going to have a lot of grip out there, but they will be with it. Excuse me, they will be within the okay zone, I like to call it. So let's see. I get the feeling that we'll probably see him pit in about 9 minutes time. So I think he'll try and get to the 17-minute mark. Gives Jeesh the maximum amount of grip for the full stint. So the longer he can extend here, essentially the more that they gain in overall pace, because Jeesh will just be able to put the foot down. He'll be able to go out there, do qualifying laps, and not care about the grip, essentially. So I think that's really going to be the fundamental plan. But obviously, they're going to be keeping a very close eye on the delta between them and P2. If that does start to tick down significantly, or if Captain Muffin starts to feel like the tyres are going too far off, they will immediately come in and sort themselves out. We are heading to a lovely part of the track evening here. It's going to be great views coming up as we head towards the sort of more dusk time at Kyalami. So looking forward to seeing some views at the top of the hill. We've had a couple of comments in chat. Hayden Marsh saying Muffin's livery is amazing, lacks stickers or sponsors, but the base is looking fire. Yeah, very nice color scheme. And we've had Mohammed Shobi in chat as well saying, how can I join these tournaments? Well, I've dropped a Discord link to the AUSNZ Endurance Series Discord into chat, so feel free to follow that. And for those of you in chat who are still here watching along, well, we hope that you've been enjoying so far. Excuse me. So far, we do not have long to go in this race. 93 laps are done. The temperature is starting to cool down, but I feel like my rain dance might just not have done anything today.
No. No, I think it's been pretty pathetic, to be fair. It's like my performance a couple of nights ago trying to do a 1 hour at Spa and Nismo Simrig. It wasn't a pretty sight. But you were hearing comments there from George Cooke, who is the legendary voice, the technical genius, and a passionate Kistner, and now apparently a race engineer. So we've called it out that got less than about 15 minutes to go, and we'll see the muffin car come in too. So this is the George Cooke strategy. Now, one thing I'll ask you though, George, A, have you got it right, which we'll find out soon, but B, did they need to take this risk? I mean, did they actually need to take this risk? Because the honest, hard pace that we saw Geese before against Sidog was strong, and he actually pulled away, regularly, lap after lap, seemed to have the measure of the BMW. And I understand, I love the strategy, don't get me wrong, but the only other car that hasn't taken its mandatory stop now is the Porsche, and that's that's some way down the grid. But did they need to take this risk? Because to be honest with you, I think they possibly almost had this one covered regardless. And I don't mean that disrespectfully for for the BCG team.
It's a tricky one, but I think if you have two ways to, if you know that you're faster than the cars on grid, you don't really know that till you get into the race. So if we think about how you strategize before the race starts, where you think, okay, well, what's the best way for us to save the maximum amount of time? Because we don't know. Maybe Simon Bishop will show up. Maybe he was sandbagging in quali. Maybe he'll show up and start doing 39s out on track. You just don't know. But when you get out there and you go, right, well, we've got this strategy that's going to win us time. Oh, we are already X amount faster. Yeah, maybe it's just one of those things where it's just an extra bit of ammunition that they've had to load, and it's just swung their way, and it even enabled them to do this strategy. They might have done a switch up for all we know. They might have had a more conservative strategy on the cards, and then realized, oh, we've built this gap to Simon Bishop. Yeah, we could probably execute plan B. Then they go ahead and get that done, and that's maybe what they've done. They may have been thinking something completely different at the beginning of this race. Either way, Jeesh's start and getting away from the top 2 or 3 drivers was absolutely key. The gap now down to 8 seconds between Simon Bishop and Captain Muffin. And I think fundamentally you've got to look at it from the point of view of overall race time. If you spend less time in the pits, you're going to have a generally faster race. That's the way that these things tend to work. So if you can get away with doing a no tyres stop, just throw some fuel and get the car moving again, do a short stint. I mean, if you look at the overall stint time, it's 80 minutes. We're not restricted to 60 minutes, right? That means that you're not doing 2 stints each. You can do, one person does 2 full stints, one person does 1.3. That's technically how you can arrange this. So you either split up the final stint, get through 70 minutes or so, you're 140 minutes, you're looking at like a 40 or 50 minute stint each. You can split it equally, or in this case, BSR1 have clearly done the math and they said, right, well, we want Geesh, who they probably consider to be the faster of the two, to do more time on track.
Yep, yeah, that's fair. And Nismo just made a good comment there too, very quietly. Of course, he said may not have taken a full load of fuel. So, I suppose that's another thing too. If they weren't going to take tyres, why load up heated tyres, warm tyres with a huge amount of fuel? They may have taken. That's going to come back no matter what.
They can offset it. But then they can offset the tyres. With the fact that they're using less weight.
Exactly, and I'll tell you what, Muffin is still dropping time to, Sidog's still eating into the lead, no doubt, but Muffin is doing a cracking job here. We're still 7.5 seconds away. It was 8.5 seconds last time, so it's a second a lap. So that means you've got another, a minute 40 odd per lap. You've got another, 7 laps before it's going to catch up to the back of the car. So we're talking 8 or 9 minutes. So you might be bang on as far as the hour strategy to go. To put Geese back behind the wheel of the race-leading car, the 5 car, or maybe, or may not be, who knows, we'll see. But, yeah, it's very interesting. And now, of course, we're seeing a little bit of traffic there for the cars to come through as well. So, no one's getting an easy run here from the lead cars. It's almost working the traffic is as much of a thing as keeping the car going. You're trying to run to a pace and not go off making passes, because the worst thing you can do, I suppose, is catch up to a battle that's already unfolding in front of it. So, Muffin, Sidog, Twitchy, with a sort of 20 seconds between leader to third place car at the moment. Then we start to see, gaps falling away with Norman, the BCG2 car, in the 76 back. Then we also see Smitty there in the 37 car, who's actually got himself up to 7th place there, and doing particularly well on the Pro-Am class. So that's beholding in itself. Well, you know, there's more than one battle here. We've got the pro class battle, we've got the pro am class battle, and then we've got the am class battle. So those 3 battles are something else to watch out for as well. And it's right across the board, isn't it? Where the pro guys expect a little bit of room there from the pro am, and of course the pro am guys expect a little bit of room from the am cars, and then of course you start having the battle of the egos in there as well. But well turned out liveries there, some of these cars. I've got to say the Hooncorp cars stick out well. I'm not just taking that from a biased point of view, but they do. I can always look around the screen and know if I'm seeing a car and they're good or they're not so good. And the same too with the leader car there of the BSR1 of Muffin's car. There's some reason the Astons, they do just stick out and look very good. But I like the red BMWs here as well too. They look particularly good there, especially the Viper Z BCG car there, which looks pretty sharp as well, doesn't it? And that's the thing. It's not just about going well, but looking cool at the same time. And it's a little bit of ego motor racing.
Oh, didn't you know that looking cool gives you -2 seconds per lap? That's how it works. So, makes you faster.
There's race cars and sheds. Race cars and sheds, RCIS, they all reckon that if you put an RCIS sticker on your car, you get 5 horsepower. So
yeah,
I don't know if that's the truth or not.
I think it's, I think as the sailors have superstitions, so do sim racers and generally motorsports people in general. I think will have their superstitions. I've got to put the shaking head dog on the left-hand side of the car, because if I put it on the right-hand side of the car, someone will crash into me. This is the general superstitious nature of anyone involved in sports, I think, at the end of the day, because you never quite know when it's going to swing your way or swing the way of another. At the moment, swinging the way of Naked Blade, who's made his way past the 57 car. And,
sorry, mate, just looking, I saw Psydog has just had an off. Psydog in the one car has just had a little bit of an off there. And,
was that a cheater?
That was a cheater, yeah. And that was just gone through Ngawe coming down the start finish straight. Yes,
Captain Muffin is in the pits. I think I might be spot on.
I think you are. Well, you're close. You're not actually bang on. You're sort of close, but it's okay.
I said 17 to 80 minutes. Yeah,
well,
that's actually, I think that's bang on. Yeah, put Jeesh in the car for 70 minutes. That maximises the stint. Means that he's spent a little bit of extra time out there than he probably needed to, Captain Muffin. But I think at the end of the day, this is a smart strategy. The only issue with this strategy, Mike, is that they will be behind and probably in some traffic for a little while before they can actually make progress. Now, let's have a little look. Make sure that this is all looking correct from our screens. Yes, it is. It's a valid pit stop. They have changed the tyres, and Jeesh is now in the car. Where are they going to come out in terms of the track? Well, they've got a bit of traffic ahead of them, but this is clean air. I think this is absolutely a masterclass right now from BSR1.
Yeah, they've done a brilliant job there of Jeesh, and we'll work it out as we get it all purified. They've got to get the tyres warm, they've got to get the car up to speed and everything. Twitchy's 17 seconds behind in the 726 car from the race leader of Psydog. We'll just wait for our first delta and pick up whereabouts these drivers are. 25 seconds back to Twitchy, so we're talking about 42, 43 seconds back to the race leader there, Psydog, and I don't know if that's enough in the bank there. We'll have to wait and see if that time comes down. Now, that'll just be the delta between Jeesh and Twitchy. Twitchy himself 17.7 seconds back to Psydog there, the race leader now. So that in itself will really tell us. And also what's cool about this, the podium, as it stands at the moment, George, BMW, Mercedes, Aston Martin, bang, 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 3 different manufacturers. So when you talk about which is the right car to get, there's no wrong car. It's just get a good strategy, and that's what we're seeing here at the moment. So again, those times will be very, very interesting. I've jumped away from the onboard shot. I'm not going to go about who's doing what lap times now at the moment. I think that was a little bit unfair to be calling it out like that before, and I was getting a little bit of a shake of the head from the boys over there. Don't do that to us. So yeah, I don't know. I think that's a competitor not wanting it to be the case, but from a broadcasting point of view, from our side,
we're certainly interested in it. I completely agree. I think one of those things with the PlayStation version, actually, now that I think about it, there's no way to sort of access that information, outside the game. No. You have to have someone, trolling through information and looking at streams and all that sort of stuff. On ACC, on PC, it's a very different situation. All that data is available to everyone, so you never hear someone complaining about knowing another person's lap time. But maybe that's slightly different here on PlayStation 5 because of the lack of available information for the drivers and the engineers. Quick question here from Prevails asking, what's the tyre offset? It's about 27 seconds. So If you do a splash and dash, about 3 seconds. If you do a tyre stop, about 30 seconds. And that's the amount of time that was saved by the BSR1 team who we're on board with at the moment. And it's about what we saw in terms of the delta change between the two teams. And it was about 17 seconds or so that they had to catch up on. So there's obviously a little bit of time that's spent in actually slowing down, stopping the car, getting the car started again. The time losses so you get up to speed out of the pit lane. All up is about 17 seconds of delta between the two cars, and they were conjoined. I mean, literally, like they were conjoined on the track before the pit stops happened. And then, of course, we saw the massive gap, 17-second gap appear. And Jish now back in the car for his 70-minute stint, pretty much on the dot. Fresh tyres on his car, probably plenty of fuel in there as well. And we've still got this battle raging here. So Smitty and Match, and this is the battle for the Pro-Am lead. And we'll have a little look at this while we mention our sponsors once again. Of course, it is camoparts.co.nz. Please head to their website. You can use the code esports to get 10% off everything store-wide. That includes sale items, no minimum spend. The offer is valid till 20th of September. Thank you so much to Camo Parts. You guys are absolutely awesome. Thank you for sponsoring our event today. The battle rages on, Mike.
Yeah, the battle has been raging on. Look at this, a big dive there from Smitty. I think the lap traffic there gets out of his way, which is what you need to have happen. Brilliant driving there from him with the Hammerman, realising I'm not going to be part of the solution, I'll possibly be part of the problem. And now we see Smitty trying to chase down Jimmy Matchin. And, you know, this is what it's all about as he comes out of the final turn, down the start, finish straight. Like you say, though, battle of the classes. They are so evenly poised at the moment. And you almost feel like we've got a few laps to go. We've got an hour and 6 minutes to go. We have just celebrated 100 laps across the board too there. Well done there to the drivers there, George. That is a fantastic achievement. And in fact, it's going to be 101 laps here as Side Dog comes down to cross the strip yet again. There goes 101 laps. So it's absolutely all to play for here. And I tell you what, I know we don't actually have the virtual safety car, but I don't think we've needed it any time so far. And I don't want to put the mockers on, but the driving standard here at Kyalami, South Africa, with this bunch of AUSNZ drivers has been absolutely on point. Don't drop the ball now. And I see Black Falcon just getting out of the way there as well, letting the dispositional battle go through. So these drivers are roaring through it with Jimmy Matchin. Look at that scrap. It's 0.3 of a second with the 37 car Smitty back there trying to chase down the Mustang. So we've got the BMW in front pulling away. We've got the Mustang. We've got the Aston Martin that just pulled a pass on the BMW as well. So yeah, this is just a sight to behold. So great job there. And of course, Matchin in the Mustang up into 6th place there. Smitty in 7th place outright. And of course, a class battle going on there from them as well. But watch the gap too. I've just had a quick look up to the top of the board. We'll keep watching this battle though, because obviously at the moment, Dog and Twitchy staying static at 17.6 seconds between the leader and 2nd place, which is pretty impressive. And I just lost the screen there for Jish there for his gap, so we'll find out what that was as well. It's about 23 seconds before, so
I think it was somewhere around there. Yeah, we'll cycle back. Or 27 seconds as well.
27.
Just come up on the screen here, but 27 seconds indeed. Yeah, we've had another question as well from Prevail's thing. Sorry, I meant how old are Bishop's tyres? I didn't see when Matt, that's Mint Matt, one of, I think now 22 mats on the grid, 43 mats overall in this race because there's 43 drivers today. Didn't see when Mint Matt came in for a stop, and I'm just trying to recall when Dog did actually pit last. I think it was it about 20 or 30 minutes ago? I think it was somewhere around there. So
it was, yeah,
I think that's right.
I think it's about right, because I think we saw the when Captain Muffin came in and didn't do the tyre change. It was a very similar time to Dog, so we thought it was all going to the normal script. But yeah, the Muffin car did last a little bit longer, so does actually. So Dog's tyres, yeah, will be a little bit more the worse for wear. But watching this battle at the moment between the Aston and the Mustang, my word, Smitty is certainly making his intentions clear about what he wants to do and when he wants to do it, and it's absolutely now. Get out of the way. But again, it's no bullying tactics. Well, of course, bullying is about motorsport, and I say that in a nice way. But you know, this is all about getting himself positioned. I'm surprised I'm not seeing the lights getting flashed at the Mustang at the moment from the Aston Martin. So a great squabble, and considering we're the better part of 3 hours into the race here and 102 laps completed by the leader, that we're seeing these two squabbling out for position on the track and position in the class in round 5 of 7 here at Kyalami in South Africa. So it's a cracking drive. It really is a sight to behold, these two. And again, across the board, it's been brilliant. And now we're seeing Vaporzed coming into the pits there with an hour, 2 minutes to go there. So again, the last of the pit stops starting to play out here, George, and this is what you alluded to.
This is what, exactly what we were talking about. And now if you think about it, if you can save 27 seconds in the pit by not having changed tyres, if Vaporzed had gone out there on an old set of tyres and pitted about 10 or so minutes ago, you'd have a full pit stop. You'd have one driver that's doing one full stint plus one short stint, and one driver who's doing 2 full stints. Now, yeah, it depends on how competitive you are. When I'm driving duos with my friend, then, we usually split things equally. But there's been occasions where we said, well, actually, we're looking a little bit competitive today. Why don't I just do the short stint? You've got way more pace than me, and you do another full stint. You do 2 full stints. So it's a valid way of doing it. But if you can, they're in there for another pit stop. They have to do another pit stop because of the stint timers. But they're now putting on another fresh set of tyres. So have you really gained time? Have you lost time? Would there be I think this is why the Geesh thing is going to be genius. He's going to have the 2 guys ahead of him coming in for a pit stop, and who are going to need to change tyres, and the gap being 27 seconds. Well, we know that the pit stop transit's at least that.
That's right. That's a good point. And again, what's he going to come out with? So, Geesh, what's he going to have, I should say? And we know that he did the hour-plus stint in the beginning before handing over to Captain Muffin. And Muffin, did a great stint. He was good. And then, of course, when he did the splash and dash and no tyres, that was really quite Herculean. So we'll see if that's played out. But as we watch, Geesh isn't actually flying around the track at the moment. He's maintaining 27.3 seconds behind Twitchy, who's 17 seconds behind Sidog. So we're talking 44-second gap. Now, how much that is going to play into the hands of the Aston Martin back in 3rd place, I don't know. I just don't know. And I don't know that Sidog's going to... But Sidog's going to have to hand over again, isn't he?
Well, he's going to have to hand over again. And I guess we have to talk about this from the other perspective. As much as this is, what we like to call in the industry a 2000 IQ move, it can work the other way. When Simon Bishop pits again, when Twitchy pits again, they will have fresher, better tyres. So whatever the gap is, Geesh has got to be running to a number now. It's got to be very, very precise. We've got another person jumping into chat saying, it's you gotta be joking. With the number 97 there. You gotta be joking. I love that name.
He knows us well.
Knows us well indeed. You gotta be joking. Anyway, there's not a Matt, sadly. So saying, hi all, thanks for the stream. Has it rained during the race? Good luck to all for the remainder of the race. Thank you very much for your kind comment. It has not rained. I'm gutted. I can't believe it. But we've got another 29 minutes and 55 seconds to know if we will get a splash of rain at the end of this race. But I'm starting to think that it won't.
Nicely done. I was trying to work out where you got 20. It was 59 minutes, but of course you've got the 30-minute predictor. Good on you. Okay, all right. Well, that's how you're going to hang out for, mate. You really do like your water, don't you?
I don't know what it is, man. I don't know what it is. I think it might just be just an antisocial thing. I think I just like to watch people suffer. That must be it.
Yeah, people going through pain that you don't.
Yeah, that's right. I mean, we're not in the rain, but they are, and it's fantastic to watch. I mean, qualifying on Friday, as much as I like to say that we joke, qualifying in the wet was absolutely brilliant.
Yeah, it really did determine and show those who've got very, very good feel the car skills, because we didn't expect Geesh to be quite so dominant in the wet that he turned out to be, especially being the hardest way to go for a top 10 shootout was the last car on the track. He had no idea what was right, no idea in the racing line, no idea when to brake or not brake. Everybody in the top 10 shootout had no idea because there was no racing line. It was that heavier rain. In fact, I think as the top 10 shootout carried on, it got heavier and heavier to the point of almost being catastrophic. But so great job there from all drivers. drivers to perform the top 10. I think we only got the 9 in the top 10, but that's okay. And I'm noticing too now that Geesh is now 26.8 seconds back behind Twitchy. It's always been 27 something, now it's 26.8. So there has been a little bit of an increase on pace from Geesh, or is it a slight slowdown there from the Mercedes?
It could be an increase in pace. I mean, one thing you've got to do at the beginning of your stint, when the tyres are still cold, until they're up to temperature, you really want to take it very, very easy on them, because it's easier to rip that grip away from it and cause a heat spiral, a downward heat spiral. So it may have been a tactic from Geesh. He might be trying to protect the tyres. He has got a long stint to do. He's got to make it 70 minutes, so looking after the tyres early on is going to be the smart thing to do. He knows that his strategy of overtake today is not catching up on track. It is waiting for those guys to do their final pit stop and then staying ahead of them for the remainder of the race, no matter what the gap is. So I think that's probably the thinking. Or maybe Twitchy is getting to the point where his tyres are off. He has been setting fastest laps out there today, so I do wonder if he's maybe cooked his tyres ever so slightly. He'll be able to swap those out in a relatively short period of time. You've got to be joking. Is also still in chat just saying a bit of FOMO for this race. Got a few people getting the FOMO for today's race. Hopefully next Enduro he'll be back in, and all next season. Thanks, guys. Thank you very much for jumping in the chat. You've got to be joking. That is awesome. And please get yourself into that next race. Get yourself signed up for all next season, because it's going to be absolutely brilliant.
Yeah, that's right. Also, I missed to tell you that the 407 car there, the McLaren, got a drive-through penalty and has just served that drive-through penalty, the 407 car. So, a bit of a shame there for Bijan. Obviously, a little bit of a oopsie-daisy moment back in 12th place there, but got the DT and did it straight away, no messing around. A couple of cars in the pits at the moment there too. Metal Steel on the Ferrari is in the pits, and of course, Darskin, the Ford Mustang, down in 19th place, is in the pits there as well. So a few of these pit stops being carried out there at the moment there, George, with 56 minutes to go. It's not unreasonable that pretty much everyone, I would imagine, if they haven't, will be very soon. Unfortunately, the little counter that tells us how many pit stops they've got left to go has gone, because the 2 mandatories have all been carried out. So it'll be interesting to see how many people have come in for how many times in the pits. But boy, we've watched this scrap for a long time between Machin and Smitty and the Aston Martin, Machin and the Mustang. I'll tell you what, I'm very impressed with the way they've carried each other there through the course of this battle. And this is actually 5th place there too, I've got to say. They've moved up the ranks, these two. It was 6th and 7th. Now it's 5th and 6th. So this really is a battle worth fighting. And we can see that Chipperton there just jumps out of the way in the Mustang as those two go through. Again, some very good driving standards. The blue flag being obeyed.
Well, I think the other thing to mention about that, Mike, is the qualifying results. So 9th place was HC Smitty. So Smitty is here. He's up 3 positions and fighting against Machin, who, these guys are again, I'll say it again, both in the Pro-Am P1, P2, relative to the order on track at the moment, both on 792 points. So this is well and truly a battle for the ages, as we see, that's the number 11 car with a lot of damage on it. Crikey, that is a Ford Mustang that is looking rather 3-legged. Unfortunately, it's definitely worse for wear. But as I said before, these guys are, they qualified, HC Smitty in the 37 qualified 9th, Machin in the 369 qualified 6th. So both up a position, but Smitty up 3 positions in this race. Very impressive, ahead of the 88, ahead of the 76. Oh no, 76 has moved up. Who's the car that has dropped down the order? I think it might be the 96. Yes, it is. The 96, unfortunately, has lost 3 positions this race.
Right. That's okay. I mean, things happen, and the Mustang, I think, remember seeing 96 a little bit before in the wars there with a bit of damage on it there as well. So, yep, that's what can happen in these jolly races, and how often do we see it happen? 4 hours, and now we've got 54 minutes left to go. And again, I've just got a shout out to Twitchy and the Mercedes-Benz in 2nd place. He's doing a brilliant job as we watch this battle with Machin and Smitty. But there is the Mercedes-Benz, and it's maintaining 17 seconds to Simon Bishop, which is no easy feat, and that has just been lap after lap after lap, the same time. And now Geesh in the BSR1 car, the Aston Martin, has moved up to 25 seconds behind Twitchy. Now that was it 28 or 29 seconds? And like you said, just taking a long time before any improvement, because, you know, phasing those tyres and having a full fuel load, looking after the car. And geesh, well, it's not his race to lose just yet, because Simon Bishop, Sidog's still the race leader with 108 laps completed. But you do start to wonder if this is just part of the, and I'll go with what you said, mate. I don't like doing it, but the 2000 IQ decision they made earlier on, it looks like it may be a very, very good decision. And but for the sake of making a bad pass on lap traffic or something, I think this we might be talking about third place being the race winner at the checkered flag. But in the meantime, this scrap is just cracking, isn't it?
It's great. Let's just see. Look, I mean, would I be able to execute that kind of strategy myself? No. Can I identify that strategy? Still a question mark, maybe. Let's just see let's see how it works out. Into the pits goes Smitty for his final pit stop of the race. So he's going to peel off this battle and try the undercut. Excellent stuff. We've got El Staffia in chat saying, yeah, Twitchy. So we'll put him on screen for a little bit. Why not? There we go. There's Twitchy and Jimbo, two of our favorite drivers here today, and Jimbo just in the background in his Nissan Solo driving. We've also been asked by Tombo_25 in the YouTube channel saying, afternoon all, how are Cave Racing and Geesh/Muffin going? Well, let's give you a brief overview of how their races have gone so far. In 6th position, Cave Racing, John now back in the car. That is not his car, don't worry, there it is. He has been having a run of form, I tell you what. It's been very, very impressive so far. Unfortunately for him, though, they are still sitting a little bit out of the battle ahead of them, but up a couple of positions. They qualified in 8th position, of course, in their Mercedes AMG. They're now up into 6th position, although that'll be 7th, I think, once we see the final pit stops come around. Speedy Tyres also now jumping into the pit. But it has been an impressive drive so far. At the beginning of this race, it was even more so impressive. His teammate, and if I pull up the name here, John 27TCT, was on an absolute charge at the start of this race. He was unstoppable. In fact, I think he got up all the way to 4th or 5th position. Then, of course, we had a few pit stops happen, and another person jumped in the car, and the strategies started to be executed. Track temperature did start to reduce, but they're still on a really good charge here. In terms of actually catching up to the guys ahead, I'm not 100% sure how viable that's going to be. We'll see what happens in the final pit stop. If John jumps back into the car again, which he probably won't be allowed to, they might be able to get a little bit closer. 4.8 seconds the gap at the moment. And in terms of Geesh, well, they've executed a wonderful strategy. Started on pole position, led the race, had a huge gap that Geesh built in Stint 1, handed the car to Captain Muffin for Stint 2, where he maintained that gap for the most part. And then Captain Muffin came in for a splash and dash, no tyre change, and he ran for another 25 or 30 minutes to then hand back the car to Geesh at the 70-minute remaining mark at 1 hour 10. So he's been in the car for 20 minutes, and they did do a tyre change on that. 2 mandatory pit stops for tyres are required today. So that is the 2000 IQ strategy that we're talking about, and it puts them in a pit stop overtake window for both Twitchy and Psydog when those two make their next pit stop. So that is what's happening right now, Tombo. Hope that gives you an update, brings you into where things are at. Foz_V3 asking, what is the fastest lap? And I don't know if that's something you could maybe try and find out for us, Mike, but if we could find out what the fastest lap is, I imagine it's a 41. But let's see. Also got Diswood in chat saying, afternoon, gents. See you all at Spa Solo. Ooh, Dan Wood going to be doing a Jimbo at Spa. Mate, what kind of car are you going to be running at Spa? Don't give us away any secrets if you don't want to, but I suspect Jimbo will be likely doing that solo as well. He will be running the Nissan, but let us know, Dan Wood, what your car choice is going to be at Spa. Looking forward to seeing you running solo there too. Love Spa-Francorchamps, can't wait to be bringing the broadcasting for that. And we've had Tombo jump back into chat and well says, thanks for the update, awesome to hear, loving the comms too. So very nice feedback there. Mike, any news on that fastest lap and what it might be?
No.
No. We think it's a 41.
Conversation.
Yes, it was a good, short, sharp conversation. Yeah.
I think less of messing around. The best I've seen, just flying through, is 41.0, but that's not the fastest lap for Twitchy. So no, I don't have that at the moment, and I can't grab Nismo and do that because I believe he's behind the wheel at the moment. So that's yeah, unfortunately, guys, I don't have that answer. But what I can tell you though is that the gap is closing down there from Jish in the third place 5 car, because he really is starting to take this one by the horns. And well, I just lost the screen there, but it was 20. Low into the 25 second behind Twitchy, who's still in the 17-second bracket there behind Dog. So yeah, it's incredible that these drivers are so consistent. I mean, bearing in mind, like I said before, these drivers, all 3 of them, 25-1 that is for G here behind Twitchy, but then they're dealing with lap traffic on a fairly regular basis here. And what's incredible is that they just managed to keep pumping out the same lap distance, the same gap between each other, and 17.4 there for Twitchy, 25.1 there for Geesh, which means we're talking about 42, 43 seconds gap there between Geesh and Dog with when that pit stop is affected. George, I don't know if that's enough time there for Simon Bishop to stay in the lead with the 5 car coming out of Emma and Tong.
Oh, I think he'll probably be leapfrogged, but this is it, isn't it? You know, the longer that Simon Bishop stays out, the longer he can maintain that gap, the better tyres he will have, and the faster he'll be able to go. Yep. So, Geesh's pace at the end of this stint is going to be the question mark on this. And if Simon Bishop can be doing good enough pace, he'll be able to catch up a second or a second and a half per lap, and it might just be enough. It'll be a similar situation for Twitchy. He's a little bit further back, and yeah, it depends on who jumps into the car next, I suppose, as well. But 16-second gap there, probably not going to be enough to really be in that battle, but certainly will be in there for P3. We're waiting for Matchin to come and do his final stint. So a lot of drivers extending that third stint now, Mike, and now we end up in a situation where lots of short stints are going to be done at the end. So essentially doing the reverse order of what Geesh has done before, except all of them are using new tyres for the stint. I don't think we're going to see anyone stay out for 20 minutes at the end on the same tyres they've used for 70 minutes. But we may do. This may be a more common strategy than we're expecting. It's just that it's been highlighted by the fact that the mandatory stop wasn't taken when Captain Muffin came out a second time. El Staffy in chat saying LMAO, for those of you who know what the acronym is, laughing. I won't say the rest of it. I like how frank that was when you just said no. No, we have no idea.
Oh,
and this is the thing. Mike Howe, ladies and gentlemen, honest to a T.
Well, I'm old, fat, lazy, and got the technical ability of a watermelon, so I do apologise. But just in that segment you had there when you were waffling on, I fell asleep. I sent Nismo a text, and he actually isn't driving. So Dub True is driving. He came in, he's had a look at the screens, and unfortunately we do not have the ability to tell you what the fastest lap is at the moment. So the man with the brain has come in and had a look, and must have got it from his mother. And yeah, unfortunately we can't tell you what that fastest lap is at the moment. The best I have seen personally on board was a 41.0, yeah.
Okay, yeah, 41.0. So I think we'll be able to tell at the end of the race if I look up the timetable. So we'll try to do that once the race says finished, and we'll see if we can pull that up for everyone in chat. Yeah.
Yep.
So,
absolutely. And
Mike, we're in an interesting stage.
We are, but I also noticed that Twitchy, last time I saw, was actually gaining some space on Dog. He's down to 16.6 seconds now. Now, it's always been 17 something. Now it's 16.6, and Geesh is staying pretty much static behind Twitchy. So by staying in Kui with Twitchy on those same sort of times, he's effectively catching Dog, the race leader. So what is Simon Bishop doing at the moment? What car has he got under him? And how's he playing this segment out? I thought he'd be going gangbusters and driving away from it, obviously with another driver change to come, which will be something to look out for. But at the moment, and bearing in mind, George, we're only less than 45 minutes to go, so I don't know when this final pit stop is going to take effect. But yeah, we'll 16.9 there for Twitchy to the leader, and then 25.1 for G. He's now 40 seconds or thereabouts away from Dog, and it's looking very good for the Aston Martin.
Certainly is, and yes, we actually do have an interview lined up, which is excellent. So we're looking forward to this very, very much. I'm just going to gather some information before we jump onto this one. You might be able to tell me as well. And we've got Viper Z, who's going to be jumping in and probably giving us a little bit of stick in terms of pronouncing his name. I'm just trying to look for his car number. Maybe he can tell us, but we'll bring him in now. It is Viper Z joining us in the commentary booth for an interview. So our first interview of the day. Welcome in, Viper Z. How are you feeling so far? We're 43 minutes to the end of this race. 3 hours and 17 minutes done, mate.
Hello, gents. Hope you can hear me loud and clear. Feeling pretty good, to be honest. Didn't do a huge bulk of the driving. I mean, sometimes you just got to move over and put your hand up and admit that the other guy is bloody good at what he does. And right now we've got Matthew Donetti bringing us home for the final 40 minutes, and he's doing a bloody stellar job, I must say.
Oh, that car, we've been commenting all night. It looks great. It's been moving great. And look, don't take too much away from yourself. You've been doing an excellent job there as well, and he's certainly been helping Matt Donetti to put it up into this place. That charge he went on in his first stint, though, that was something special.
It put a smile on my face, to be honest. The start of the race didn't quite go how we'd planned. We got a really great initial launch over a couple of guys behind us, and then unfortunately just got caught up with a couple of maybe overly aggressive cars that actually left us with a bit of damage. So was fighting with one hand tied behind the back for most of it. And then, yeah, like you say, that charge he put in the second stint first for him was, yeah, pretty special. Put me in a really strong spot for my third, or the third stint. And, yeah, should be on for a top 5 now today, which is pretty good.
I'll just jump in there, Viper, just for a second, mate. We've actually had a driver change at the moment, and we've had a change of the lead. The one car has come in, the BMW. Psydog has jumped out. Mint Matt has jumped in for his final stint. So now we have a purified field of sorts with Twitchy now the race leader. But, of course, Geesh in the 5 car coming through. So we'll come back to that in a couple of seconds. Viper, good to have you on board. Now, is it true, the rumour I've just made up, that you like me calling you Viperized better than Viper Z?
Oh, I didn't want to get involved in this one. I was talking to the boys before I joined the interview, and I figured there'd be a bit of politics around the grammar of my name, but no, I don't mind either way. It's all a bit of fun at the end of the day. Of course, we appreciate and love what you boys do for the series, so Viperized or Viper Z doesn't really matter to me, to be honest.
And what about the Apple Man, Matt Donetti? Matt Donetti, can we call him the Apple Man from here on in?
You know, there's a couple people you could call the Apple Man, actually. Matt Donetti, of course, is the most prominent one. Cy Bishop has been pretty big on his apples, and he's been moving faster than Xfinity Mobile lately. And even Noodles actually is pretty big on apples even today. So BCG's...
I'll stop you there, Viper. I'll stop you there. We don't let the truth get in the way of a good story, mate, okay? If we're going to come down to the facts, you're going to ruin everything we've been standing for. Now, I'll just very, very quickly also mention that the 726 car has come into the pits now, George. So, well, Viper, you just stay there for a second. But we now have Geesh, the race leader, has come out there in the 5 car, and obviously from a 2000 IQ strategy. And Viper, I'm sure you're watching this one with interest as well. Mint Matt there in the 1 car, the BMW, now the race leader, 16.5 seconds behind the Aston Martin, and Twitchy does come out in 3rd place, another 6 seconds back. All right, Viper. Now you've gone on about apples.
I think I just need to shine my finger.
No, hang on, mate. You've gone on about apples.
I need to shine my fingernails and say, as predicted.
Yeah, well, okay. We'll give George's moment there. But, hey, mate, I mean, you guys have done well there in that car. Matt doing a cracking job in the BMW in 7th place. Have we got anything more to see from you guys in the next 40 minutes, or are you just happy with where you are?
We're pretty well locked down, to be honest. I think just looking at the gaps and where they are, I think P4 with BCG2, we're a good 30 to 40 seconds behind those guys. They've run a really, really good race. And even behind us, we've got Smitty 12 behind, and Matchin yet to make his final stop. So we're expecting to still be about 10 to 15 ahead of those guys. We're in a bit of dead space, but realistically, we're not unhappy with that whatsoever. I think a top 5 is pretty good. And maybe if we'd nailed that first stint, we could have gotten P4 off the other BCG lads. But at the end of the day, we've got 3 BCG cars inside the top 5, which is a pretty bloody good achievement for us. So we're stoked.
Yeah, it's a really good effort today by all of you guys. And we've just seen Matt Donetti go past Cave Racing's John, who's just come into his pit stop. So it's up to 6th position for you guys now. One other thing that's been a point of contention between, well, conversation I should say, between me and Mike is how good the BMW is at Kyalami. What are your thoughts on that versus, say, the Aston Martin or the Mercedes or the Ford?
To try and negotiate, I guess an unbiased opinion is difficult here. I mean, I want to tell you that my drivers are the best and that the BMW is an absolute wad. But it's not. Realistically, it's a very, very nice handling car. We've got a couple cons, I suppose, in the braking in particular. Car doesn't brake particularly well. It's difficult to carry speed sometimes. And the fuel in particular is a bit of a letdown as well over that of the Aston Martin. But it'd still be one of the stronger cars. It's certainly up there with the AMG, the Mustang. The Aston's probably a class of its own right now, just judging by the results it's picked up in the last few races. But seriously, the BMW is a very good car, and as good as these boys are driving it, you're only as good as the equipment underneath you a lot of the time. So it's a good 50-50 split.
Yeah, it's a good point. And then, of course, we saw the Fords catching up a lot to the BMWs in the braking zone, especially turn 2. It's going to be that hard braking zone at the end of the pit straight. And yeah, you can just see that the BMWs just weren't really able to peel off the speed as much as possible. Once you're through and you're back on the power, that seems to be even Stevens all over again. So it's nice to hear that we were semi-right about our opinions on the BMW. But you know, when you put it in the hands of racers like yourself and Matt Donetti, then yeah, honestly, you see it come alive, which is great. Any final questions from yourself, Mike? I think we've got through most of mine for Viper.
Well, I was just thinking we've got a Pom, we've got a Kiwi, we've got an Aussie in the commentary booth at the moment. I was just thinking, well, I've done my Kiwi bit, you're the Pom, and Viper's an Aussie. How about you commentate us a little bit of what you see on the screen at the moment there, Viper? Are you any good at commentating?
As George knows, actually, I've tried my hand at commentary before. It's a little bit hit or miss, to be perfectly honest. Sometimes we're just having a lot of fun, sometimes a bit of fun, sometimes we're miserable and calling stuff we can't even see. Usually I'll just leave you guys to do it, but to be honest, can't even join the bloody stream on my phone, to be honest with you.
That's all right, mate. No, look, it's great to hear from you, and I really hope you guys continue to go well. I mean, 6th place at the moment. It's a pretty star-studded field, and you know, Viperized or Viper Z, it doesn't really matter. You've really driven out of your skin there today, mate, and kept that thing on the pointy end. I think anything in the top 10 is pretty astounding. So well done to you, and 6th place or better. You know, hopefully it goes well for you for the next 36 minutes, and appreciate you coming into the booth, mate. That's what it's all about. We like to hear from the drivers from their point of view, not just the post-race interviews, but hearing, you know, about you guys through the race, and yeah, well done to you.
I also want to tack onto that as well. Keep going with the commentary, Liam. You know I'm behind you on that, and I think you've got a lot of potential, mate. So, ladies and gentlemen, Liam Tame, Viper Z, or Vipers, however you want to pronounce it, for BCG4. Thank you again. Anything else you want to say, Viper, and shout-outs or thanks to anyone?
Oh, nothing more from me, I suppose. Just a big shout-out to the BCG lads who every race make this a lot of fun. And to be honest, they're the reason we all do this. I mean, if one of us dropped out, someone else would drop out, and we're just a bit of a family that keep on going racing with these ones. So, yeah, it's enjoyable. Good to have Matt Zanetti on board, of course, for this season, and we're hoping we don't lose him to any high-profile teams, which is a bit of a sneaky jab.
Keep the apples stocked up nicely. It should be right.
Yeah, Nismo just asked me on a completely unrelated matter. What is Matt Delaney's phone number? He's just, you know, curious. Asking. No, too soon. All right.
I can tell you, even if I were to pass on his phone number, I'm pretty sure he's already been snapped up for next season. So.
Yeah, you can dial the short code BCG4 for anything to do with Matt Donetti's contract for next season. Awesome. Hey, thanks so much, Viper, for jumping in, mate. I really appreciate you.
No, thanks, fellas, and enjoy the final few minutes. And yeah, happy calling.
Cheers, mate.
Yeah, cheers, mate.
Awesome.
Appreciate that. And just had a word there from Nismo, who's come in, and he's managed to find out that the fastest lap is a 141.38, and it was Twitchy in the Mercedes-Benz earlier on, obviously during the race. 141.38. So I thought it was a 141.0. I was on board with Smithy. It was a 142.0. So I do apologise, but yeah, 141.38 is the fastest lap. So good to have that accuracy. That is our purple lap. That's the purple little dot beside the third spot there for Twitchy, and great drive there from him.
Absolutely, and great to have Viper Z jump into chat. I mean, honestly, it's been genuine pleasure to hear from the drivers. Anyone else who would like to jump in for an interview with us? We've got 34 minutes remaining in this race. There will be a little bit of time for interviews after the race as well, although we'll be getting through those in short order. We'll have to get the fastest lap told. What was it? Can you tell me one more time? And I'll type it into chat just so everyone's got it. We've got a record. 141.38. 141.38. Fantastic. Thank you so much. So it's a 141.38. Thank you very much to Nathan and Mike for that. Dan Wood saying in chat, didn't know watermelons had technical capabilities. No, but they're extremely good at commentary.
Appreciate you, mate. You've got to have a chuckle, don't we? Also noticing that the race leader, 15.5 seconds back there to Mint Matt in second place, 15.5 seconds back to the leader, was 15.7. So the BMW is slowly starting to gain on the Aston Martin, the race leader, 33 minutes to go. I mean, that's incremental, but we'll keep an eye on that one. 15.5 seconds. Just put that one in the back of your head there. And Twitchy in the 726 car, which is the car with the fastest lap so far, and Twitchy is the driver, 10.0 seconds back to second place there, Mint Matt. So I don't think this is all over yet, just anytime soon, guys. And also talking about your class points, Jimmy Matchin in the Ford Mustang must be very, very close to coming in for his final pit stop, because still in fourth place at the moment. Smitty in seventh place has done his final pit stop, has gassed to the end. So there's a few battles still to come out of this one there, George. And again, incrementally, Mint Matt now 15.4 seconds back to the race leader in the second place BMW. So, wow, I don't know about this one. We'll have to wait and see how it all plays out. But we've got a potential charge for the lead. We've got third place, who may not be keen on staying third, and we've got a battle for the Pro-Am class still yet to unfold by a pit stop. So how's it going to play out for Jimmy Matchin?
This is so good. This is exactly what we love. This is what endurance racing brings, ladies and gentlemen. If you're not involved in endurance racing, what happens is you end up with this beautiful tapestry of interwoven strategies, and this tapestry starts to break apart, and you get different things happening at different times, and then at the end, magically, suddenly everything starts stitching itself back together.
George,
from the final grid.
9.5 seconds, Twitchy back to second place, Mint Matt. The Mercedes-Benz is on a flyer. He is absolutely locked and loaded here, 9.5 seconds. Wow.
And we can actually see he is sliding the car around the track. We have had Jason Wilco jump back into the chat. Welcome back. He's got some questions for us, Mike, so we're going to spend a little bit of time just answering some questions here. He's asking, when was the
watermelon questions?
It wasn't, luckily, but
that's right.
We're going to have some watermelons, a couple of watermelons answer on behalf of the race information that's available. Asking, when was the last stop for the top three? Okay, who has the freshest tyres? Question mark. Sorry, I've just woken up, so trying to work it out. Jason Wilcox is saying Mike should be able to see in the leaderboards / lap time. Yes, he can, but we can tell you because we've been watching and commentating for the last 3.5 hours, so we'll tell you. So, here we go. Here's the fun. So it is Mint Matt and Twitchy were the latest ones to do their pit stops. Both of them are on fresh sets of tyres. They've been going for about 10 or 15, maybe 20 minutes at the moment, catching up to a bit of blue flag traffic. Flashes of the lights from Twitchy to try and get himself past because he's on a charge at the moment. So what's happened, Jason Wilco, is when Captain Muffin jumped in for Geesh in Stint 2, he went for the full 70 minutes, and then he did a no-tyre stop. He did a splash and dash, no tyre change, so didn't complete his second mandatory pit stop. Went until the 70-minute mark and then threw on a new set of tyres, threw Geesh in the car, and Geesh has gone again. They've essentially saved themselves time. Everyone else has been changing tyres, from what we can tell, every single pit stop, and that has meant that Simon Bishop, who was right behind Captain Muffin by 0.5 of a second at the end of Stint 2, has ended up 15.9 seconds behind Mint Matt. Matchin is pitting.
Yes. Matchin is I like that pinching. Oh, that sounds more fun.
I've really screwed this up.
Right, we've got 30 minutes and 2 seconds to go. You can say pinching instead of pitting anytime. So he's in the pits now on the start finish. Obviously in the pits there with, looks like Smitty coming round through the right hand. He's coming up towards the penultimate corner. And now he's into the left hand of Inway to get himself onto the straight. This is a battle for not his position, but a battle for the class. And it looks like Matchin staying, still behind the wheel of the car. We'll see if the driver does change. And there goes Smitty. Smitty has made the pass. The 37 car, the Aston Martin, has come through. And as long as the Ford could make it, Morton Nick has jumped in behind the wheel now of the mighty Mustang. And it looks like only not much of a gap there. A couple of seconds in it between the 369 and the 30. I think that gap's going to blow out a bit, though, to be fair. 11 seconds, Smitty back to position. 1.8 seconds further back for the 369 car. But gap I'm seeing on the screen, I don't think that's accurate. It looks a lot longer than 1.8 seconds. So
I think we'll find out once we get through Sector 1. Yeah, that's right. But that is big because HC Smitty has done the undercut. And yes, he'll have worse tyres through the last 28 minutes of this race, but Morton Nick is 7 seconds, Mike, 7 seconds between the two. So that's a lot of distance from Morton Nick to catch up, but we know he's had a lot of pace, and with fresh tyres, he can go absolutely hammer and tong and go for it. And just to cover off the last talking point, Mint, Matt, and Twitchy, that's car number 1 and 726, have fresher tyres and are trying to reel in Geesh, who's been going now for nearly 40 minutes. Just over 40 minutes in his stint. So that is the battle that we're seeing. Jason Wilco tuning in once again with another comment saying, would be interesting to see how much time you save not changing tyres. It's only 30 seconds with tyres and fuel. Might only be 15 to 20 seconds for just fuel, but that's very unusual, Strat. I love it. We love it too, and we believe that the time save, Jason Wilco, was 16 seconds, and the gap is still hovering at that point right now, Mike.
That's right, it is. And of course, the other words I've just had made very plain to me is that Morton Nick and the Mustang, when they did the driver change, they did not take much fuel, didn't need to. Obviously, only 27 minutes worth of fuel was required, so that would have saved some time too. They probably bolted tyres onto it, I'm sure, but they didn't need to take on much fuel. So big effort there from the 369 car. I'm on the edge of my seat. We're supposed to be sitting there having tea and scones because we've got less than half an hour to go on a boring old 4 hour, but I don't think Kyalami's realised that enduros are supposed to be quiet and boring. It's quite the opposite. We've got a 15-second lead there for Geesh at the moment on Mint Matt and the BCG1 BMW, and Geesh and the Aston Martin the leader, but the BMW is slowly closing down that gap. Then the third place car, the Mercedes-Benz, being driven by the fastest lap racer so far today, the lap, not lap record holder, but the fastest lap of the race is Twitchy in 7.26, has now closed that gap down to just over 8 seconds back to second place Mint Matt. So we've got a battle for the lead. I don't think that's going to change too much there for Geesh because it seems to be holding down nicely 15, 16 seconds. But third place is having a good old go here on second place Mint Matt. And now we talk about Smitty, and now we talk about a Morton Nick, and that's the Smitty 37 car there in sixth place. Seventh place is the Morton Nick and the Mustang with fresh tyres, not much gas, but enough to get to the end, we believe, with an 8-something second positional change. We'll just wait for that to come back up. 8.5, it was 8.6. There's an incremental change there between those two. And what other battles have we got on the track? Well, I don't know, but I see that the 137 Nismo Hooncorp car there with, I think, dubbed true to the end on this one, is up to 10th place here, so they're moving to the top 10. Good work there from the boys. And another little point out there too, the car that started dead last, 22nd place, was Jimbo in the Skyline, is up to 15th there at the moment, a few laps back, but brilliant effort with 3.5 hours under his belt. That's incredible.
It's a huge effort. I mean, we know that we've had the chat competition for who's driven the longest stint. It doesn't matter at all. 3.5 hours on the trot is just absolutely incredible. And we don't know how he does it. We respect it massively. We love the car. We love the livery. He's the only Nissan out there. And to be in 15th place, he has driven a solid race all the way through the 4 hours of Kyalami, and we hope to see him at the end, maybe making a couple more positions. We shall see. I think Jason Wilco in chat saying competition caution to really spice it up. How about some rain? No, unfortunately not, because the 30-minute timer says no, we're not getting rain. I'm very disappointed, but you know what, I'll get the flax killed out and do some improvements to it. Just, you know, do the whatever magical spells that I need to perform on the kilt, and then get it on for next race, and see if we can bring some wet weather to the beautiful Spa-Francorchamps, which I believe is our next round at round 6. Someone can confirm that to me in chat. Unfortunately, to date, no virtual safety car and no safety car. So even though we haven't actually needed it, I'll be honest, Mike, now that I think about it and I go back, we have not needed it at all.
No, not at all. And you know, another fantastic another fantastic story about the drivers and the cars. Not many of them are wearing big damage. There's bumps and scrapes. Even as we were looking at the Nissan there, I'm trying to see any damage on that car. I don't see it. And look at the Mercedes-Benz here. You know, they might have a little scrape on the front bumper. They've obviously had to work around some, you know, around some different traffic and things like that. But most of them have got very, very little damage, if any. And you look at the Barter's Mercedes-Benz, I mean, it's just about perfect, because it'll have rubber all over it from, various things. It'll have a few, gravel, stone chips and things. But, as far as it goes, the bash and the crash, I've been very impressed. I've scrolled around off the main screen so I can get a bit of a feel, get a commentator's sort of look on how the track is sort of faring and what the drivers are doing over the last few hours. And when the blue flags are out, guys move out of the way. When there's someone behind them, they're flashing the lights saying, come on, mate, give us some room, and they're doing so. Indicators are on, hazard lights are on. Thanks very much once they've made the pass. I'm not talking about, kisses and cuddles, but certainly some very, very high standard driving. And for drivers on different strategies and that, they're recognising that they need to actually, well, I'm not quite up to that pace, I'll move out of the way and won't ruin their race. And because we're only round 5 of 7, there's so much to play for here. There's no point wrecking yourself now. Carry on, get to the next one, and then you might well do well. I mean, case in point was the battle for Pro-Am. I mean, that's right down to the wire. That's 9 seconds difference, because going into this, they were tied on points. The 37 car, the Aston Martin, in 6th place, and the 7th place, 369 Ford Mustang. They were tied on this, and are tied on the same points, because we've got 23 minutes for that to change. So is it going to be that the Aston, with Hooncorp Smitty behind the wheel, going to move up in the positions, or is it going to be a Morton Nick in the Mustang? So, this is what it's all about. You've got to think long term. And speaking of long term, the battle before the lead at the moment is down to 14.3 seconds.
Here we go.
It's coming down.
Oh my goodness, this is fantastic stuff. I mean, it will come down to the wire, 14 seconds. So Matt has decided to put his foot down. It's time to use what's left in the tyres. It's time to do those qualifying-esque laps and get that down, because now 14.3 seconds. And he's got to close in this gap and then make the overtake if he has any chance of winning. We have a poll up on the twitch.tv/Kidbyers channel. We're going out to Kidbyers today with special permission from Trevor Byers himself, who hopefully will be back commentating on AUSNZ from next round, and it'll be either Geesh, Psydog, or Twitchy. So that's BSR1, BCG1, or ANC0O. That is, I think it's ANC Outplayed, ANCO, so that's Twitchy. So get your votes in, ladies and gentlemen. Who do you think is going to win it? Have BSR1 done enough? And with this 2000 IQ strategy, have they put themselves in the right position at the right time? Will Mint Matt be able to catch up and get his car ahead of the BSR1 team, or will it be Twitchy on these blazing fast laps be able to catch up and maybe pip both of these cars? But he's got a lot of work to do, so we shall see. But get your votes in. If you're on the YouTube or the Trackspot TV Twitch, let us know by typing a comment into the chat. All follows and subscriptions and bits and all of that has been massively appreciated so far. You guys have been absolutely awesome in chat today, and if you have any further questions, do reach out. For the drivers, if you want to jump in for an interview, we've had Viper Z in the comms box a few moments ago, giving us some really cool insights into how his race with BCG4 has gone. Then please do jump into the waiting room. There's a chat available to everyone, and we will pull you in for an interview towards the end of this race. Interview slots are open as well post-race, although they will be a lot shorter. So if you want to have your say and tell us how good you are, well then jump in now and get yourself in the comms box. A massive shout, of course, to our sponsor, Camo Parts. They're doing huge work out there in the world of real-world motorsport supplies. So get your electrical parts, your lubrications, your 4x4 parts, your tools, your performance parts. Go and check them out, of course, on Camo Parts. Camo Parts. Thank you, Mike. Thank you. Camo Parts. Camo, because it's a car. It's a car. It's a Camo Parts. .co.nz. Use the code esports when you check out for 10% off. That includes sale items, no minimum spend, valid until the 20th of September 2025. And always feel free to give them a call on 094354050. They can do whatever you need them to do. Great shipping reputation, great ability to grab parts that you need from around the world. So fantastic, and thank you again, Camo Parts, for sponsoring us here in round 5, the 4 hours of Kyalami. Mike, back to the action. There's a yellow on track, and it is the 787 car.
Yes. Oh, and there he is there, just being passed by the mighty Mustang, unfortunately on the wrong side of that one. But that's what can happen. Can he get that car going again? Come on, son, fire the up, get her going. There she goes. and happy days. And again, a big shout out to Brett Hogan from Karma Auto Parts. As you said, George, he's sponsoring that beautiful red and blue car that you saw in that ad clip there, the 43 Holden HQ of Roxanne with the Lexus Power, as well as real-time sponsorship. He's also investing into here on the sim racing rigs of the AUSNZ race series here at, in this case, Kyalami in South Africa. And so, Brett, thank you very much, mate, for your support. And he doesn't just look after the race cars. He's got parts for your road cars. He's got parts for your, for your 4x4, parts for your little truck or your Ranger or whatever bits that you've got, your diesel utes, your petrol cars, everything in between. Give him a call. He'll certainly look after you there. And of course, if you're into motor racing, you want some help, if he hasn't got the bits, he'll get the bits for you. And if he wants some solid advice between him and his association with Checkered Flag Automotive, the team Checkered Pass boys in that HQ, then he will help you out in more ways than one. So definitely Karma Auto Parts, the place to have a talk to them. All right, let's get back underway as we see the gaps coming down, George. And mate, look, a big shout out also to yourself, TrackSpot TV. Let's also just quickly touch on what that's all about, mate, and how people can support you.
Absolutely. Well, we'll go on board with this battle between HC Lewis and Al Dusty. Things are certainly spicing up for these two teams. A lot of damage on the front of that 543 car, of course. And another question as well, as El Staffia in chat just asking as well, wondering about who pitted when. Well, in terms of the top three, Mint, Matt and Twitchy are on the fresh tyres. Jeesh is on old tyres. He's been going since the 1 hour and 10 mark. The others have been going for about 30 minutes so far, so they are on the fresher tyres as we continue to watch what is unfolding to be an absolutely epic battle. TrackSpot TV, go and check us out on www.trackspot.tv if you need broadcasting or commentary or work on OBS or multi-streaming or graphics and animation or hype videos. Here goes Al Dusty, here we go. Oh, the little look up the inside of the crocodile, but he's not able to make it work just yet. And I think HC Lewis is really looking slow at this stage of the race, and it's probably a matter of when, not if, at this stage. Thank you for following as well, Mohammed Shobi. Thank you so much for joining us on the Kidbyers channel. Much appreciated. TrackSpot TV, www.trackspot.tv for all your broadcasting and commentary needs, professional grade broadcasting and commentary, and all sorts. If you want to join the team as well, if you're interested in becoming a broadcaster or a commentator, we are also taking team registrations. So jump on in, you can head to the website and you'll find links there on the broadcasting page. Thank you again, Mike, for the shout out. Pleasure to be here. Hooncorp Esports doing great work in the background. The admin team's so dedicated at AUSNZ, and it just puts on a great race at the end of the day. We're having fantastic fun today. Lots of battles still to be figured out as we hit the 129th lap of this race. You've got to be joking back in chat saying, go Dusty, get racy, young fella. And he certainly is. Al Dusty going for it right now.
Yeah, having a good scrap there. You can see the front end of that Ferrari's particularly ugly. It's like watching King Charles and the pair of stilettos, but he's trying to keep that thing going at the moment, and right behind him there, Dusty and the Muzzy. So Al Muzzy is coming up, and of course Free Licks there a little bit down in the results as well in his car. So he's got to, obviously eyes forward there for Lewis and the Lewis Atkinson doing a good job in the Ferrari. It's not really that they have to fight too hard over this one. It's position 13, 14, but it's a little bit of motorsport ego, and no one wants to give up a spot unless they absolutely have to. And good driving there from Dusty, he's showing him the aggression, but he's not getting out the bash and the crash and the biff and the smash. So he backed out of what could have been a nasty one a few corners ago. And again, you can see Lewis just really struggling to get that power down. I think, like you said, George, it's a matter of when rather than if there's going to be a pass. But as long as Dusty doesn't get too ragged here, because he doesn't want to undo himself. And of course now Freelix, who's lap or so down further down the field, he will buy into this. And of course the two Hooncorp cars there, I think Freelix will jump out of the way and let this battle go past them without too much of a problem. But at the front of the field, we need to go back and address this one. I don't want to really run away from this. This is probably the best, closest battle that we've actually got between these two guys. But
give us an update. Give us an update from the top three at the moment. Where's things at, and are they closing in or are they not?
No, they're pretty static, to be fair. Matt's 14.7 seconds back in second spot from the leader, who is Jeesh in the Aston Martin, Matt in the BMW. And just watch this dive on the Mustang. Good driving there from those two. And then we go back 8.9 seconds to Twitchy in the Mercedes-Benz in third place there, who was starting to barnstorm, who was starting to pick up some pace there against Matt, but again, just a little bit stale. I'll tell you what, we know Jeesh's tyres are getting, 50 minutes old now, but It's just a matter of preserving that car. He's driving it beautifully, not having to go out there. Isn't the fastest car on the track, hasn't got the little purple sector beside his name is Jeesh, but between Jeesh and Muffin, Captain Muffin, who've both been driving the BSR1 Aston Martin all day, I mean, Captain Muffin got dealt a pretty cruel blow, being told in a nice way, go out and do a double stint, and then when you come in, put a lot of gas on those worn out tyres and did a sensational job. But you see how good a job he's done. This whole team have really driven this thing so well. It's been great to watch. But I also like the battle there from the BCG boys there, because as we heard from Viper Z, that he was saying that, you know, it's just a really heartwarming thing to see so many of them so well placed. 3 of them in the top 5, and there's you can't say, you know, fairer than that. So Mint Nat in the number 1 car there, the BMW, teamed up with Simon Bishop, Psydog, in a solid 2nd place at the moment. That won't hurt their points any matter at all there, George. I mean, at the end of the day, with 2 more rounds to go, you'd sit back and you'd take those positions. In fact, I just look at Mint Nat, and he's down to 14.6 seconds now to Jeesh, but with 13 minutes to go, I think we need to see bigger increments per lap than just a couple of tenths of a second. And Twitchy 8.8 seconds back to the 2nd place car there. So who are there to call that it's all over, but never say never on the sim racing. One little mistake, one bash into the wall, and it can all happen. Your car can look as ugly as what we're seeing on the screen at the moment there for Lewis. But you know, I think the quality we've seen with 3 hours and 48 or 47 minutes, that duration so far, it's looking pretty hard for anyone else to even get near the Aston Martin. It seems to have done a cracking job. And you know, the strategy, again, I'll say it for the 3rd time, the 2000 IQ choice that they made, did they need to take that risk? I don't know, because I think they were really doing a good job anyway. Oh, we just see the big understeer there from Lewis.
Oh, he's really struggling on these tyres now. I mean, he's got a really good brake. The Ferrari is always fantastic on its brakes, and the Ford just can't match that, but it's getting such a better run through most most of these corners. And there we go, they're side by side now through the apex. This could be it. Oh, Lewis is squeezing him a bit too wide into Cheetah. What are they doing? Oh, they're actually staying too wide. Oh, to the space program nearly for the Ford Mustang, but Al Dusty holds on. Absolutely incredible racing. Oh, geez, talk about being on the edge of my seat. I mean, we were leaning back about 2 hours in. We were having our cup of tea. We were relaxing. We were talking quite casually. And now we're on the front of our seats, yelling into our microphones yet again. Fantastic work here. Does seem quite solidified at the top, Mike. We just ran a poll for the last 10 minutes or so, asking people who they think is going to win. And the unequivocal decision there from chat was that it's going to be Jeesh. I think at this point, given that the gap hasn't come down at all, I think they might be spot on.
Yeah, I think the podium's going to stay the same, but I think who is the most spirited driver and who's the most fair, on the track. I think we're seeing 2 really good protagonists here at the moment. Lewis is just, he's not been a muppet about it. He's going, I just want to, try and stay in front. And well done, Dusty. He's been showing some spirit. That Mustang's got the wumbo. There's no doubt about it. But we know there's something majorly wrong in the front end of that car there. Lewis's Ferrari is, it's just not doing what it's supposed to do. But take nothing away from Dusty. He could have leaned on the brake pedal a little bit less than he should have and just tapped this guy out of the way, and it wouldn't be anywhere near the fun we're seeing. And what we're seeing on the edge of our seat battle between these two, and Free Licks, just so you know, the HC3 car there and the Aston is actually a lap or so down from this battle. This is a battle for 13th and 14th place, and now Dusty again doing the big slingshot, but just hasn't got the braking package that the Ferrari's got there. So these two, I'll tell you what, if they don't sit back and have a cyber ginger beer with each other afterwards, they miss the point on what motor racing's all about. Even in sim racing, this is absolutely brilliant.
Well,
but
I think that
we're going to have
down,
to break away.
I think that comes down beautifully to a point that I always make in sim racing, especially in endurance events. It's really not about where you finish. It's the memories that you're making as part of it, because these guys are having fun out on track. It's not necessarily about getting 12th place or 13th place. They're having a monumental scrap. And Lewis is going to do the switchback, letting the Ford go deep. And there we go again. I mean, this is brilliant, smart racing from the 2 of them. I love this completely. Oh, dear, oh, dear. And Lewis has cooked it a little bit on the inside line for through the Juke Sky sweep, and there we go. You'll have to rejoin the track safely once we get one more cargo pass. It's Jimbo, and there we go. It's unfortunately come to a fun conclusion. Plenty of memories for Lewis to look back on, that is for sure. We've had the Flying Kiwi in chat saying, let's go the 237 car. And yes, to my point here, I think it doesn't matter if you finish in first or in last place. If you finish an endurance round, they're memories that you can take home and remember for the rest of your lives. And I think those are memories that you have to remember to build through races like this, because it's one of those things where you have a shared experience, one that's tough, one where you're sweaty, and it's just great. It's just good fun at the end of the day.
Yeah, absolutely right. Hey, good stuff there from Lewis. You'll shrug that one off and carry on. It hasn't actually changed the results too much. In fact, it has. I didn't realise that actually Jimbo has jumped up and made a spot on that. Well done,
yes,
Jimbo. Goodness me.
So he's driving solo, and he's picking up the crumbs of the battles in the front. That's fantastic.
Okay, so look, we've been chatting about 13th place, 14th place, and now 15th place. Watching Lewis there. Now let's jump back to the front of the field. We need to wrap up this race. We've got 8 minutes and 30 seconds to go, and I'll tell you, we can do nothing but pay homage to the fantastic drive that is this car here, Geesh. This is the BSR1, and I'm not saying the race is over. I'm not for a second doing that. I'm not preempting here, but you know, when you get apples, sometimes you make an apple pie. And so far, these guys, for the last, you know, pretty much from day dot, from the start of this race, this Aston Martin has been the car to catch. It's 14.8 seconds ahead of the second place BMW of Mint Matt, and a further 9 seconds back to the Mercedes-Benz 726 of Twitchy, who does have the fastest lap, the purple sector beside his name, much earlier on in the race. So well done there to Captain Muffin and to Geesh in this Aston Martin. But like I say, we're not saying it's all over, but you know, sometimes the large lady, when she starts to warm up her vocal cords, I think it's the right thing to do. It's like saying the fat lady singing, but trying to be more PC. And out of the final turn for another lap there for the Aston Martin, this will be 135 laps completed. That's a long way. And Muffin's a Herculean double drive there on squodgy tyres right towards the end with a full tank of gas. That was, I think, the 2000 IQ. Last time I'm going to say it, I promise, moment there for the team. But George, in saying that again, it goes back to the whole thing that no one really called the Aston Martin the car to have here. I was pretty confident the BMWs and the Mercedes were going to lap this one up like the proverbial dehydrated dog, but it's just come out of nowhere, this thing, and it really has shown it's a force to be reckoned with, as well as a good strategy.
Yeah, correct. I mean, the Aston Martin is known to be strong in wet conditions, so it was kind of no surprise that we saw an Aston Martin right up the top during a wet qualifying session on Friday evening, 22nd of August. But to then see that the pace was absolutely there, I mean, it's a testament not only to the Aston Martin, it's not just the Aston Martin, it is arguably, and we heard Viper Z talking about it, the Aston Martin definitely just seems to have pace at this place, and I've seen that in the past before. Then again, I've seen the Aston Martin in the hands of a number of very alien drivers, and you just go, well, that's clearly cheating. Of course it's not, because they're just incredibly good drivers. But I think that exact statement applies here. Both Geesh and Captain Muffin have honed this car in perfectly. The dry setup has been excellent for them. The car looks completely placid and placed and planted on track. They're making very few errors as two drivers, which is just a testament to the skill and dedication that they've put in and the practice that they've put in with this car. Now, if we had this team, say, if we had everyone in Aston Martins, would they have such a convincing lead today? I'm not sure. I don't know. They may just have the patience, the pace today in the Aston Martin that the others just overall didn't have. If we had a different scenario and had everyone in the same car throughout today's race, but at the end of the day, you can't take anything away from it, whether it's the Aston or not. They've driven a perfect race, and the strategy execution has been very clever.
Yeah, that's exactly what it's been. They have been, they've just been clever. And the other thing too, looking at that car, look for any damage. You know, this car with these drivers have had to navigate a lot of lap traffic, There's been a huge amount of passes, more passes than K Road on the Saturday night, but they've done a very, very good job. The thing doesn't have a blemish on it. I think it's got a bit of rubber marks and maybe a bit of stone chipping. That's it. So, you know, you've got to keep these cars clean. We saw the instance earlier on with the McLaren when it did the big hoopty-doopty and, you know, damaged the rear diffuser. There's no damage on this car whatsoever. So, I'd say that as I see a spirited pass through made here for the Mustang, but, you know, Mickey T, in fact, one of the drivers we haven't really mentioned much, the FTR South driver, Mickey T, but, you know, he lets them go past and doesn't cause any issues as well, and that's what it's all about. So, you know, we don't want him taking out the race leader with 4 minutes and 27 seconds left to go.
I think you might have a Max Verstappen running into the pit garage and shoving Esteban Ocon again, kind of a situation if that were the case. A few other shout-outs, I think, around the grid here. We've got HC2, who found themselves up in P10, so in the top 10, and they've done a great job today. So Dub True and Nathan Howe have done a really good job in the 137 car, and that's you know, they were qualified outside the top 10, so to bring it back into the top 10 is a fantastic effort today.
Yeah, they've done really well, and I know there's a few strategic things they were called upon, and again they lean on Smitty, who does give them the voice of reason. He's out behind the wheel himself. There is Smitty in the 37 car, but the 137 boys in the M class here, they try really, really hard. They want them to be, you know, there and thereabouts like everybody, but again, one thing I'll say about Nismo is that he's a very, very patient man, sees the massive picture, not just the big picture, but the massive picture. And of course, like you were saying before, and not just because he's my son, but I've got to shout out the amount of time that he, as well as others, puts into these events. So behind the scenes, it's updates. He's a very good communicator, not perfect, but a very good communicator. And if you don't know, and if he doesn't know, he'll find out, and he'll tell you that he doesn't know. That's what I really like about it. But then to actually see him, like, for the next 4 hours, or the last 4 hours, he hasn't had to be the organiser. He's a race car driver, and that's exactly what he loves. George, we've got less than 3 minutes to go, mate. Let's wrap this one up. Let's bring it home here at Kyalami in South Africa.
It's fantastic. Look, we've had a great race over the last 3 hours and 58 minutes, noting here that Jimbo is catching up to P13 and Al Dusty is absolutely at risk of losing that 13th position in this race. Overall, a few other things happening. Freelix has picked up a drive-through for the 237 car just at the end of the race at track limits. Unfortunately coming to haunt a couple of cars today, but not nearly as many as I thought we may see. This is going to be the last battle, I suspect, that we'll see in this race, and Jimbo is on an absolute charge with 2 minutes to go. So where is Geesh out on track? Well, he's just coming into turn 1 right now, so we will get 2 more laps in this race before the end of it. So we will keep an eye on what's happening between Al Dusty, number 2 car, and the number 33 driving solo for the last nearly 4 hours now. So incredible effort by them.
The skyline.
There you go. You've got a Skyline fan in here. Yeah. Let us know in chat. Are you a Skyline fan? Are you happy with where the 33 has finished? Remember, he started in last place, so it's been a monumental drive up to P14 and maybe snagging a P13 at the end of this race. Weather conditions have been stable and dry out there all race long. The strategy execution for BSR1 has been clean, cool, calm and collected, and executed like an AI chatbot. Well, actually, that's probably a bad comparison, but a future version of the AI chatbot. It's been robotic, it's been beautiful, it's been seamless, and here we go, Al Dusty defending the inside line into turn 2. Can Jimbo make a pass on the outside? It'll be a cutback. And will there be enough space? Given there is, and they'll be side by side. Here we go. Mike, take us through this last little battle. It's your favorite car out on track.
Oh, it is. I just love it. He's doing a great job in the yellow R35, and he's trying to. And I've got nothing against Al Dusty. I'm just a Nissan guy, and I just think this guy, a solo act in the solo car, the solo Skyline out there on the track. It's just fantastic to watch. He's nothing but he's gutsy, and that's what you got to love about Jimbo. I don't know him from a bar of soap, but I just think he's absolutely fantastic. Seeing this little rocket doing the job, but also big shout out to Al Dusty though. What a massive amount of patience he put up with earlier on with that battle with the Ferrari. But now he's got a tiger behind him. He's got a tiger on his tail, can we say? And Al Dusty in the 13th spot. Unlucky for some 13 car number 2, but I'll tell you what, there's nothing lucky about him. He's a very, very capable driver as Dusty, and so too Jimbo. This is a great way to finish a race meet. 24 seconds to go, guys, and then we're going to be saying a checkered flag for next lap around there for the race leader. But George, I think we've got to break away from this one, mate. Let's go back to the race leader. Let's pick it up where it's all been starting during the course, and whatever happens here with these guys, fantastic to them. Here comes Geesh.
Right.
George, you're the commentator. You're the man that knows sim racing a lot better than me. Bring us home, big fella. Geesh is doing a cracking job.
Certainly is. We're both commentators here. We've both got the esports banner above our head. I don't have the real motorsports one just yet, but maybe one day. We'll see. Let's focus on what's happening because the timer is at 0 seconds. This is it. Geesh for the last time coming up the hill to Learcop. It's going to be his for the taking. 14.7 seconds is the gap between him and BCG1, who just haven't been able to bring it back their way this race. There was a chance in this last stint. Fresh tyres for Mint Matt, fresh tyres for Twitchy, fastest laps being set by both of them, but unfortunately for them, Geesh has had the pace. The Aston Martin has been on point this entire race. The weather has been conducive to the Aston Martin, whether it's been in the wet for qualifying or the dry here in the race, and through Cheetah cleanly for the last time. No space program entrant for Geesh today. He's going to stay solidly on the ground, and this will be it. Checkered flag is out. He's going to do the sweep left and right and back and forth, the flash of the lights, I'm sure, and Geesh and BCR1 with Captain Muffin are going to be your race victors today as Matt Denetti comes across the line and takes 5th position. Mickey T will take 11th position, win there. Smitty will win the battle for Pro-Am. He's come across the line beautifully, and that is it. A huge points advantage now for him over the 369 team. Mint Matt, what an absolute race between him and the rest of the field, and Simon Bishop did a huge amount of lifting during this, but boy oh boy, BCG3 one do deserve that 2nd position race. OP Twitchy gets 3rd position. What's happened with Jimbo? Has he got 13th place? Oh, they're still going. We're going to watch this one to the end of the line. We know who the top 3 are. We're going to keep an eye because is there going to be a late send by Jimbo? He's going to try it down the inside into Ingwer, but it's around the outside, the defense for the number 2. He'll take the position, P13. That is it. The race is over. Fantastic stuff by these two. Separated by 0.1 of a second at the end of a 4-hour race. It's absolutely phenomenal. BCG2 coming across the line through the dust and the smoke of the fireworks for 4th position. And what an absolute race. Let's have some donuts. TCS off. Ladies and gentlemen, let's see if they can do it a little bit better than last time. Did Geesh learn the lesson from Mike Howe? I'm not sure, because he's still going in a straight line. Get that car turned. We want to see some donuts.
No, he did it, and Nismo's just crossed the line there for top 10 in the 137 car, so great drive here from him. Geesh in the 5 car takes the win there in the Aston Martin. 2nd place is the mighty BMW there with Mint Matt, and of course in partnership with Cy Bishop. Then we go back to Twitchy in the Mercedes-Benz, and the 726 is 3rd place. BMW there with Noodles behind the wheel for BCG2 will go through in 4th place. 5th place is the BCG4 of the Apple man Matt Denetti, who gets top 5. And 6th place there is HC1 Smitty in the Aston Martin, and the 37 car will get 6th place. 7th place is the TTR West of a Morton Nick in the mighty Mustang. Will wrap it up and do a good job in 369. In 8th place is the Cave Racing car with Barters behind the wheel, and the 88 car there, 81 on the side of the door, of course, with the mighty Mercedes coming through. And 9th place is another of the BCG cars. This is the BCG3 of John O'Stan and the Mustang there. Top 10 is the HC2, the Nismo Nath driven 137 in association with Dub True, will come through and take out the top 10. We'll go to 11th place there, the TTR South sponsored supported car there with Mickey T. Mickey T sounds Italian, you know what I mean? New York, get a hot dog. In the mighty Mustang in car number 57. That's 11th place. George, you got a few more there for us?
We certainly do. So we've got B. John Cactus 1 in 12th place, Al Dusty in 13th. Jimbo nearly getting his car in front into that 13th place. What a drive from him today. Then it is, of course, I've lost my position there. Bits are missing in 15th place, followed by Lewis and the HC4 team in 16th, PRT1 in 17th, TTR East in 18th place. A bit of a recovery drive from them today. Cactus 2 in 19th place, followed by Ignition in 20th. Then it's Randall for Cactus Racing 5 and HC3 rounding out our grid last but not least in 22nd position. What an absolutely fantastic round of racing this has been. We have seen some great battles, some great overtakes. Kyalami has set a stage for the remainder of the season. We are so looking forward to the upcoming rounds. A big moment, of course, for the 37 team who finally lead the Pro-Am Championship. BSR 1 extend their lead over ANC Outplayed. Twitchy only able to manage third place. I say only, but it's still a very good achievement at a track like this, and the Mercedes performing very nicely. Some comments coming in from chats. You've got to be joking, saying well done, all well done. Commentary team, see you next Enduro, you will indeed. The Flying Kiwi saying let's go 237. El Staffia saying one last cheer, go on Twitchy. We've got a follow from Chungs on the Kidbyers channel, thank you so much. And El Staffia, not any words from him, just 4 exclamation marks. Absolutely fantastic. Brilliant, brilliant, brilliant bit of racing here today. And that, ladies and gentlemen, is the checkered flag on the 4 hours of Kyalami. Round 5 is done here. Hooncorp Esports, TrackSpot TV, and of course, Camo Auto Parts. Go and check them out. Remember, I did get it right. It only took 4 hours. 10% off everything store-wide at camoparts.co.nz. Use the code esports and you get yourself that 10%. No minimum spend. You can use it on sale items as well, compounding discounts. And then, of course, the offer is valid until the 20th of September 2025. I think a massive thanks from all of us
Brett.
to Camo Parts, Brett, and his partner who run the shop down at 579 Camo Road in Camo. Go and check them out on the website camoparts.co.nz. Phone them on 09435 4050 for all your automotive and performance parts. You can check them out as well on track. The number 43, the car pictured there, Mike.
Yes, it's going to be on this Saturday, or in Saturday. It's going to be at Hampton Downs in the Mega Pro Series final round there. It's a 6-hour on the big international track at Hampton Downs. So if you want to see this red and blue car, which has got the big thumping thunder Lexus quad cam V8 with Camo Auto Parts stickers on the side of it, and Brett Hogan himself will be there in the pits, come on down. It's free to come and spectate. There's no charge on the gate, and you can come down into the pits and check out Roxanne, the red and blue rocket you see there on the track, and support Camo Parts. Please support Camo Parts. If you want some parts for your road car or your race car or your 4x4 or your diesel or your truck, whatever you've got, you need some bits and pieces, some electrical parts here, then get in touch with Camo Parts. And like you said before, that 10% spend, that applies to discounted items already. So it's 10%, no minimum spend, whether you spend $10 or $110, that 10% works. But thank you so much, Brett, mate. I really appreciate the support, and also to the sponsors here and the organisers, Hooncorp Esports and TrackSpot TV, and of course Kidbyers here letting us use his media platform as well. George, we need to talk to some of these drivers. We must have a couple of drivers that want to talk to us, because we want to talk to them.
I've posted into the chat, I've said get in, come on guys, we want to talk to you, and I believe we do have some interviews coming on in a few seconds time. In fact, we do right now. We'll bring him in. It is we might have to jump down to the waiting room to actually chat to these guys, Mike. So let's do that now. I'll drag you down there, so you just hold fire.
Yeah, drag me down, kicking and screaming.
Yeah, indeed. Okay, let's see. Let's get Mike back in the commentary box here. We will be waiting and hanging out. We had Captain Muffin for a second. I'm sure he'll rejoin. So there we go. We do have Aidan Holton. Aidan, welcome into the commentary box. Hopefully you can hear us. I'm sure we'll be able to hear you. Mate, congratulations. BSR 1, what an absolutely brilliant strategy today, and congratulations on P1. You were pivotal in that second and third stint.
Oh no, cheers lads, that was awesome really. That car probably the second best, if not the best I've had all season. Car was just hooked up. I'm very thankful the tyres didn't give out on me towards the end of that little splash and dash stint, but no, really credit for the most part goes to G-Show. I reckon he was driving like a jet all day for both of his bloody full stints, so like overall really happy with the result. But yeah, I think G gets most of the credit for that one. But yeah, no, overall really keen with that. 3 in a row is absolutely lovely.
Mate, it's absolutely brilliant. Extend the lead in the championship for the number 5 as well, so you guys are going to be flying out ahead of ANC Outplayed. Twitchy outplayed today, unfortunately, second in the championship, but you guys were faster on track. And I want to talk to you about this strategy, because we were so fascinated when you came in for the second time, and we thought, well, he's come out and he's still got a mandatory pit stop to make. And then we started to, the cogs in our brains started to go, and I think chat started to catch on as well to what you guys were trying. So you went out for a 20, or I think it was a 30-minute stint, extra small stint at the end, to give Twitchy a full stint of 70 minutes, but you didn't change tyres.
Absolutely right, yep. Just a 12-second stop for chucking in about 45 litres of fuel, and just went from there. Like I said, tyres managed to hold on, but like it was pretty touch and go towards the end there. But thankfully times managed to be relatively stable. I was thinking for a bit there he made the wrong call when I saw that the 726 and number 1 had got a fair gap on us, but then after they made their last pit stop, saw that it did sort of come back in our favour, and yeah, from there Geesh just maintained the gap quite well, and I'm honestly surprised it worked as well as it did.
Well, you guys came out and you had the 16 seconds that you saved essentially in that pit stop is what you had between you and I think it was Mint Matt at the time. So, you know, you were able to maintain that. Now, right at the end of that second stint, you had, I think it was Mint Matt, right behind you, 0.5 for a second, feeling the pressure a little bit, you know, like, oh, wondering, is this going to work?
Oh, look, I was you know, having a bit like of a Code Brown moment, thinking this is going to go pretty bad for me if I make any more errors. Yeah, no, I think just before Matt caught me, one of the sort of lap cars, I think one of the Porsches, spun out going through the left, right, up until the hairpin at the top of the hill, when I lost a good 2 seconds backing off, making sure I didn't bloody collect him on the way through. So, oh mate, I was throwing some profandities out there ever so briefly, but got through it thankfully. Didn't have to battle Matt too hard, didn't have to play try and let him past. I was worried about doing that and letting him skip off, so everything worked out pretty well. Thank the Lord for that.
Absolutely. I'll hand you to Mike. I'm sure he's busting with questions to ask you.
Well, I am. So I like the idea of Aiden, but I like Captain Muffin better. But mate, I've got to say, whose idea was that strategy? It's an out-of-the-box strategy. I mean, it worked for you, but it could have failed. Whose idea was it?
Well, first and foremost, you can call me Aiden, call me Muffin, just don't call me late. No, but overall, I think that was my idea, that one there. Geesh was a little bit hesitant on it when I sort of pitched it to him, but then he sort of thought about like, oh yeah, you know, if tyres can last, yeah, that can actually not be too bad. We're just sort of really just seeing how much the pit stop would be just for fuel only. That was like the main contributing factor, and because we were able to get 74 minutes to a stint out of the cars, only having to put in 12 seconds of fuel, we thought, even if the tyres go off, we can maintain that deficit no problem at all.
Yeah, that was the thing, though. You weren't dropping like a stone through the distances between the leaders at the time, and you were talk about playing the patient waiting game. I likened that one to the Van Gisbergen sort of mentality. He's known to be very patient, you know, and what we see the here and now is, but what you guys were playing, you were seeing the long game, you were seeing the checkered flag, and I mean, how well did that work for you? So if that was your strategy, mate, well done. But then I like that you called the strategy, and then you did I mean, Geesh did a fantastic job. Let's take nothing away from it. He even remembered to turn off the traction control and celebratory burnouts this time, which is good. But you know, you actually doing the hard graft, man, that was an absolute dickens of a thing. I don't know how you did it, so very, very well done. You must be proud.
Oh mate, I am absolutely stoked, and definitely going to be spraying some imaginary champagne off me front deck tonight, I reckon, just to try and sort of celebrate the occasion. No, but like, hey, I thought it went pretty well. Definitely a solid race, and once again, Geesh takes the credit for that, putting in two pretty much perfect 74-minute stints. That's better than what I did. Going longer a set of tyres, mate, that's a drop in the ocean.
Yeah, that's phenomenal stuff, mate. Look, you deserve a big pat on the back. You deserve a cyber champagne. I've never heard of that before, but we've made it here tonight here at AUSNZ, and we'll look forward to seeing you in the not too far down the track, mate, as well. So congratulations. Keep those not controversial, but keep those crazy ideas flowing, and we'll look forward to seeing you at the next one.
Looking forward to it, boys. Thank you, and congrats to the rest of the podium and all the class winners. And yeah, looking forward to seeing you guys at the track at Spa in a few weeks' time or something like that.
Indeed.
Good on you,
Thank
mate.
you so
That's
much,
well
Aiden.
done.
Thank you so much
Yeah,
for
I like
jumping in, mate, and congratulations.
None of the Aiden stuff. No, kept them up.
Oh, look, you know, I just, you know, we
just saying.
I don't know,
All right,
a little
enough
bit of
of that.
column A,
We've
a little bit of
got
column
someone else on
B.
the.
We do
someone
have
else on
some
the
more.
room?
We do have plenty of interviews still to come here. So let's kick
Good.
this off. We're going to talk, I believe, next to Twitchy. So OP Twitchy jumping in for ANC outplayed, although on the standings it says ONC outplayed. Maybe you could clarify that for a little bit for us. But mate, congratulations on third place. Overall, you were absolutely lightning quick. Fastest man on track, fastest lap, and it was a 1:41.38, I believe. Congratulations on third place. How'd you do out there today?
Thanks, guys. Thanks, you. Just going to be a bit of a weird one and clarify. It was a 0.31 that I did on the second stint. Just going to get that in there.
You know, the 700ths make a difference, all right?
They do. It's for my ego. So it was a good race. Tough, to be honest. At the start, like the first stint, I screwed up the tyre pressures. I got thrown off by the extra 7 degrees of track temperature that I did in practice, and I put the tyres up a bit too much, which kind of stuffed it up, and then I just kind of bashed the curbs a bit too much throughout the first stint, and they went down to about 25.9s on the right, so every kind of left turn, there's a fair few of them here, was just not great. But if I fix that up, might have had a bit more of a chance to win or P2, but it kind of is what it is. And then I kind of did the other way, and I went a bit too much when I gave the car to Matt McEwen for second stint, and then his tires were too hot. So yeah, I was too much under, then he was too much over, and just the first two stints had a couple of issues with the tire wear. But apart from that, it was a pretty crazy stint from Jish in the first one. For the whole hour and 10 minutes, I was kind of baffled as to how the pace was there, where the pace was, and just kind of confused as myself. So props to him, he did super and mega.
Yeah, well, he was just flying at the start of the race, and you know, he just built that gap to both BCG1 and to you guys at ANC, and really it just seemed uncatchable until that second stint and Captain Muffin. I think everyone said, oh, maybe we can reel these guys in a little bit. But yeah, so as you said, you know, not able to really find the balance points with the tires was the key thing, because we saw Matt drop off the pace a little bit there, and you know, you guys had a really good pit stop in the first pit stop. So when you switched over to Matt, you guys leapfrogged in front of BCG1.
Yeah, still not really sure how that happened, to be honest.
Yeah, we're not sure.
I think we came in about, what, 4 or 5 seconds behind, I think it was, I'm not too sure.
Yeah.
And then we came out like 2 seconds in front, or like a second in front. So I was like, how do we gain like 6 seconds? And yeah, I think maybe they had some damage, or they did something different. I'm not too sure what happened there, but yeah, we did that, and then just kind of Matt in the car. He did his best. He kind of matched me on the times, even with the crap tires that I gave him. He kind of matched my times, you know, the kind of mid to low 42s. But I think, you know, with the tire being kind of one of those, if we fixed it up, we probably would have been a lot faster, been probably low 42s, high 41s for the first two stints, and that would have put us probably more in contention for a P2. Bit kind of devastated on my end, to be honest, for getting that wrong, because obviously Jish is our championship rival, so, you know, we kind of lost more points to him now. But with only 2 races to go, it's going to be a hard kind of time from here. But we'll see what we can do in Spa, and we'll make sure we're better and go from there.
Absolutely. Well, we expect to see you guys make a bounce back. You know, that's you guys are both incredibly skilled drivers, and we're looking forward to seeing you guys out on track. Talk to me a little bit, before I hand you to Mike, talk to me a little bit about that last stint. You were closing into BCG1 all the way through, and then it just hit a wall somewhere. Was it tire temperatures that didn't go your way at the end? It was still pretty hot out on track.
I don't think it was tire temperatures, because I actually got it correct in the second stint. So we did the second and third stint with just me. So we timed it well. So I had about a minute 20 left on my driver time. So we kind of timed that well so I could do the second and third stint. But it was just push as hard as I can, try and catch. And honestly, I think it was just Matt and Simon did a good job to kind of match me. We kind of, after Matt's second stint, we kind of said, you know, we need to catch about half a second, or about 3 or 4 tenths per lap to actually catch them by the end, roughly. And there were some laps I was doing half a second, then other laps I was making a small mistake, or people were not kind of obeying blue flags, which was a big talking point for this race. That slightly kind of frustrated me. People not moving over, they'll kind of just go deep in the turn and just kind of wait, and then you kind of block your brake marker. So it's a bit of a questionable thing there for them. Hopefully they'll look at it for next race and try and enforce that better. But yeah, I think it was just Matt and Simon just doing some crazy pace and kind of matching me. And I thought, you know, if I kind of halved the last hour and a half into about a 45-minute stint ish kind of each stint, and just push and push, and I got a faster lap like probably 3 or 4 times throughout the whole 2 stints. Just couldn't do anything more than that, really. Yeah, they just did a great job in their pace, and I couldn't pull anything more out of the bag.
Indeed. Well, I'll hand you over to Mike for a few questions, and then we'll say thank you again.
Yeah, well done, Twitchy. Thanks for that. George, yeah, look, one of the things I really saw you guys doing really well, we were watching the gaps majorly, watching the increments sort of get smaller and smaller, then all of a sudden they blew out. And I think exactly like you have alluded to a couple of the times, one time I know that you caught a battle of about 3 cars having a good scrap in front of you. And I know it's hard to blame them and say, hey, look, they should have got out of the way, but they having a scrap in themselves. And how do you sort of go about that? Because I looked at the 726 car just about the end of the race, and it didn't have any damage on it. So you weren't being a bit of a muppet there going into the big dives or pushing out of the way. Do you just have to sit back and just pick your time, don't you? But how do you approach that?
Yeah, I think a few of the cars we came across, most of the time they weren't actually battling. They were just kind of lapping there. And I'm not too sure like what actually happened in this race. Like, you know, I'm not kind of blaming anybody, but it happened a good like 15, 20 times. You know, more times I got fingers on my hands that, you know, going into turn 1, they'll just kind of go deep and then be like, yeah, I've got out the way, and I'm like, well, then I can't see my brake marker and I miss it and I go deep, or I kind of brake early thinking that, you know, they're going to brake early because they're not as quick as the other guys and whatnot, and myself. So just that kind of mental state, you know, being behind someone by like 4 or 5 tenths, thinking, you know, are they going to brake early, and then just kind of having to adjust for that. And that was the kind of main thing. It just kind of ruins the kind of momentum, you know, having to adjust for that, and then you're a bit slow going into the next turn, so you kind of have a different braking marker for that, because you're like probably 10, 20 k's slower than what you should be roughly, and all that stuff. And then it was towards the end, there was an incident where someone spun at the top of the hill just before sector 3 starts, and they kind of had a bit of a weird kind of like a weird kind of re-entry, and they did a 180 in the middle of the track and put half their car over the whole curb and then a bit more onto the tarmac that I was supposed to be on the apex of, so I had to take avoiding action there. Lost about 8 tenths there to a second, and that was... So yeah, I think the blue flag kind of needs to be enforced a little bit harder with some people. Because I know, like, just for reference in F1, if you get 3 blue flags, you've got to move out the way. You know, I don't know what it is in this, you can probably get 15, then just pick you up, I'm going to move out the way here. So that's why I kind of talking kind of frustration point of that, but... I think that's basically what it is.
Totally understood, mate. I mean, I know you guys were battling tyre pressures and all that sort of stuff as well, but I think the moral victory, okay, you get third, but the moral victory is at the fastest lap, mate. You know, who's the fastest guy on the track? You are. So
yeah, exactly.
Congratulations on that, mate, and thanks for putting on a great performance. And of course, the Apple Man, Matt Daniti there, your co-pilot in crime, that's his nickname. So he's the Apple Man. What are we going to be calling you in the future? What can we call you? Can we come up with a nickname? Or?
Haven't really got a nickname, to be honest. You just call me Twitchy.
Well, let's make one.
That's all.
No.
That's all my car really does. It twitches all the time. So.
All right, Twitch. Look, you've done an excellent job, mate. Thanks very much for the interview, and thanks for a cracking 4 hours. It was certainly entertaining, and we'll see you in Spa.
Sweet, not a problem. Thanks, guys, and congrats to Matt, Simon, Cap Muffin, and Jeesh for the podium.
Thank you very much. Twitchy, ladies and gentlemen, for ANC outplayed 3rd place and the fastest man on track. Unknown what his fruit of favour is, but we'll find out at some point, I'm sure. Let's bring in our next man for the interview. It's going to be Matt Simmons, representing BCG1. Matt, welcome in. It's another Matt that we're introducing yet again. First of all, mate, congratulations for those of you in chat who have seen his name. It is, of course, Mint Matt Simmons. Welcome into the commentary box, my friend, and... mate, what a race. Couldn't quite catch up at the end there, but 2nd place, you held off ANC.
It was a good race. I think probably the best team result Simon and I have had together. So we wasn't quite able to get the win, but look, that first stint was pretty intense between G, Simon and Twitchy. They were all just pushing extremely hard, and it was really impressive with the hot track temp. And just, G just really had a couple of tenths on Simon. There wasn't much he could do. He was doing everything he could, so fair play to Jeesh. And then the second stint got pretty interesting. I was able to close down on Muffin, and had a really good little battle there. And I can actually tell Twitchy and McEwen what happened in the first pit stop. Simon bumped the wall on the pit entry.
Oh no, you're joking.
Got out of turn really hard left. So yes, that cost us the time in the pits. But look, it made the good little battle there with McEwen at the start. I had to get pretty aggressive because I knew I had some good pace and just wanted to see what we could do to try and close down on Muffin. And so I had a good battle there towards the end of the second stint with Muffin, and he handled the pressure really well. And then they played the strategy, master stroke. So well done on them on extending on their third stint on just taking tyres, or taking fuel, sorry. And then Jeesh obviously. Absolutely amazing stint with the higher fuel towards the end, where we were all running lower fuel, so basically matching us on the last stint. So no, it was really, really good. Really stoked for our result, getting P2 and rounding up the podium with Twitchy, McEwen, well done on P3, and of course Jeesh and Muffin on the win. So all round great result, and 3 BCG cars in the top 5 as well. So it was a good team result for today as well.
Exactly, and that means I think in the championship standings, you guys elevate now to 3rd place ahead of BCG2. So it is a meaningful result. Yes, you've only overtaken your teammate in terms of the standings, but we can leave that to the internal politics.
Take that, mate.
Well, we've been battling for the title last few years, so it's now we're just be battling for P3 at the moment. So we'll take that. No, it's been fun. Look, BSR and ANC outplayed. They've just been really strong this year. So fair play to them. There's 2 more rounds to go. So if we can try and consolidate P3, that'll be wicked. But it'll be a good fight with BCG too towards the end of the season.
For sure, yeah. And before I hand you over to Mike, the pressure you were putting on Captain Muff, I mean, he was having Code Brown moments out there. Were you thinking, oh, this corner, could I send it here? What was the risk profile of doing so?
Yeah. To be honest, I was just waiting for a mistake. I didn't want to do anything silly because, towards the end of the stint, my tyres were getting a little bit rough. And, I just didn't want to risk too much with almost, hour 40 to go. So I knew I was going to be pitting in 3-4 laps and heading over to Simon. And he's been really strong today. So just waited. He didn't make a mistake, so fair play to him. And we're trying to see if it was going to get closer towards the end of the race, but it never did. They held on and maintained that gap. So fair play.
Fantastic, Mike. Over to you.
Yeah, Matt. Hey, good to see a good result there from you, teaming up obviously with Psydog. Just my question: if Psydog had said to you, "Hey, mate, the strategy we're going to do is the exact same strategy we saw, Geesh and Muffin do," and he'd said to you, "This is what we're going to do," how would you have thought would that would have gone?
Yeah, perfect. We've been great. We just didn't think of it. We just thought we'd chuck some sets of tyres on and a lot less fuel, and we'll absolutely send it. And we thought that was going to be make it a lot of fun towards the end. And well, obviously quicker, not as quick as Twitchy. Twitchy was absolutely flying on some of his laps, so I was happy I was able to hold on to P2. But didn't quite work out. They definitely thought outside the box. So well done to them. It's what it takes at the moment. It's so tight up the top. So didn't quite think outside the box today, but really happy with both our performance. Didn't really make a mistake other than Simon hitting the pit wall, and I think he did go off. He hit the kink at one point and went off, but didn't hit a wall. So we held on. So no, good result, and keen for Spa coming up for the 6 hours.
Yeah, you got to be proud of how the team's gone there today for sure. And the Psydog is actually sometimes human, which is quite surprising to be fair. I don't think his programming allows him to make mistakes very often, but when he does, everyone else goes, that's great, because they get a bit of a chance. But from your guys' point of view, though, the car apart from the scrape on the side actually looked pretty daggum clean. So again, I know we've heard from Twitchy saying that a few guys were a little bit slow on the blue flag, and by and large, that's a lapping moment because faster cars coming through. But there's battles within battles, and everyone's looking forward, so a little bit slow. But what sort of car did you what sort of car crossed the line at the end of the day? Were you happy with what you had and with the BMW?
Yeah, look, I think we did everything we could. We're actually really happy with the car. The tyres held on throughout the whole stint, and we got our tyre presses right throughout every window. So I think that can be really tricky, which I think Twitchy was saying it's quite easy to get it the wrong way on both sides. So we really didn't make a mistake today. So really, I think the P2 was the best we were going to get. So really happy with the end performance.
Yeah, you've got to be happy with that, mate. If you're not, there's something wrong with you. But look, that's round 5 done and dusted. We've got round 6 at Spa, not too far down the track, mate. Reset, rest, and get yourself all sorted. And I'm sure you guys will be hard into practice for Spa very, very soon. But on behalf of the broadcasting team and all of the people that have been tuned in watching some cracking racing today, well done to you. And also pat on the back there to Psydog. And we'll see you over the pond very, very soon.
Yeah, sounds good. Thanks, guys. Appreciate it.
Thanks very much, Matt
Hey,
Simmons.
that's brilliant.
Matt Simmons, ladies and gentlemen, for BCG1, and Simon Bishop, of course, in the team 2. Now we're going to move on to HC Smitty. Smitty going to jump in for Hooncorp 1, and we may end up with Nathan Howe with an open mic, but let's just see. For now, it's all about Smitty. We've got his car on screen as well, and from essentially second in the Pro-Am Championship, equal points to Machin's team on 792. You are now solidly leading Pro-Am. Congratulations today. You're a class winner. Smitty, you've been impressive out on track, mate. You must be feeling great after that.
Feeling great, but to be honest, I'm wrecked. I've got nothing left.
That's the way. At the end of the race, you shouldn't have anything left in the tank. That means you've given it your all, and it certainly showed out on track, mate.
Oh, it was, look, to be honest, that battle between TTR today, that was probably the closest race we've had over a 4-hour period. It all come down to the last stint, and I could see that Nick was catching, and I just had enough to hold on. If it was any longer, it would have been interesting.
For sure. And yeah, we saw that Immortant Deck had a lot of pace out there today. The Fords seemed like a pretty strong contender overall. We had a lot of Fords finishing in good positions and making positions. How do you compare that to the Aston today?
Look, I think with the recent BOP changes that have been implemented, it's probably taken a little bit of the top speed out of the Mustang, which sort of helps us a little bit, because usually we'd have no answer for it in a straight line. But it was give or take a couple of Ks or two into the braking zone for turn one, which made it a bit easier, because ultimately, even though, look, to be honest, I without sending a Hail Mary down the inside and doing something silly, I couldn't see a way past them today on track. So I had to do it through the pit stops and an undercut, and that's what I managed to get done.
Yeah, it's what we saw when you came in. We were thinking, oh, this is smart, because now you're not running in the dirty air. Now you can run your own race. You guys will have the fresher tyres. Yes, there'll be a little bit of drop-off at the end, but Kyalami does seem to be one of those circuits where you really need to be having track position.
Yeah, it's as a whole, I think it is reasonably risky to pass. You've got to have, I believe, you've probably got to have a little bit of cooperation from the person you are trying to pass. Otherwise, they could make it very hard, or they could end up with some contact.
Exactly right. So, congratulations from myself, and I will hand you to Mike, who will be asking you a few questions as well.
Yeah, g'day, Smitty. How you going, mate?
I'm knackered. Thanks, Mike.
Yeah. No, you sound worn out, mate. And I'll just do the usual Kiwi Aussie greeting, mate. That's it. Just mate. Just you get. That's what you get. You get the Kiwi Aussie greeting. Mate. Hey, look, you got to be pleased with the boys. Not just your own performance there, but now you're the class leader for Pro-Am, and then of course the boys behind you there. You're seeing a good solid top 10 there from the 137 car, and of course plenty of information there going out to the other drivers as well. But I think it's a very. I hope you're feeling as satisfied as you should be, mate, because that really was some standout driving for you guys. And like you were talking to before behind the TTR boys there, when you were sitting back, I said to George, I think what's happening here, I think Smitty's actually trying to save a bit of fuel. I think you guys are trying to back off and actually, just get a little bit of aero there from the car in front and save fuel. That'll give you less time in the pits putting fuel in. And by the time the fuel stops coming, if he's done it right, I reckon he'll come out in front of the Mustang. And Michael was right. Sure enough, that's what happened. Am I bang on there, or am I close?
Close. It wasn't so much a fuel thing. It was more at the start of there where Machin come out in front of me at the second last stop there. It was a case of I was already up to temperature with tyres, and I wanted to make him push on cold tyres because I knew it had hurt him later on. Which I could, towards just before I pitted, I could see the car was getting a little bit out of shape, but I still couldn't see the opportunity for a move. I had a little bit of wiggle room to go a bit further if I wanted to, but between Ika and myself, we decided that going for an undercut was the way to get past. And I have to say, Ika's drive today was fantastic. He
was good.
Kept it clean, managed gaps, and come on strong towards the end of his last stint to get us back in the fight. If he didn't drive the way he did, I wouldn't have been able to put on what I did in the last two stints.
Yeah, I think that's the thing, isn't it? When you've got a really good machine gun, you can save the can until later, and that's exactly what I saw happening there. That you were given the ability to go and really do the big push because Ika was doing such a good job, just doing what he needed to do, and he did an outstanding job. Again, talking about the Aston, mate, I mean, that car looks pretty clean and tidy. You guys kept out of trouble, and it's all about keeping out of trouble. I think we saw you once, I don't know if it was you, I think it might have been Ika, had a little bit of a grass track moment, but other than that, I think the car was pretty much clean and clear and problem-free.
Yeah, we both had a few little offs. We didn't really play with the sausage at Cheetah, which is always good round here because it never ends well. But come home with a straight and fast car was excellent.
Yeah, it's good. It's good to hear that, mate. And if you're very happy to play with your sausage at that part of the racetrack, I'm thinking you're very much under control. All right, mate. Look, you sound absolutely worn out. I'm not going to drag it out too much more. But again, thanks very much for what you do. Thanks for helping out the Hooncorp boys, and also thanks for being just a general good bugger in general. And I know that not just the Hooncorp boys. If other people want to ask for a little bit of help on ideas and setup and things like that, I know that you're a guy to go to as well. So yeah, I hope it goes well for you. Get some rest, and we'll see you at Spa.
Just a couple of quick shout-outs. Thanks for Camo for jumping on board for this race and helping us out. It's excellent. Shout out to the pro podium, and special mention for BSR1. They know why. I'll leave it at that. And well done to Nathan and Tim for getting the AM last win. It's excellent to have the 2 cars up there.
Good on you, mate.
Massive thanks.
Awesome, mate.
Thank you so much for jumping in, Smitty. Congratulations. Go and get some rest. And there we
Cheers,
go,
mate.
Mike. It's Camo.
Once again,
Camo
excellent
Park.
show you guys put on. Thank you.
Oh, thanks,
Thank you,
mate.
Smitty.
Appreciate it.
That feedback is absolutely most appreciated. Thank you so much. Yeah, see, Smitty pronounces it Camo. So maybe it is Camo. Is it Camo? Camo?
No, he's
Camo?
wrong. He's Australian.
He's
Australian.
Okay.
Yeah, he's still an Aussie. It's all right.
Like, I'm just looking for a kindred spirit in amongst all my haters, all right?
Yeah.
Anyway,
You
we
won't get it-
rapidly
you won't
move
get
on.
it from Smitty, mate.
No, well, maybe I will, but not from you. No. Either way, before we round up the stream, we're hearing from one more driver out on track. It is going to be the league organizer, one of the admin teams, the guys who worked so hard behind the scenes to bring this all together. And it is going to be Nathan Howe. Welcome in, Nath. You and Dub True, I should say, sorry, did an incredible job out there on track. Mate, you got top 10 and a class win. How are you feeling?
Yeah, I'm actually feeling great because, yeah, Tim sort of did the brunt of the work for this one. I did the brunt at Silverstone, and so he's done the brunt at Kyalami, which, you know, it's his home race, so I sort of he's happy for that. But
oh yes, he's dressed up as South African.
yeah, he's all decked
gear.
out. All decked out. Yep.
Oh, I think you need to provide us a
he's
picture
wearing
in
South.
the Discord.
Yeah, it's a picture. Yeah.
I think there's a picture in the Discord. Yep. You'll have
Where
to.
is he? Tell him to
have to
come in
fish
here.
that one
Dub
out.
True. Tell him to come in here so I can look at him.
Well,
Dub
see if
True.
I can- Maybe
Go
someone
on,
can
then.
link. Maybe someone can link me to the photo, and we could even show
No,
it
you
on
probably don't
stream.
wanna see
maybe.
it.
Oh, I don't know. You'll find it, George. But yeah, look. Anyway, it was good. It was good. We almost two-stopped it. Did have to do the splash and dash because neither of us know how to save fuel. We just know how to you know, push hard and sort of get into our own little rhythm. But yeah, I mean, can't really complain. The Aston is a pretty well-rounded package, and we just love coming to Kyalami. So yeah, happy as.
So tell us a little bit about the Aston Martin. So obviously we had an Aston Martin on pole position. The Astons all the way through the Hooncorp grid have had a great set of results today. You know, Freelix, admittedly the 237 at the end, bottom of the field, but still winners in our mind. So tell us a little bit about this Aston Martin and maybe some insights into why you think it was particularly good today.
I mean, we just enjoy listening to it. It just sounds grouse. It's you know, some of the other cars sound a bit like vacuum cleaners. So, you know, when you enjoy listening to what you're driving, it tends to, you're in a better mindset. I don't know, maybe it's something like that. But no, look, honestly, it's got the speed, it's got the handling. It's not too thirsty. Like, yeah, there are a few other cars that are a bit thirstier on petroleum, but yeah, it just sort of does everything well. I don't really know that it has a sort of standout, this is why it's great. It just kind of does everything, and it's just comfortable to drive. You know, you can jump. I mean, even towards the end of the stint there, we're lapping pretty much the same as we were at the start of the stint. There wasn't really a pace drop off. Obviously there was some pace drop off, but you know, the tires never cliffed. And yeah, we just the package is solid.
Kept on going, yeah, indeed. And of course, obviously there was a couple of incidents in the race, and you were in a 3 or 4 pack driver sort of mix, and then there was some accidents in front of you, and Mike was hearing some choice words being sent out from the sim racing room that you guys have been participating in. For those of you who don't know, in chat, Dub True and Nathan are racing in the same rig, which is why it came up with Nismo Nath the entire race long. But from your point of view, what was going on, what happened? I don't think we caught it all on stream, but a couple of accidents out there. But overall, the race, not many, but you were certainly privy to a few.
Oh, look, when you got a bunch of guys like that, it's always, I mean, there was probably what 2 or 3 different instances there where you'd be following someone for a few laps, you'd get ahead, and then you just wouldn't be able to lose them, you know, and then they'd pass you, you'd pass them, and you just keep sort of swapping spots. You know, you're not really faster than them, they're not really faster than you, and you're just kind of stuck together. And the only way that that's going to change is one of you make a mistake or one of you pit. And yeah, unfortunately there was a couple times there where it was the latter, but yeah, I mean, there were definitely some cool battles there. It was awesome to see. And with us doing our stretch the stints out to the maximum, yeah, I think we were probably one of the last guys to pit in the first time round. So it's just, yeah, you get into a rhythm, you try to sort of keep yourself sort of not thinking about too many other things, and then yeah, just lap after lap after lap, and before you know it, you've done an hour and 20. So, and you're on the fuel light.
Too right. Well, talk to us a little bit about that 2-stop. I don't think there were many teams out there that really thought, okay, let's attempt this, because it's a tricky thing to do. You know, the driver stint timer is right there. Obviously, it doesn't affect when you've got one player in there, but in terms of the actual game, but an hour and 20 on the dot, like, it's tricky stuff. You're going to be low on tires, the fuel's going to be here and there. So talk to us a little bit about that 2-stop and how it came about.
We just decided to try and drive it as long as we could, really. There wasn't too much in the ways of strategic thinking, and again, we did end up coming up short on the petrol anyway, so, you know, not technically a 2-stop, but we didn't put tyres on for that last stint. It was just pretty circumstantial, to be fair. We had a good opening stint, sort of avoided not that there was a bloodbath, but we avoided the sort of early dramas, made a few spots, and then yeah, from there it was just try to sort of be as consistent as possible. Be consistent as possible.
Be consistent. Yeah, I was gonna say, it's all right. We're all losing our ability to speak words after a 4-hour race.
It's been a long day, mate. Long day for everybody.
Indeed. Well, funnily enough, though, we did a vote at the beginning. The poll, the first vote that we did was whether there was going to be a car park on lap 1. 6 people said yes. 1 person said no way. That was El Staffia in chat, who predicted correctly in amongst a sea of opinion that there was going to be a massive accident. Not a lot of incident out there. That's obviously worked the benefit for you guys today. I'm going to give you a congratulations on top 10. Congratulations on the M-Class win. I'm going to hand it over to your father for some final questions.
Hey, little man, how you going?
Hey, Dad.
Hey, mate, I just got to ask you a question, though. I mean, great job there from yourself and Dub True, who really did, you know, you guys stood up and took it. Just, I know that I keep saying about Smitty and his influence in the team. What sort of input did he have on this one? Because you guys are starting to really get the grip of that Aston Martin, but is he still the absolute down to the last little finesse like we normally see, or has he been leaving you guys a little bit more free to make your own decisions?
Oh, mate, Smitty's just meticulous. I mean, to be fair, he actually voted against the 2-stop. So that was just Tim's sort of stubborn, no, I'll do it this way instead. But you know, he's meticulous. He gives you the options. He pores over the data, and this is the thing too. You know, when you're doing your practice, you need to be, you know, actually doing the laps and having the data on hand to work out some options. You know, if we'd had a safety car, you know, boom, here are some options that we can sort of work with based on all the factors. So he's that guy. And, you know, obviously with Spa coming up too, that's going to be interesting because everyone knows Spa. ACC, if you play ACC, you've driven Spa. So I think there's going to be a very, very, a very tight field as far as people that have there are people in this league that have been playing since day one, you know, so they would have done tens of thousands of kilometers around Spa alone, you know. So yeah, it's definitely awesome having someone like him on the team. He's worth a shirt.
We're going to wrap it up. We're going to wrap it up pretty soon, but very quickly, is how are you getting on with your secret testing on the Tesla GT3?
You had to bring that up.
Okay. Oh, sorry, mate. Sorry. Too soon. Too soon. All right, mate. Hey, look, well done. Congratulations. Win between yourself and Tim, and big pat on the back there to the pair of yous. And obviously, Spa's not that far away down the track, but yeah, fantastic, mate. Good to it's good to sit back and see the Hooncorp boys, starting to really sit up and take some notice. And obviously Smitty for a great result with him and Iker as well. So, and I'm not sure where that puts you guys in AM overall at the moment, but I think you'd be pretty happy with at least a good solid finish. I know you were pretty gutted not to make the top 10 shootout on Friday night. What better way to come back and actually finish in the top 10 there tonight? But big pat on the back to you, and big pat on the back to getting the support, and also the big support there from Karma Auto Parts, and of course yourself, which is Hooncorp Esports, as well as having TrackSpot TV come on board. And the way this has all been put together is just fantastic. The amount of effort you put in, mate, not just as father to son, but from a guy who's a commentator, all the stuff put at our fingertips here. I mean, absolutely brilliant, and proud of you. Well done, and hopefully you're as happy as you should be.
No, I appreciate it. Dinner time, mate.
Yep, all right. Can't talk, eating. All right, mate. Well done, Nathan.
That's fantastic.
No, cheers,
awesome.
guys. Appreciate it.
Thank you so much, Nathan. Congratulations. We'll see you next time, mate. Alrighty, let's jump back over to our chatting screen, and Mike and I will round things up. Okay. Wow, Mike. Fantastic stuff. I mean, just as a general summary, 4 hours of Kyalami has not felt like 4 hours. It has felt like a massive blast where we've just had constant battles all the way through. Some really significant changes in the standings. Pro-Am change. There's been a big changes in the Am class racing as well. Pro, obviously we've had the number 5 car extend their lead. Some fantastic comments from the guys in the interviews. Some really good insights from the top 3 from the guys at Hooncorp who've had good results today as well. And it's overall been a fantastic day to be part of the commentary team, I think.
Yeah, I really do think that there's been a lot to talk about. I think the driving standard, I say it's been very high, and I understand from Twitchy's point the frustration of being held up under a blue flag. But when you're the race leader, being held up by the blue flag, that's not a bad problem to have when you're also the fastest car on the track with the purple thing beside your name. But hey, there's nothing wrong with being, infinitely wanting things to be better, because that's a sign of a person who wants to progress. But from the racing point of view, George, there hasn't been many times you and I haven't had something genuine to talk about. We're not trying to amplify boring. I'm not trying to make excitement out of vanilla. We actually have had plenty to talk about. And, with this sort of, and that's not because it's been a crash and smash fest. It's quite the opposite. There's been so many battles within battles going on there that, we haven't had to work that hard. It's almost been a lazy race by standard, because there's always been something happening that we don't have to go hunting for information, hunting for this. I mean, we haven't gone to statistics and all the other sort of, mind-numbing sort of stuff, because we've had it here right now. This is what's happening. So for 4 hours, that bodes very well. And I'll tell you what, I understand there's going to be more cars, more drivers at Spa. Whether they're part of the actual AUSNZ series so far with five rounds down, if people aren't attracted to this like moths to the flame, then I don't know what more they're looking for, because there is so much out there. The driving standard's high, the tracks are good. The goodness knows what the weather's going to do, and I think the balance of performance things is pretty strong, where everyone's got a fair chance in whatever car they choose. So, it's from a commentator's point of view, a long race like this, sometimes you do have the old, moments. We had, 7 or 8 minute break and everything, which was great. But when it comes down to, being able to have excitement happening all the time and not feel like you're working hard to make things exciting, boy, you just can't ask for much better than that. So I don't know what Spa's going to be like, but I'll tell you what, I've enjoyed my time here in South Africa at Kyalami, and it's been easy, it's been fun, and been good working with you.
Likewise, and yeah, agreed. There's been so much action on track. In fact, I don't think we captured absolutely everything. We got a little bit lucky with some of the camera views that we were on at the right time, right place sort of thing. But boy, oh boy, even in that 7-8 minute break, a lot of the dynamic of the race had actually changed in that 7 or 8 minutes. So absolutely fantastic work. It's a testament to the drivers, to the strategists, to the engineers, to the admins for putting on the race. You guys have been absolutely awesome. Everyone in chat across the 3 channels that we've been multi-streaming to today, the Kidbyers Twitch, and thank you to Trevor Byers for giving us permission to jump onto his channel today, the TrackSpot TV YouTube and Twitch. You guys have been absolutely awesome, giving us questions, talking to us all the way through, keeping us company, and hopefully we've been making this race come alive alive for you. We didn't have to do much, as Mike said today, to make this come alive, because it's been a fantastic couple of bits of broadcasting here. The wet qualifying really set the stage for what became a fantastic sprint all the way to the end of the 4 hours. Everyone will take away some really good memories today, and of course the league will continue to improve. Shout out to Isaac Fogarty as well for setting up the servers, and a massive shout out to the admin team at AUSNZ who have done fantastic work getting this organized. A huge shout out, of course, to Camo Auto Parts, who have done some fantastic work sponsoring us for this round. A huge shout out to Brett and the team there. Go and check them out on KAMO, that's camoparts.co.nz. Use the code esports for 10% off everything in store, including sale items. It's valid until the 20th of September 2025. And of course, there's no minimum spend as well. Please go and support our fantastic sponsors of round 5 of season 3 here at the AUSNZ PS5 Endurance Series. Mike, a pleasure being in the commentary box with you as always. Hooncorp have done a fantastic job here. Trackspot TV, a pleasure to be involved as always. Go and check us out on www.trackspot.tv. Check out Hooncorp on Facebook and Discord, and there have been links in the Discord for the AUSNZ Endurance Series. Please go and check those out too. Get involved in the league. Plenty of spaces and spots available for your team and your drivers to come in and participate in one of the best PS5 endurance leagues in Oceania, if not the world. That's going to be it from us here in the broadcasting and commentary booth. Thank you all so much for tuning in. My name is George Cooke. I've been joined by Mike Howe. Thank you to everyone. We'll see you for Spa. Until then, it'll be 6 hours of Spa, and I believe, if I go and check here, Mike, just before we say the last word, it is going to be on the 31st to the 2nd of November. We'll see you at the end of October. Until then, take care, stay safe, and we'll see you for the next one. Bye-bye.
Cheers, guys.